Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Greek mythology. Zeus doesn't want to be king of the gods. Part 1. When someone vomits in front of you and produces 5 living people, what would you say? But if this were ancient Greece, and the person vomiting people was called Cronis while you were called Zeus, what would you say? I'm done for. Zeus looked at the wine in his hand, then at the incessantly vomiting Cronis. He only had 2 choices now. The son laughs as the father dies, or Nigerandeo. A few hours ago, on the western coast of Crete, a handsome white-haired youth stealthily brought out his hand-woven wooden raft. He raised the white sail and let the sea breeze carry him away, only relaxing once he was far enough from the island. Gaia, you can't keep this young master trapped, ha 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 tilde tilde tilde. The white-haired youth laughed towards the sky. As long as he left the land and reached the ocean, he was outside the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's range of control. In other words, the youth had finally escaped to freedom. I've finally left that island that trapped me for 18 years. Even if I, Zeus, starve to death at sea today and my corpse is eaten by fish, I'm absolutely not going back. The white-haired youth was named Zeus. As a transmigrator from the modern era, he had lived on a deserted island without the internet for 18 years. 18 years. Do you know how I spent these 18 years? Aside from wrestling with wild beasts every day, there was no entertainment at all. More importantly, the person who raised him was Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess. This place was Greece, and he even had a father named Cronis. Good grief. Zeus could only say good grief. Zeus, to defeat your father, you need the strength of your siblings. I have a cup of emetic wine here. You just need to trick your father into drinking it, and then. It's not that I'm being humble, but you should really find someone more capable. Zeus immediately rejected the proposal. Setting aside whether the trope of a son killing his father fit Zeus's values, how could he, an 18-year-old upstanding youth, possibly fight the second-generation god king? Zeus had a bit of talent for discharging electricity since he was young, but while that was enough to shock fish for a meal, using it on the second-generation god king. Gaia must be getting senile. Does she not know how to spell the word death? That elder has lived long enough, but Zeus is only 18, he doesn't want to die yet. Thus, the drama of Zeus escaping Crete overnight unfolded. Logically, the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia controlled the entire Earth. Anywhere with soil was within her perception. The reason Zeus could successfully escape overnight was simply that she didn't care. Zeus couldn't float on the sea forever. As soon as he went ashore to hunt for food, Gaia would be able to find him, so she wasn't in a hurry at all. But did Zeus not understand such a simple logic? No matter how cunning you are, Gaia, you'll still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water. Zeus opened his luggage. Inside, besides a few changes of clothes, was a single goat horn. This goat horn was the source of Zeus's confidence in his escape. Zeus's escape had been premeditated. A few days ago, while wrestling with a nanny goat in the forest as usual, he had, accidentally, broken off one of its horns. After Zeus secretly modified it, this horn could connect to Gaia's treasury. As long as Zeus wished, he could take food from Gaia's treasury at any time. From then on, the problem of food was no longer a problem. Hades, Poseidon, Hera. It's not that I, your younger brother, won't save you, but I'm truly powerless. No matter how fast lightning is, it can't outrun time. Don't blame me from the heavens. Zeus ate fruits and vegetables from the horn while speaking extremely perfunctory words. After all, they were a bunch of siblings he had never met. To risk his life against his god-king father for them would be too unwise. Help tilde tilde help me. Someone's there. While leisurely sunbathing, Zeus suddenly heard a cry for help. He hurriedly sat up. How could there be a cry for help in the middle of this vast ocean? Over there. Zeus looked toward the source of the sound and saw an old man dressed in fine clothing. He was clutching a wooden plank, and there was no telling how many days he had been drifting at sea. To save him or not? According to normal Greek mythology, humans shouldn't exist in this era yet. However, from his casual chats with Gaia, he had learned that humans had already been born but hadn't formed their own civilization. In other words, normal humans shouldn't have clothes. The old man before him was a god. I must save him. So-called gods love to play these empty games of testing people. If he saved him, perhaps the man would grant him protection when Cronis tried to kill him in the future. A powerful thigh. I have to cling to it tightly. Elder, don't worry, I'm coming. Zeus rode with all his might to reach the old man and pulled him up. He immediately began fussing over him with such concern that an outsider might have thought the old man was Zeus's own father. Thank you, young man. This old man is a bit thirsty, I wonder. I have some fine wine right here. Zeus immediately took out his goat horn. Anyway, the food and drink inside were all Gaia's things. As the saying goes, a prodigal son doesn't feel the pain of selling his mother's fields. What did it matter even if he emptied Gaia's treasury? However, Zeus understood that when it came to wine, quality was better than quantity. He rummaged through the horn for a while and finally found a magnificent wine flask. Zeus opened the flask. The red wine inside was as vivid as blood, and the overpowering aroma was enough to make even a teetotaler like Zeus feel a bit tipsy. Good wine. The old man's face turned rosy, and his eyes stared at the fine wine so intently they almost glowed. Looking at him now, where was the frailty from moments ago? He's letting the act slip halfway through. Zeus saw through it but didn't say anything. He then took out a cup and filled it to the brim for the old man. Elder, after being in the seawater for so long, have a cup of wine to warm your body. Good, you're a very good young man. It worked. Hearing those words, Zeus was overjoyed. It seemed he had found favor in the right place. From now on, he would be someone with a god backing him up when he went out. Delicious, it's just a bit strong. Thud. The old man drained the entire cup of red wine and fell straight to the floor before Zeus could even offer a few more compliments. Elder. Zeus was stunned. What was this? A scam? Surely not. HNG tilde tilde HNG tilde tilde bleg 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 tilde tilde. Before Zeus could figure anything out, the previously unconscious old man suddenly started twitching all over. A series of nonsensical noises came from his mouth, which finally turned into violent vomiting. Normally, this wouldn't be much, one could just assume it was seasickness. But then, the old man actually vomited out 5 streaks of white light. These lights transformed into human forms, 3 women and 2 men. They were all beautiful in appearance and gave Zeus a sense of familiarity. Sixth brother, thank you for saving us. The eldest woman among the 5 stepped forward and looked at Zeus with a gratified smile. It was because of Zeus that they could see the world again. This shouldn't be happening. On Mount Olympus, in the palace where the god king resided, the current god king Cronis was angrily smashing all the furniture. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The white giant god, why does such a powerful existence exist in this world? Cronis looked at the sickle in his hand. He understood that even with such a divine artifact, he was no match for the white giant god. Cronis, the 2nd generation god king of the Greek pantheon, was the Titan god who controlled time. His innate authority allowed him to peer into the future and the past, and even briefly freeze the present moment. Back then, he had relied on this ability to topple his father from the throne. Using his power to peer into the future had basically become his daily routine. Cronis had thought he could use this authority to sit securely on the God King's throne, but he hadn't expected to see that terrifying figure in his observations of the future today. The white giant god, Sephir. That brilliant and majestic giant had swept through all the gods on earth with matchless divine power, and he was no exception. No matter how the 12 titans resisted, they were nothing more than dust in the face of absolute power. If the Paradise Fairies hadn't forged the star-sacred sword at the final moment, the entire earth would have been devoured by the umbral star. Those wretched Paradise Fairies. Couldn't they forge the star-sacred sword a bit faster? A bunch of self-centered fools. Since the star-sacred sword and its wielder could defeat the giant god, Cronis shouldn't have been so anxious. However, no matter how Cronis calculated it, that group of procrastinators would only finish the forging at the very last moment. And this intervening period would have to be filled with the lives of all the gods on Earth. Even more exaggeratedly, Cronis had also captured several timelines where the Paradise Fairies overslept, and the Earth was completely destroyed before they even forged the star-sacred sword. This made Cronis so angry his blood boiled, and it further confirmed that those fellows were beyond saving. Getting the Paradise Fairies to forge the star-sacred sword sooner was impossible, so was there any way to avoid this disaster? No, as the god king of the Greek pantheon, if I avoid the battle, it will likely set a bad precedent. By then, the various pantheons will act independently and will surely be picked off one by one. If we don't unite, there is no future. But even if we do, it's a dead end. Use my own life to secure a sliver of hope for the future of those mortals. Cronis was not that kind of person. Perhaps there are hidden powerhouses in past history, I can try to drag them out. In order to increase his combat power, Cronis spared no expense to peer into past history. Under his meticulous investigation, he finally discovered a period of history that seemed strange. This is the time of Zeus's birth, and this method. Ria. Ria, Cronis's wife, was the goddess of time. She possessed an authority similar to Cronis's, which gave him a bad feeling. When he tore through the mists of the past, he finally caught a glimpse of the truth from back then. Well, you, Ria, actually tricked me into eating a stone. Cronis watched his past self being deceived by Ria, eating a stone as if it were his youngest son, Zeus. In other words, that little brat who was prophesied to overthrow his rule was still alive. Wait, overthrow my rule. Cronis seemed to think of something. He sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering a certain possibility. If that boy Zeus knocks me off the throne, then he'll be the god king of the Greek pantheon. When the other pantheons come looking for help, he'll be the one who has to die, not me. Brilliant. Cronis clapped his hands at his own plan. As for whether he would be killed after being defeated, he wasn't worried about that. Their Greek pantheon actually originated from silicon-based life in the universe. Their usual human forms were just their human forms. As long as their true bodies weren't destroyed, they wouldn't truly die. Cronis had hidden his true body in a place no one knew. As long as he didn't encounter something like the white giant god that directly blew up the earth, he wouldn't die. Good. After this rebellious son dies a sudden death, I'll return to the throne. This fulfills the prophecy of me being overthrown and also avoids the disaster of the giant god. It's truly seamless. Cronis was full of self-satisfaction. He then peered through time to find Zeus's trail. Before long, he saw Zeus setting sail. Seeing his triumphant look, he clearly intended to make a move against his father. Fine, let me, your father, test the capabilities of you, my son. Cronis directly left Mount Olympus and came to the sea, pretending to be an old man who had encountered a shipwreck. With his cry for help, that rebellious son indeed took the bait. Hee. My rebellious son, oh rebellious son. Trusting others too much while out in the world is your weakness. Today, as your father, I won't kill you for now, but I'll make sure you learn this lesson thoroughly. Thank you, young man. This old man is a bit thirsty, I wonder if. I have some fine wine right here. Too kind. A greenhorn just starting out like this thinks he can contend with me. Cronis felt a sense of disdain. The Zeus before him was far too lacking in both power and wit. Elder, you've been soaking in the seawater for so long, have a cup of wine to warm your body. Good, young man, you are truly decent. Cronis glanced at the red wine in the cup. Such a fine thing wasn't even found on Mount Olympus. Just how much did the mother goddess Gaia favor this child? But it didn't matter. Back then, Gaia got together with her own child, Uranus, to produce the 12 titans. Since that old fool set a precedent, it wasn't impossible for him to be a mother-chasing rebellious son as well. Cronis, filled with self-satisfaction, let the red wine flow down his throat. A warm current immediately wandered through his entire body. Even he had never drunk such fine wine, his body and mind couldn't help but feel refreshed. Delicious, it's just a bit going to my head. Going to his head. Wait, why would a god king of his generation feel lightheaded from drinking wine? No, something is wrong with this wine. Thud tilde. Unfortunately, before Cronis could react, he collapsed to the ground, his eyelids fighting as he began to sink into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, he saw Zeus's shocked expression, a look that seemed to say, a grand god king, and this is the result. How infuriating. Cronis had been careless. He never imagined Zeus would be someone with such deep schemes. Should he expect nothing less from the child of prophecy? Next time, I will definitely. Cronis's consciousness was about to give out, and he felt his stomach churning as if it were vomiting something up. 5 things left his body, which made him feel much more relieved. Oh no, it's those 5 little brats. Unfortunately, by this time Cronis had already lost control over his body. He could only watch regretfully as things unfolded, powerless to intervene. Zeus, this child is truly terrifying. Cronis actually left Olympus. Ria, goddess of time, felt her husband's aura gradually receding, and the direction seemed to be Crete, where she had hidden Zeus. This made her panic a little. Cronis's movements must be reported to the mother goddess. Beneath Crete lies the mother goddess's main body warship. Even Cronis wouldn't dare act recklessly there. The goddess of time returned to her room and dismissed her maids. After setting up multiple layers of barriers, she sat dignified before a mirror. Mother goddess, your daughter Ria requests an audience. The scene within the mirror began to blur, and shortly after, a petite girl with white hair and red eyes appeared in the mirror. Who could have imagined that this white-haired girl, less than 1.4 meters tall, had given birth to the 12 titans and even more deities? No wonder the first god king Uranus was finished so quickly. Having 12 children with such a sentence worthy, Gaia was truly a case of jail bait, not jailbreak. Ria, what business do you have with this old one? Are you here to ask about Zeus's situation? Although Gaia referred to herself as this old one, her strange verbal tic gave her an air of worldly innocence instead. Even as a fellow female, Ria had to admit that her own mother was indeed the most adorable in the world. Mother goddess, Cronis has left Mount Olympus and is heading toward Crete. Please protect Zeus. A small mat. Gaia agreed with full confidence, but when she used her authority, she discovered that there was no trace of Zeus on the entire island of Crete. Not just Crete, he couldn't be found anywhere on the lands she controlled. Which meant he was at sea. Mother goddess, what's wrong? Has something happened to Zeus? The change in Gaia's expression clearly did not escape Ray's notice. She was now a bit worried about her child. Ria, can you still not trust this old one's handling of things? Zeus has already taken the emetic wine to find Cronis. He should be able to rescue your children very soon. Gaia was breaking out in a cold sweat, her eyes not daring to look Ria directly. Rather than a mother goddess, she seemed more like a child who had done something wrong. He went to find Cronis. No, Zeus is only 18, how can he be a match for Cronis? Ria was pale with fright. Although Cronis's rise to power happened through a successful sneak attack while the first god king Uranus and the mother goddess were clapping for love, even so, his strength was not to be underestimated. How could Zeus be his match? Ria, rest assured. This child Zeus has been brilliant since he was young and recently forged a divine artifact. Presumably, it was prepared for today. Gaia was still feeling a bit guilty. Zeus's so-called brilliance consisted of daily pranks played on her, and the so-called divine artifact was just a goat horn connected to her treasury. She knew all of this. Otherwise, how could the emetic wine in her treasury have gone missing? Child, has this old one ever lied? She had. Of course she had. Others might not know, but could Ria, the goddess of time, not know? Back then, Cronis's successful strike was only possible because Gaia kept the 12 titans outside the tent, waiting for the sound of clapping for love to start before launching the violent murder. However, at this moment, Ria was confined to Mount Olympus and had no choice but to believe Gaia's words. This old one's food is about to burn, so goodbye, Ria. Gaia hurriedly ended the communication and then began to jump around in anxiety. Zeus, you fool, where did you run off to? You better not let me catch you, or I'll hang you up with hemp rope and whip your butt hard. Gaia's anxiety was not an act. Back then, she had 3 children who respectively governed the sky, the ocean, and the mountains, and the one who governed the sky was the first god king, Uranus. After that fellow seized power, he became a mother-chasing rebellious son. She had gone through so much trouble to have 12 children with him, yet the guy was still insatiable in his demands. Gaia had no choice but to harden her heart and castrate Uranus. Not only did she make him lose his god-king authority, but she also confiscated his tools of the trade. But this new Cronis was even more tyrannical than his father. For the sake of his own power, he would even eat his own children. If he wasn't overthrown, he would certainly be a scourge in the future. Thus, Zeus, who was prophesied to overthrow him, was an indispensable existence. Zeus, come back quickly, or Cronis is going to start chasing his mom too. At the thought that Cronis's swelling ambition would eventually spread to her, Gaia couldn't help but feel overcome with grief. If this continued generation after generation, she was afraid she'd become a family heirloom passed down forever. Mother Goddess. I hope she can be of some use. After Ria finished her call with Gaia, she quickly began to contact her children. The Greek pantheon were actually not earth creatures. Aside from their massive true forms, these current human shapes were merely human forms. Once a human form was destroyed, they would revive in their true form. Now Ria had hidden the true forms of 6 children. Since Cronis couldn't find the true forms to destroy them, he could only devour the 6 human forms to imprison them. As long as they couldn't escape, their true forms were nothing more than scrap metal. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon. As the mother body, Ria had established a connection with them when they were born. Only with Zeus was the time too rushed to establish a connection. However, this connection was one way, The children could hear her voice, but their voices could not reach Ria. Don't worry, the darkness imprisoning you is about to dissipate. Your sixth brother, Zeus, has already set out on the road to save you with the divine wine. Seemingly to put her children at ease, Ria began to exaggerate Zeus's abilities. Even though she had never seen her child, she believed in the prophecy. In the prophecy, Zeus would defeat Cronis and become the king of Olympus. Thus, Zeus's image only needed to surpass Cronis in all aspects. Children, believe in your sixth brother. Your sixth brother possesses the richest knowledge in the world, unwavering determination, and unstoppable courage. The lightning in his hand can pierce through Cronis's frozen time, and his body can prop up the gap between heaven and earth. Ria recited all the words of praise in her mind. This was not just said to her children, but also to herself. She admitted she loved Cronis, but no mother could accept her children being eaten before her very eyes. If she hadn't been prepared the sixth time, she would have had to witness it 6 times. As much as Ria loved Cronis back then, she hated him just as much now. He will become your leader. So for your own sakes and for your mother's, when you see the light of day again, help Zeus, my children. Just as Ria was speaking her heartfelt words, her children saw light. There stood a young man who had liberated them from the darkness. He stood upon a raft, and the person fainted and vomiting on the ground was none other than that arrogant father. Zeus. The 5 of them thought of the same name. Sixth brother. Hearing this address, combined with the way these 5 handsome men and beautiful women made their appearance, weren't these his unlucky siblings who were eaten by their old man as soon as they were born? Then this old man before him was Cronis, his cheapskate old man. I am your eldest sister, Hestia. The woman at the head had a dignified bearing. Although she didn't have that blue ribbon, her grand curves were still heart-stopping. I am Demeter. The second sister, Demeter, was a bit timid. Having stayed in Cronis's stomach all this time, she usually only communicated with her other siblings. She was a bit curious and also a bit afraid of Zeus. Hera, your third sister. Hera was blonde, blue-eyed, and arrogant. If she were paired with twin tails, she would be a total knockout, but unfortunately, that couldn't be added. Hades. A cold, handsome guy with black hair, that was the first impression Hades gave. But in reality, he was panicking like crazy. This little brother of his was simply too strong, taking down their dad right from the start. Such ruthless methods, what if even a bit of that were used on him? Hades glanced at Cronis, who was still half asleep and vomiting, and his heart began to feel a bit hair-raised. I am Poseidon. So, sixth brother, how do you plan to deal with father? The hardy Poseidon came up and gave Zeus a hug. Clearly unlike Hades, Poseidon intended to have a good competition with his little brother, otherwise, as the elder brother, he might be overshadowed by the little brother in the future. Now that Cronis had no ability to resist, it was the perfect time to see what methods this little brother had. This Cronis is our father god after all. Although he once tried to devour us, just because he is heartless doesn't mean we can be unrighteous. Today we shall let him go for now, and another day we shall decide who is the victor. Zeus had no intention of killing Cronis. The 12 titans were all connected. If Cronis fell here, the 6 of them wouldn't be able to handle the remaining titans. Little brother is right. Even if we kill Cronis now, we would only be destroying his human form. As long as his true form is not destroyed, he can always revive. The priority now is to reclaim our true forms. Although Hera was the third born, she was the most assertive among the 5, everyone had to give her some face. In fact, Zeus didn't have much of an opinion on who was the boss, but terms like, true form, and, human form, really confused him. What kind of gods are you exactly? You're not Ultraman, so why do you have human forms? Sixth brother, mother said you possess great wisdom. Now that the 6 of us are isolated and without help, we still need a base. Although Ria had assured Hera and the others that Zeus possessed wisdom and strength, as well as firm will and determination, they weren't children anymore, they had to see it with their own eyes. In that case, why don't you brothers and sisters come with me to Crete? There is the protection of Mother Goddess Gaia there, which can serve as a base. Even though Zeus had said before that he wouldn't return to Crete even if he died, he was forced by the current situation. Even a future god king couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. As for Father God, the main reason Zeus didn't want to be enemies with Cronis was actually power. Although Zeus had some skill in certain magic, his offensive magic was somewhat pathetic. With this kind of strength, he was basically just dragging everyone down. It was already difficult enough for the 6 gods of the new generation to face the 12 titans. If he, the main carry, was this weak, how were they supposed to fight? It would be better to find an excuse to release him now, and then use that favor to exchange for a chance of survival when they were defeated in the future. Zeus's requirements were very low. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. Once he survived until human civilization entered the modern era, he could spend his time surfing the internet. However, his brothers and sisters weren't so easy to fool. Zeus glanced at the emetic wine in his hand, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. Although I'm sparing Father God this time, I can't let him be too comfortable. Zeus pinched Cronis's nose to force his mouth open, then poured all the remaining emetic wine into his throat, making him swallow it whole. The other 5 watched with chilled expressions. Previously, just 1 cup of wine had made Cronis lose his combat effectiveness. After drinking a whole bottle, he might vomit his stomach out. But something even more terrifying followed. After finishing the wine, Zeus gave another kick, sending Cronis flying into the sea. The 5 watched as Cronis would vomit something out, only for the seawater to surge back in and wash it back down into his stomach. A moment later, he would vomit again, followed by another influx of seawater. The same batch of vomit was being washed back and forth in Cronis's mouth. This utter humiliation made the originally competitive Poseidon back down, and Demeter's eyes welled up with tears as if she were looking at some terrifying monster. What kind of ultimate humiliation was this? Father God, your son has sacrificed so much to save your life. You should be able to appreciate this piece of filial piety, right? Zeus thought of the various plots in Greek mythology where sons killed their fathers. Combined with his hard work acting right under his siblings' noses to save his father, he was truly a model youth of Greece. Huh, what's with those looks? Zeus turned around to see his 5 brothers and sisters all taking a step back in unison, which he found quite baffling. Could it be that they discovered his true goal was to save Father God? No, it's nothing. Just a bit of seasickness from drifting on the ocean. Right, a bit of seasickness. Hera found a random excuse, and Poseidon quickly followed suit to gloss over the matter. Then you'd better sit tight. It'll take some time to get back to Crete. Zeus glanced at Poseidon's pale face. Who would have thought the future god of the sea would get seasick? Then Zeus took out several oars from the goat horn, and with the combined efforts of the 6 gods, they quickly returned to Crete. As soon as they landed, Zeus, you brat, you ran out to play again, didn't you? Cronis is coming for you, hurry and hid. As soon as Zeus stepped ashore, Gaia sensed his presence. She rushed over to hide him, but when she saw the several presences behind him similar to his own, she froze. You really used the emetic wine to rescue your siblings. And so quickly. Gaia was shocked. Although she had discovered that her emetic wine and Zeus were missing, she had only bluffed to Ria that Zeus had taken the wine to save people. She hadn't expected Zeus to actually go, and in less than half a day, bring back 5 helpers. As expected of the child of prophecy. Gaia looked at Zeus with shining eyes, but at that moment, an uninvited guest descended upon Crete. My, I didn't expect you to gather your siblings so quickly. As expected of the child of prophecy. It was a young man with short black hair. He appeared on Crete at some unknown time, as if he had been waiting there for a while. Prometheus, what are you doing here? Gaia's brow furrowed. She didn't dare be careless with this god of foresight who possessed EX-rank clairvoyance. Back then, Ria had hidden Zeus on Crete because the gods had established a rule. Clairvoyance could not be used to spy on goddesses, or the offender would be hunted down by all the gods. However, Zeus had just left Crete. If he had been spied upon during that period, Gaia wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I'm actually here to surrender. Prometheus raised his hands in a punchable manner to prove he had no hostile intent. Surrender. The 12 titans are united. Even if Ria doesn't act, it's 11 against 6, the advantage is with Cronis. Gaia was puzzled. Fellows with clairvoyance like him were notoriously eccentric. Mother Goddess's brilliant insight. Prometheus had nothing to say to Gaia's rebuttal. He couldn't exactly say that when the giant gods descended in the future, he would be sacrificed by Cronis as cannon fodder. Since Cronis was heartless, he couldn't blame Prometheus for being disloyal. At least being hung on the Caucasus Mountains was better than dying on the spot. However, I haven't come empty-handed. I've brought the whereabouts of your true bodies. True bodies. Zeus heard this term again, leaving him very confused. He didn't know much about Greek mythology, but he had definitely never heard anything about true bodies. As you know, we were originally alien silicon-based lifeforms. Most of our power resides in our true bodies. Our current selves are just human forms manifested by a thinking AI. Therefore, Zeus was right not to kill Cronis just now. If Cronis were killed, he would return to his true body. Once his consciousness returned there, creating another human form would only be a matter of time. What? Silicon-based lifeforms. Zeus had a talent. The more confused he was, the more he pretended to understand perfectly. This was a passive skill developed from years of being a corporate slave. Regardless of what the boss said, first indicate that you understand. This was one of the most useful bits of workplace common sense. I understand, Zeus said, though in reality, he understood nothing. As expected of Zeus. Your method of humiliating Cronis just now truly opened my eyes. Your wisdom is indeed extraordinary. Prometheus was naturally not stingy with flattery toward his future leader. Besides, Zeus's performance lived up to the praise. To win against an opponent stronger than oneself, one must ensure they don't make mistakes while forcing the enemy to do so. The best way to make an enemy slip up is to provoke them. When had Cronis, the god king of a generation, ever had his stomach pumped like that? Drinking and vomiting and drinking, such a great humiliation meant even Prometheus couldn't guarantee how much of his own sanity he would have left. As expected of the future god king, his wisdom is as deep as the sea. With Prometheus's explanation, Hera and the others also understood. Zeus's decision not to kill Cronis wasn't just to vent his anger or humiliate him. If they had brought Cronis to Crete, it would be like burying a bomb in their base. Zeus must have seen through this. Just one cup of wine had left Cronis limp and powerless. Now that Zeus had poured a whole bottle down, he would likely be vomiting for 3 days and nights. After 3 days and nights of stomach pumping, even Cronis would be without combat power for a long time. Now, let's get to the main point. First, regarding the 3 original goddesses. Prometheus turned his gaze toward Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Mother Goddess, although I cannot spy on the true bodies of these 3 original goddesses due to the rules, there shouldn't be a second place besides here where they could be hidden, right? Indeed. However, this old one's Crete is not large. After hiding my own true body, there wasn't much space left, so I only hid the true bodies of those 3. Gaia admitted this. They Titans were silicon-based lifeforms. To create a life, they didn't necessarily need to engage in acts of love. They could also be made directly from existing materials. Ria had created the true bodies and human forms of the 3 goddesses. To prevent Cronis from finding the true bodies through the human forms, Ria had temporarily severed the connection between them. If Cronis had killed the children, they would have immediately returned to their true bodies. But Cronis knew this trick and swallowed them all instead. This way, he not only imprisoned them but also used his own human form to modify them. Once Hera and the others died, although they would return to their true bodies, they would never be able to manifest a human form again. To resist him in the future, they would have to deploy their true bodies. At that point, he could strike at the true bodies and settle things once and for all. When Ria discovered this, she realized how terrifying the God King was. Knowing her plan had failed, she could only helplessly send Zeus away to spare him from the same fate. This was also why Hera and the others couldn't commit suicide to return to their true bodies, they had to find them themselves. So we have 3 now. The true bodies of the remaining 3 male gods are buried in the sea. However, after all these years, they have finally been found by the goddess of wisdom, Métis. In Prometheus's view, the goddess of wisdom Métis was an existence whose wisdom was not inferior to Zeus's. She was the most favored of the god of the sea's 6,000 children, and the divine authority of wisdom she wielded was the most important support for Zeus's rebellion. It was as if they had divine help. The 6 siblings originally had no idea where to start in this vast world, but Prometheus had brought them a direction as soon as he arrived. As long as they found all their true bodies and established a link, they would have a fighting chance even against Cronis. While they discussed with joy how to go into the ocean to retrieve their true bodies, Zeus hid alone in the shade of a tree with a troubled expression. A bunch of people wanting to rebel. The Titans have so many people, and there are only a few of us. Besides, we're all single, while others have whole litters of kids. When it comes to the battlefield, it'll be fathers and sons. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and a hero can't stand against a crowd. Once they reached Mount Olympus, Cronis could show these youngsters what a black hand really meant. Zeus looked at the small lightning bolt in his hand. How could this bit of power possibly be a match for Cronis? At this moment, Zeus began to plot how to sell out his siblings. Perhaps his old man would see his filial piety and his previous life-saving favor and spare him. Being grounded was fine. As long as there's life, there's hope. You guys go ahead and rebel, I'm going to seek amnesty. That night, the 6 siblings gathered and drank until they were dead drunk. Only Zeus quietly got up, went to the shore, and set off into the sea on a small boat. As a model youth of Greece, how could he possibly rebel? I'm out of here, I'm out of here. What Zeus didn't know was that shortly after he left, figures appeared one by one on the coastline. They watched Zeus depart, and a feeling of admiration welled up in their hearts. Venturing into the dragon's den alone, such heroism was truly worthy of the 6th brother mother spoke of. He'd run. Zeus had run away again on his raft. That's right, the future god king, the head of the 12 Olympian gods, Zeus, had completely started to rot. Mother Gaia, siblings, if you come to my house for a meal, that's no problem. But if you want to drag me into a rebellion, sorry, we don't know each other. If there's a next life, I'd rather go to London and be Big Ben. I'd do nothing every day and just rot. Zeus didn't care about any destiny or what enemies were waiting for him. Faced with a person who had completely given up, even Jesus would be useless. So says I, Zeus. Our 6th brother went out to sea alone to retrieve our true bodies for us. Even with the interference of Mother's divine authority of time, facing Pontus, the Lord of the Great Sea, will be no easy task. Poseidon looked in the direction Zeus had gone. A few cups of wine naturally couldn't get gods drunk, but they couldn't understand why Zeus wanted to act alone. Clearly, it would be better to call the brothers together, there's strength in numbers. Haha, that's where Zeus's wisdom lies. Although Ria, goddess of time, can interfere with Cronis's detection, the gap in their power is too great. Protecting Zeus alone is already her limit, she wouldn't have the strength to include you all. Prometheus wore a smile that saw through the truth, as if he and Zeus were the only truly intelligent people in this world. That's right. I've already spoken with Ria about Zeus's departure. She will do her utmost to protect Zeus during this time so that he won't be discovered by Cronis. However, this can only protect him alone, the rest is up to you all. Gaia also appeared at the seaside at the opportune moment. Looking at the Zeus who had already vanished in the distance, she could only say that the cynical child indeed harbored grand ambitions in his heart, and his usual lazy appearance was indeed a facade. In other words, during the period of Zeus's absence, we need to raise the banner of rebellion on Crete. Now that we 3 sisters have found our true bodies, we can certainly stall Cronis's pace. Hera's mind was sharp. At this point, she naturally understood everything immediately. But being alone, will he, and why didn't he discuss these things with us? As the eldest sister, Hestia complained a bit about Zeus. As for the second sister, Demeter, she had no opinion at all and couldn't say a single word. Does that even need to be said? With me here, why would such a plan need to be detailed? Besides, this matter must be achieved by one person. Even without clairvoyance, Zeus possesses such wisdom, he is truly remarkable. Prometheus became narcissistic again, clearly taking Zeus's unannounced departure as a tacit understanding between wise men. Zeus's trip is not just to retrieve your true bodies, but also to weaken the combat power of the 12 titans. Weaken the combat power of the titans. Everyone present was shocked. Gaia, in particular, understood how powerful her 12 children were. Although Zeus bore a destiny, without having retrieved his true body, he was no match for them at all. Now, let's do a power comparison. Even if you retrieve your true bodies, you will still be at an absolute numerical disadvantage against the 12 titans. Prometheus's words silenced them. Even though Ria hated Cronis, she could never bring herself to kill her own husband. In other words, Ria, the goddess of time, would only remain neutral and would not become a key aid to them. Next, I shall recount Zeus's plan to you. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Prometheus's habit of acting like a teacher flared up, and he began to explain what he considered to be the plan. Back then, the 12 titans consisted of 6 males and 6 females, most of whom became couples. Among them, the god of light and the goddess of light became a couple in the distant east and do not interfere in power struggles. They can be ignored. The god of the sea and the mother goddess of water joined together to give birth to 6,000 children. This should have been your greatest enemy, but Métis, who holds the true bodies of the 3 male gods, is their child, and their most favored one. If Zeus uses a honey trap to win over Métis, he can not only get your true bodies back but also keep these 2 titans neutral. As for your mother, Ria, the goddess of time, it's basically certain she won't participate in the war, she is also a neutral figure. The god of celestial bodies and the goddess of prophecy joined together and had 2 daughters. They adore their children. If Zeus uses another honey trap to spirit away one of them, those two will also remain neutral. Now, look at how much combat power Cronis has left. Following Prometheus's explanation, everyone was both shocked and delighted. They hadn't expected that the seemingly unbreakable alliance of the 12 titans would be riddled with holes after just a few words from Prometheus. They were even more amazed by Zeus's wisdom and courage. Only 5 titan gods are left. Gaia was also greatly surprised. She hadn't expected her children to be so estranged from one another. As their mother, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. No, didn't I say it before? Most became couples, but there are still 2 female titans who are unmarried. If Zeus works hard, he could even reduce Cronis's combat power to 3 titan gods. 3. Hera and the others looked at each other. The original 12 against 6 situation had turned into 6 against 3. Wasn't the advantage now on their side? But won't it be dangerous for Zeus? So many women. Demeter, who was more delicate and introverted, spoke in a faint voice. She understood very well that the more powerful a goddess was, the less willing she was to share her partner. Pursuing so many female deities at once. It wouldn't be surprising if Zeus died suddenly at any moment. Zeus possesses wisdom no less than mine. How could he fall over matters of love? Prometheus smiled slightly. His clairvoyance had already seen a future where Zeus sat high on the throne of Mount Olympus, surrounded by various goddesses, with a harem of wives and concubines. Could such an old hand in the field of love really be blinded by a common bird? Is he that impressive? I'd like to give it a try. Hera licked her lips. In her eyes, it was already not easy for Zeus to develop such a mindset at his age, but could he really be a lady killer? Hera wanted to see for herself what her younger brother was capable of. In their worldview, there was no concept of human ethics regarding siblings marrying, and Hera's natural desire for control and vanity gave her a desire to conquer powerful men. Since Hades and Poseidon among her peers really didn't catch her eye, Zeus was a great target. Since I've seen many readers asking why Zeus isn't a machine god, here is a unified response. Currently, the main plot regarding the type moon Greek gods is in the Greek Lost Belt. We know the Greek pantheon consists of extraterrestrial silicon-based lifeforms, but there isn't much more information. But I can't exactly write about a bunch of Transformers, Gundams, and Zaku's falling in love, can I? You wouldn't want to see that, would you? Right. So, I designed true bodies and human forms for the Greek machine gods. The true body is the machine god itself. To put it bluntly, you can think of it as a Gundam. It is usually in a dormant state while the human form walks the world. The human form looks like a normal human. Although it has some strength, to exert full power, it must achieve man-machine integration, essentially becoming a Gundam pilot. For machine gods to breed life with each other, the human forms need to perform certain, you know what, operations to give birth to an intelligent AI, and materials are needed to forge a machine god true body. The combination of the two makes a new Greek god. This is the current setting. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will reply after consolidating them. Of course, there are things I haven't thought of, and I will find ways to make up for them. There's relatively little on the type moon Greek setting, so it's easier to create an alternate history. This is why I'm writing about the type moon Greek world. Of course, I will follow the basic rules of the type moon world. The inhibitor will be mentioned later, so don't worry about it being a pureskin deep story. Blarg tilde tilde Zeus tilde tilde you little, blarg tilde tilde tilde. On an island, Cronis was sprawled on the beach. At this moment, his whole body was weak, and he couldn't use any power at all. Who would have thought such a pathetic-looking figure was the current king of the gods in Greece? As the saying goes, at 70, life is rare, and even if Cronis is more than 70 years old, the humiliation brought by this frantic stomach pumping was enough for him to record a grudge against Zeus in his little notebook. Where exactly did I slip up? Cronis couldn't figure it out. That brat shouldn't have seen his face, and he hadn't left any openings, yet the other party had accurately fed him that nectar. Zeus, you indeed have good wisdom, but to be so arrogant at such a young age. I really look forward to the day you think you've defeated me. Cronis smiled sinisterly. He loved the expression on those who thought they were clever, only to find they had been outsmarted by their own cleverness. Zeus, if you can survive the white giant god, I will throw you into the endless sea to have your stomach pumped for 10 million years. If you die. Cronis was momentarily at a loss for words. How do you punish someone who is already dead? If you die, I'll go to your grave and frantically steal and eat your offerings, do you hear me? Zeus. Cronis had experienced the power of the white giant god firsthand. According to his guess, Zeus was likely finished. His only means of revenge in the future might be stealing offerings. At the thought of this unvented rage, the magical energy around Cronis surged, shaking the ocean and kicking up a massive wave that would sweep who knows where. Crete. Those little brats must be on Crete. Since you, Mother Goddess, want to oppose me, I'll deal with the little ones first, and then I'll personally attend to you, the old one. At the thought of Gaia's prison bait figure, Cronis felt a surge of heat in his heart. It can only be said that Cronis and his father Uranus were truly father and son. Both were talents who belonged behind bars. Today is another day to just slack off. Zeus lay on a small wooden raft, not caring where it drifted. Anyway, he had no worries about food and drink at sea, and with such beautiful, cloudless weather, it would be a disservice to nature's bounty not to slack off. Do you hear me? Zeus. Who's calling your daddy? Zeus heard someone calling him. He just scrambled up and hadn't found the source of the sound before being enveloped by a huge shadow. Which powerhouse is passing by? Zeus was stunned looking at the tsunami several stories high. This act of raising waves without wind on the open sea completely baffled him. Wouldn't his little raft be destroyed by a single touch from this giant wave? More importantly, help. I can't swim. Yes, the future head of the 12 main gods, the third generation king of the gods of Olympus, he was a landlubber living on an island. Although he had tried many times, he just couldn't learn. If it weren't to escape his fate of rebelling, Zeus wouldn't be surviving on this small boat. Unfortunately, the tsunami had no intelligence. It charged straight at Zeus. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the tsunami's range and was finally swept into the sea by this natural force. Glug glug tilde tilde tilde. As Zeus watched himself slowly sink to the bottom of the sea, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Which great god was so wicked? Did he have a grudge against them? Why target him like this? I'm done for. I'm going to die. Seawater began to pour into Zeus's body. He hadn't expected his slacking life to end before it even began. If there is a next life, I must become Big Ben. Just slacking off is all that matters. He didn't know if it was a hallucination, but a black dot appeared in the deep blue sea. As the dot drew closer, he realized it was a young girl with hair and eyes as blue as the ocean. The hem of her skirt fluttered with the waves, as if she were someone blessed by the sea. So beautiful. Just as Zeus was sighing in his heart, the girl seemed to notice his presence. A look of confusion appeared on her innocent face. Clearly, she couldn't understand what Zeus was doing. Letting seawater keep pouring into your body will kill you, you know. Underwater, Zeus couldn't answer her. He only felt his body getting colder and colder, and he slowly closed his eyes. Métis watched Zeus close his eyes and felt that something was wrong. This seemed to be the symptom of a mortal drowning. But this white-haired boy definitely had divinity. Since he was a god, why would he drown? No, I can't think about it too much. I have to save him quickly. Although Métis wasn't very bright, she knew that a life was at stake. Being kind by nature, she grabbed Zeus and sped through the water, arriving at a small island in no time. This was the island where her temple was located. Although they were on land, Zeus still hadn't woken up, which left Métis momentarily at a loss. What should I do? What should I do? Uncle Cronis is really too reckless, stirring up such a big wave and making an innocent person almost die. Métis scolded Cronis while using her divine authority of wisdom to search for a solution. She was the most beloved child among the 6,000 siblings, but she was born kind and a bit slow-witted. To protect her, her parents, the god of the sea and the goddess of water, endowed her with the divine authority of wisdom. As long as she activated her authority, she would absolutely be the wisest existence in all of Greece during that time. And the divine authority of wisdom did not disappoint her, instantly providing Métis with a solution. Artificial respiration. That's right, artificial respiration was the answer given by the divine authority of wisdom. But this. Mouth to mouth. I clearly don't have any experience yet. Métis' face flushed with embarrassment, but with a life at stake, a mere first kiss was not such a significant thing compared to a living person. I'll just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Métis pushed aside her distracting thoughts, looked at Zeus's face, pried open his mouth, and began a very formal set of artificial respiration. PFF'd, cough, cough. The divine authority of wisdom was naturally effective. After Métis' artificial respiration, Zeus spat out a lot of seawater. His naturally powerful physique began to regulate his organs, finally allowing him to escape the threat to his life. Now, Métis could finally see clearly that Zeus had a robust build and an exceptionally handsome face. Remembering what had just happened. How strange, let's do it one more time. This itchy, restless feeling left Métis bewildered, even her divine authority of wisdom couldn't provide an answer. Driven by this curiosity, Métis performed artificial respiration once again. I didn't really taste anything just now, again. It seemed this session of artificial respiration was going to last a long time. An unfamiliar ceiling. Cough, cough. Zeus coughed twice. He could feel the saltiness of seawater in his lungs and trachea, but there was a faint minty taste in his mouth. The sharp contrast made him a bit uncomfortable. My lips feel a bit swollen. Zeus felt his lips were a bit numb and seemed slightly swollen. Had he been touched by something unclean in the sea? You're awake. Hearing Zeus's voice, Métis hurried over to check. Naturally, the first thing she saw was Zeus's slightly swollen lips. This reminded her of what she had done earlier, and she could only comfort herself over and over that it was a necessity to save a life. It was definitely not because the other party was handsome and dashing. That's right, I, Métis, the goddess of wisdom, the kind of person who gets swayed by looks. Beautiful lady, did you save me? Thank you so much. May I ask your name? Zeus immediately concluded that the beautiful woman before him had saved him. If seeing her before he passed out might have been a hallucination, then her also slightly swollen lips were ironclad evidence. Poor girl, to save him, she even got dirty things on her lips, making them slightly swollen. I am Métis, the goddess who wields the divine authority of wisdom. Métis puffed out her chest with pride. After all, among her 6,000 siblings, not many possessed a divine authority. The sea, water, blue, wisdom. Zeus looked at this goddess, who didn't seem particularly bright, and immediately got the feeling that, this girl is easy to fool. However, Zeus's understanding of Greek mythology from his past life wasn't comprehensive. He knew the famous ones, but he had no interest in questions like how many girlfriends Zeus had. If he knew, he would realize that the goddess of wisdom before him was a golden ticket. Once he clung to her, he wouldn't have to work hard for many years. Métis, the first goddess of wisdom in the Greek pantheon, Zeus's first wife, and the mother of Athena. Zeus didn't know these things, but he knew the name Métis. Prometheus had said before that the true forms of Hades, Poseidon, and himself were in this goddess's hands. Although Zeus didn't plan to rebel, he was very curious about his so-called true form. Based on Prometheus's previous description, Zeus couldn't even figure out if he was a god or a Cybertronian. Could he actually transform into a Gundam? If he had a daughter in the future, should he call her Alice Megatron? No, now was not the time for such thoughts. If he could get back his true form to give himself some means of survival, that would be good. So it is the goddess of wisdom herself. I am Zeus, son of Ria, goddess of time. I heard from Prometheus that the true forms of my two brothers and me are in your hands. Please return them to us, and we will give you a satisfactory return gift. Return gift. Return gift my foot. Anyway, once he got his true form, he would run away. Let this silly girl go ask Gaia for money. Plan success.jpg. Then aren't we distant relatives? I can just return those things to you. They aren't mine anyway, I was just keeping them for someone else. Métis didn't even want anything in return, which actually made Zeus a bit uncomfortable. Her heart, unpolluted by the world, made Zeus feel ashamed of himself. However, I only have two true forms of the Titan clan here, not a third one. Métis frowned as she searched her memory. After all, the true forms of the Titan clan were very large, two were two. No matter how silly she was, she couldn't miscalculate addition and subtraction within 10. It doesn't matter. Having a clue about the true forms is already great luck for us. Besides, this time, Zeus looked at Métis sincerely. Even if it's not for the favor of keeping the true forms, I must repay you for saving my life just now. There's really no need. The benefits, I already, while you were unconscious. Métis remembered her behavior when she was blinded by his looks, and her face instantly turned bright red. It's nothing. Well then, I'll just state my request. How about you bring me a game I've never played before? For now, I'll take you to see them first. Good, it's a deal. Everything went unusually smoothly. Two of the three male gods' true forms were in Métis' hands. Could it be that only Zeus's was missing? The probability was only 1/3. Zeus wouldn't be that unlucky. Zeus looked at the two Gundam-like mechas before him and let out the wail of a loser. There is absolutely no man in this world who can refuse a Gundam, unless the opponent is a Zaku. At this moment, in front of Zeus were two mechas, one pitch black as ink holding a scythe, and one azure as the sea holding a trident. No matter how he looked at it, neither was his mecha. Is yours not here? After all, the Titan clan will have a resonance when they are near their true forms. Why not try to feel it with your heart? Feel it with my heart. Listening to Métis' comfort, Zeus felt a warmth in his heart. If he weren't burdened with the so-called great cause of rebellion, he would definitely marry a girl like this. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and easy to fool. Feel it with your heart. Although the connection between your true forms and human forms has been cut off, you can definitely feel it if the distance is very close. Since Prometheus said there were 3 true forms here, then Zeus's true form must be here. I'll try. Although he didn't know how to sense it, Zeus followed his instincts, and as it turned out, he actually sensed it. Over there, a warm light, the target is very small. Zeus slowly moved forward according to his sensing, and finally, he found what he was looking for under a rock. It was a small, snow-white rod. Transparent crystal was its main body, and golden trim gave it an air of majesty. This appearance was very familiar to Zeus. This was a spark lens. A spark lens, or call it a spark lens. As long as he had it, Zeus could also become light. I'm invincible. Zeus stroked the spark lens lovingly. He was already impatient. Brewing Zeus into a soup.jpg. Henshin. No reaction. Tiga. No reaction. Trigger. No reaction. Zeus shouted all the Ultraman names he could remember, but nothing happened. Wasn't this a scam? He thought his 18-year overdue cheat had finally come online, but it turned out to be useless. Get lost. In a fit of rage, Zeus threw his spark lens directly at Poseidon's true form, but what happened next astonished him. The spark lens actually merged directly into Poseidon's armor. Immediately, the eyes of that Azure Gundam lit up, and Zeus actually established a connection with it. Could it be that my spark lens can hijack other people's true forms? Holy crap, this is too powerful. In the future, when he encountered a Titan god's true form, he could just pull a, I'll take that .jpg. How could others fight him? Woohoo, taking off. It's so small. Métis touched Zeus's spark lens. Among the Titan clan, Zeus's true form was probably the smallest. A man shouldn't be called small, but thank you so much this time, Métis. Although Zeus really wanted to prove he wasn't small, looking at Métis' innocent appearance, he couldn't bear to make a dirty joke. Since he had gotten what he wanted, it was time to repay the favor. Métis, I've already thought of the new game you want to play. However, this game is best played with 4 people. Can you find 2 more playmates? Sure. Leto and Asteria are right next door. I'll go call them over. Upon hearing there was a new game to play, Métis excitedly went to find her playmates. Then I'll start too. Once I teach them this game, I'll run away with this mecha. Zeus looked at the spark lens in his hand. With a flash of light, it actually made the mecha, which was several stories high, as small as a figurine. This made it much easier for Zeus to carry. Leto, Asteria, come quickly. Métis hurriedly went to find Leto and Asteria. These 2 were the 2 daughters of the god of celestial bodies and the goddess of prophecy that Prometheus had mentioned. Perhaps because they were sisters, the 2 of them looked almost identical. Because of this, they would use small accessories to distinguish themselves. Of course, more often than not, they would impersonate each other to swap identities and sneak out to play. After all, it was too difficult for outsiders to tell them apart. They only knew that the quiet and mature one was the elder sister Leto, while the lively and cheerful one was the younger sister Asteria. Métis, you're so happy, is it a new game? As soon as Asteria saw how excited Métis was, she knew there was a new game to play, which made her excited as well. After all, in this era, many gods amused themselves by playing tricks on humans. This showed just how bored the gods were. Métis, why are your lips a bit red and swollen? Were you stung by a jellyfish? Leto, on the other hand, was looking at Métis' rosy lips. One had to know that Métis was the most beloved daughter of the god of the sea, no one should dare give her mouth a punch. I'm not talking about my mouth today. Métis covered her lips, feeling that she had really been possessed at the time. This kind of thing must never let Zeus know. Zeus brought a new game. I heard it's best with 4 people, so I called you guys. I wouldn't bother with you if we weren't good sisters. Métis' obvious attempt to change the subject piqued the curiosity of Leto and Asteria. Who exactly was this so-called Zeus? Was there such a person among Métis' 6,000 siblings? By the way, Zeus is a friend I just met today. He was shipwrecked and I saved him, so he plans to play a new game with me. Bringing another man home just after meeting him. Leto and Asteria looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of game were these two playing? It seemed even more stimulating than the game itself. This silly girl had been tricked. The two sisters shared a mental connection, and in just an instant, they understood what the other was thinking. This girl's parents had been worried about her being deceived, so they specifically entrusted the divine authority of wisdom to Métis. In the end, it still. Métis, did that man do anything to you? For example, touching your body while you weren't looking. Such a person is definitely not a good man. Leto was the goddess of nursing. Although she had no practical experience in matters between men and women, she was quite well versed in theory. What positions had she not seen? Leto felt that as an older goddess, she should impart some life experience to Métis. Otherwise, with Métis' current IQ, she wouldn't even know what happened after being eaten alive. No, how is that possible? Métis' face was flushed red. When Zeus was sleeping, she was the one who couldn't keep her hands and feet to herself. If she followed Leto's logic, wouldn't she be the bad person? She absolutely could not admit to this. Something's fishy. Leto saw through it immediately. Métis' response just now had jumped an octave, which was clearly a sign of a guilty conscience. After all, people always increase their volume to cover things up when they are about to be exposed. For example, when human tribal leaders are talking to another tribal leader and suddenly defecate, they create noise to cover it up. Métis was definitely hiding something, which strengthened Leto's resolve to keep questioning her. Did that guy use his lips to frantically attack yours? No, absolutely not. Métis was so anxious she stomped her feet. The thought of her, a girl, doing such a shameless thing, and not just once, but enough to make Zeus's lips swell, made her want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. There was a problem, definitely a problem. That Zeus had definitely done something shameless. Did he stick his tongue in? Did he bite your lips? The saliva. Woo 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 tilde tilde stop talking. Leto's words made Métis feel unbearable shame. Those lips, tongues, saliva, and all that, she had shamelessly done every bit of it to Zeus. I knew it. Seeing Métis' blushing face, Leto knew exactly what had happened. This guy named Zeus was a hardcore pervert. Where is that fool Zeus? He's so insatiable that he even made your lips swell. With Leto's store of knowledge, how could she not understand what the swelling on Métis' lips meant? Although Métis was the smartest person when using the divine authority of wisdom, her IQ when she wasn't using it was really a bit. A person can't, or at least shouldn't. Leto, what are you doing? HMPH tilde letting a pest like Zeus live will only make rice more expensive. Leto now intended to follow Gaia's example and confiscate Zeus's tools of the trade. Only then could a great menace be removed from all of Greece. Leto and Asteria exchanged a glance, both understanding that Zeus was simply an enemy of women and had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Under the interrogation of the two, Métis helplessly revealed Zeus's location, clearly not yet realizing the severity of the situation. Before long, Leto and Asteria saw Zeus drawing on the ground, and they also saw the swelling on Zeus's lips. Good, both witness and evidence are present. Today, I shall destroy you, you pest. What? Zeus was bewildered as he saw two identical beautiful girls walking toward him in a rage. Wait, the pest you're talking about should be the god King Zeus. What does that have to do with me, the transmigrator Zeus? Asteria was the goddess of falling stars. Although it wasn't night, her speed was still extremely fast. Taking advantage of Zeus's inattention, she pinned him directly to the ground. Zeus, we are fully aware of what you did to Métis. Aware? What are you aware of? I'm not aware of anything at all. Don't say another word. Doing such things to Métis wasn't enough. You even wanted to drag his sisters into how shameless. Leto only had plenty of theoretical experience, but when the words reached her lips, she was the one about to break down. After all, being in charge of childbirth didn't necessarily mean she had to give birth herself. Leto and Asteria had simply taken over the divine offices arranged by their parents. To put it bluntly, they were just second-generation gods. Where would they get any experience? What are you thinking? I just asked you to come play a game of Monopoly. Monopoly. The three goddesses were all stunned. What did Monopoly mean? A game of collecting wealth. That would be far too boring. Look at the squares I drew on the ground. Each of us uses our own piece and then moves the corresponding number of squares according to the roll of the dice, then follows the command on the square. Squares. The three goddesses looked at the things drawn on the ground, which were covered with various commands. Randomly marry a member of the opposite romance and collect a 50 gold gift from other players. Punished by a superior, deduct 10 gold. Extramarital affair, pay the mistress 20 gold. What on earth are these things? The three goddesses were confused. After all, things like superiors, marriage, and mistresses were still fresh concepts to these new generation deities. As the trajectory of life determined entirely by dice. This feeling of being unable to control one's destiny like a mortal is not bad to experience occasionally. Asteria was very interested in this novel way of playing, while Leto seemed to realize she had misunderstood Zeus. Her previously arrogant aura instantly turned timid and submissive, while Métis, still not quite understanding what was happening, started the game. I take that back. You really are a pervert. Leto looked at the game before her. At this moment, she was finally certain that this guy named Zeus was definitely not a good person. Leto, why are you slandering my innocence out of thin air? How is it slander? Haven't you already started taking advantage of Métis? Leto pointed at Métis and Zeus's pieces. Their two pieces were stuck together, clearly in a state of marriage. This wasn't decided by me. If you want to blame something, blame the dice. Enough talk, pay up the 50 gold gift. Leto indeed didn't notice Zeus cheating in the game, and in the end, she could only take out the animal skin with 50 gold, written on it along with her sister. Then it's my turn next. Métis excitedly threw the dice. After all, for her, marriage was also a first in her life. 3. Since Zeus and Métis were already in a marriage state, they not only entered a special marriage route but also moved their two pieces forward together during their turn. Because your married life has entered the most passionate stage, your bed has been damaged. The couple must pay a total of 20 gold in compensation. 20 gold. Is your bed made of gold or silver? Zeus really wanted to burst out cursing. If conditions allowed, he even wanted to shout, murder, but then he remembered he had designed the game himself. He immediately lost his temper and honestly paid the fine. My goodness, your wolfish ambition has been exposed. You even broke the bed. What a lack of restraint. Even a teddy isn't as energetic as you. Leto looked at Métis' square. The thought of the terrifying waste power required to break a bed frame was simply beyond her imagination. It's just a game. Besides, I just filled these in randomly. I can improve them later. You guy, I must break you and Métis up. Let me bear all this filth instead. Leto threw the dice, and the result landed on the marriage square, exactly as she wished. You're the only male on the board, so there's no need to roll the dice. I'm marrying you right now. According to Zeus's game rules, when you encounter a marriage partner who is already married, you can break up the other person's family and have them marry you instead. Oh Zeus, are you going to marry Leto? Then what about our child? Métis looked as if the world were ending. She touched her belly as if she were truly pregnant. Wait, Métis, we're just playing. Why be so serious? Besides, how could we possibly have a child? The bed was broken by you. How could I not be pregnant? I broke it. But don't you have even a little bit of responsibility in this matter? See, the scumbag has shown his true face. The atmosphere quickly became lively as the four of them chatted back and forth. The words of Leto, who had previously been calling for blood, now had a bit more playfulness in them. The board game Zeus brought was simply a treasure for this boring era. Zeus had spent 18 years on Crete without a single peer to talk to. On the island, besides animals that couldn't speak, there were only lowly grannies with whom he had a generation gap. This feeling gave Zeus a rare sense of happiness. If he weren't Zeus, if he weren't some so-called god, and if there were no fate of rebellion, then perhaps he could just spend his time playing board games with pretty girls like this. 4. Zeus controlled his and Leto's pieces to move forward 4 spaces, and the square read. Cheated with your wife's sister during the marriage. As a result, you were stabbed by the sister. Medical expenses. 40 gold. Slap. Zeus wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to write so much random nonsense? Oh you cheated with me. It seems you're quite interested in me, brother-in-law. Asteria gave Zeus a playful look, which made Zeus's skin crawl, fearing the girl might suddenly pull out a knife. With this girl's speed, even if she didn't launch a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. In that case, you're involved with all 3 of us. Zeus, who do you actually like? Or do you just love everyone you see? Asteria, completely unafraid of making things worse, began to fan the flames from the side. Zeus, you'll definitely like me, right? This. Just as Zeus hesitated for a moment, a surge of overwhelming force pushed the door open. The newcomer was a tall old man covered in sinewy muscles. No, as your father, I will not allow it. Oceanus, the god of the sea, burst through the door. Today, he was going to cripple the wild pig who had come to root up his cabbages. Oceanus, the god of the sea, was one of the strongest among the 12 titans. For many years, Cronis had searched for the true forms of his 6 children more than once, and he had basically narrowed it down to 2 people. Gaia and Oceanus. He had indeed guessed correctly, but he didn't dare to act openly. As one of the oldest deities, as long as one still wanted to get by in Greece, probably no one was willing to cross Gaia. As for Oceanus, it was due to his sheer strength and lack of desire for power. If this brother were truly provoked, what if he saw the light, in some aspect? If you, Cronis, can sit on the throne of the king of gods, why can't I, Oceanus? Then the next day, he could just march up to Mount Olympus with a blade and seize the throne. While Cronis wouldn't necessarily lose, he had no desire to provoke such a formidable enemy. In short, he was a powerful titan who, while not quite on par with Cronis, was someone Cronis did not want to offend lightly. Oceanus was good-natured by nature. As long as no one touched his 6,000 children, he was considered the least conspicuous among the 12 titans. But today, some fool was actually daring to stir up trouble right on top of his head. Métis, my Métis. The majestic god of the sea, Oceanus, was currently eavesdropping outside the door. He had originally learned that Cronis had been outsmarted by his son, forcing him to vomit out the 5 children he had swallowed, and he had spent several days washing his stomach in the sea. The one capable of such a feat was naturally the child of prophecy, Zeus. After all, he was the god of the sea, and it was impossible for him not to notice such a major event occurring on the ocean. Through this brief confrontation, he had already seen through that Zeus, he was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having read countless people in his life, he had almost mistaken him for someone who just drifted through life. Back then, Oceanus had helped Ria hide the true forms of the 3 male gods solely out of blood ties. Oceanus valued family above all else in his life, but he hadn't expected Zeus to be so difficult to deal with. Oceanus had come here intending to send the 3 true forms to Crete, but he hadn't expected Zeus to show up on his doorstep. More importantly, he had set his sights on his daughter. Although separated by a door, Oceanus could hear their words clearly. Good heavens, his wolfish ambition is exposed. You've even broken the bed. How unrestrained, even a teddy bear isn't as energetic as you. These were the words of his niece, Leto. Oceanus, who had just arrived outside the door, felt his hand, which had been about to open it, tremble slightly. Could it be that Zeus, this little beast, had already succeeded without his knowledge? No, my Métis, my dearest daughter. This is just a game, it can be improved later. This was a man's voice, but it sounded jarringly grating to Oceanus's ears. A game. You've broken the bed with my daughter, and you call it a game. When you were doing the deed, I'm afraid you were wishing you could shove your balls inside me. And now that it's over, you call it a game. Zeus's shamelessness is truly cut from the same cloth as Cronis's. And what's this about? Improving it later. Uncle is truly angry now. You guy, I must break you and Métis up. Let me bear all this filth. No, no, my dear niece Leto. Uncle will cut off this boy's manhood today. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to the tiger. Leto was, after all, his niece. If she lost her innocence on his turf, he would have no face to face her parents. Wait, Métis, we're just playing, why be so serious? Besides, we might have a child. The bed was broken by you, how could I not be pregnant? I broke it. But don't you have even a little bit of responsibility for doing this? See, the scumbag has revealed his true colors. Scumbag. Oceanus had confirmed it. In some aspects, this little punk Zeus was even more scummy than his father. What to do? If Métis was really rooted by this wild pig, she would definitely participate in the great war against Cronis. How ruthless Zeus is. Even with such wisdom, Zeus would not give up Métis' divine authority of wisdom. He didn't even need this divine authority of wisdom to be used for him, only that Métis wouldn't offer advice and strategies to Cronis at a critical moment. For this, he was even willing to tarnish my daughter's innocence. Today, I must ruin you. Oh Tilda, you cheated. It seems you have a thing for me, brother-in-law. In that case, you have a relationship with all 3 of us. Zeus, who do you actually like? Or is it that you fall in love with everyone you see? Just then, Asteria's voice also reached Oceanus's ears. Although he couldn't understand this maneuver, he was deeply shocked. Although among the Titans, there was no concept that close relatives couldn't marry, let alone cousins marrying, even marrying one's own mother, so what? But sisters together, what kind of skill is this? Should he bestow the title of King of the Sea upon Zeus? This ability to keep multiple boats afloat was something even the god of the sea, Oceanus, had to admit was beyond him. Zeus, you will definitely like me, right? Oceanus heard his daughter Métis' eager words in his ear. He could completely imagine Métis' expectant gaze. Where was the goddess of wisdom in this? This was simply a tom being played in the palm of a hand. No, your father does not allow this. Oceanus pushed the door open and entered. Seeing his furious appearance, everyone present was stunned. We are a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. What kind of monster are you to be opposing us? Zeus looked at the old man who had suddenly popped up. With his meager knowledge of Greek mythology, he basically didn't know who the 12 Titans were. Besides, he was Zeus. Although he was weak now, his father was Cronis, a god of the second generation among gods of the second generation. He wasn't afraid of this muscular old man in front of him at all. If the old man dared to use force, then he shouldn't blame Zeus for not respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. He had wrestled with beasts on the island of Cronis for 18 years. Although he couldn't beat up Cronis, dealing with a muscular old man wasn't a problem. If the scene wasn't too unsightly, Zeus would definitely let this old man know what the hot dog way was, a dignified serialization. Father, we were just playing a game. Métis seemed particularly sensitive in this regard. In an instant, she understood what Oceanus was thinking. She blushed and hurriedly explained, but to Oceanus, the old father, this was just a confession without being beaten. Zeus, even if Cronis came today, he couldn't save you. I said it. Today, he, Oceanus, would cut off Zeus's manhood and seek welfare for women all over the world. In the end, Oceanus did not break Zeus's third leg, and Zeus also realized who this old man in front of him really was. The current god of the sea, Cronis's own brother. Zeus's back felt cold. If he had actually fought this muscular old man just now, he feared he would have experienced the ultimate humiliation and then switched to cultivating the secondary man way. Zeus, you're lucky this time. If it weren't for Métis stopping him, no matter how many legs you have, they wouldn't be enough for Uncle Oceanus to beat. Asteria teased from the side. Clearly, among the three goddesses, she was the one who loved to watch the fun. In a sense, she really hoped Leto and Zeus would get together, then she would have plenty of entertainment. Moreover, Zeus could come up with such interesting games, she must promote them. Yeah, fortunately there's Métis. Zeus thought of Oceanus, who had been angry to the limit, if Métis hadn't dragged him away. The consequences, Zeus dared not imagine. Métis, why are you protecting that kid? Could it be that you really fell in love with him? Although Oceanus had been dragged away by Métis, it wasn't because he was afraid of anything, it was just that family scandals shouldn't be spread, and he wanted to understand his daughter's thoughts in private. I don't know either. You don't know. You don't know, yet you're still fighting back and forth with Sister Leto. You've clearly fallen for him. What? She had actually fallen for Zeus. Métis was completely shocked. Looking at her father's heartbroken appearance, maybe she really liked Zeus. Métis had tried more than once to use the divine authority of wisdom to explore what love was, but the divine authority of wisdom, which had always been invincible, had failed on love. It didn't give her a single hint at all. But her father was the god of the sea, and he could be said to be knowledgeable and experienced in his life. Since he believed she had fallen in love with Zeus, and she couldn't explain the feelings in her heart. Father, what should I do? I have already what? Oceanus's face was livid. If something indescribable had really happened between Métis and Zeus, then it was impossible for him to kill Zeus. After all, his daughter was truly in love with the other party. Killing Zeus would make Métis sad, and that was not something Oceanus was willing to do. I have already exchanged bodily fluids with Zeus. Bodily fluids, exchange. Oceanus went completely blank. As a god, he naturally understood that this was a technique for transferring magic power into another person's body. This method could be achieved through saliva or blood, but anyone with some knowledge of magic knew that there was no more efficient method than that kind of thing. His daughter had actually. Zeus, you have such a fast dick. Oceanus wished he could punch Zeus and ruin his manhood, but for the sake of his daughter's future and her lower body, he suppressed his anger. I know. Go call Zeus over, I have something to say to him. Oceanus's face was gloomy. Although he held his nose and accepted Zeus as a son-in-law, it was basically impossible for him to give him a pleasant look. Father, you really won't do anything to him, right? Métis looked at her father's gloomy face. She understood that Oceanus was definitely furious at this moment. No, I know what his scheme is. Let him come. Oceanus understood that all of Zeus's methods were to drag him into the water, but did he really think it was so easy to drag him into the water? Since Zeus had made a move, he, Oceanus, would just accept it. If Zeus was just a good-for-nothing with only a pretty face, he would ruin him on the spot, and then let him live a good life with Métis. The pipe dream of being the king of gods should be put aside. See me. Upon hearing the news that Oceanus wanted to see him, Zeus's heart skipped a beat. This made him, a 10-lifetime virgin, inexplicably feel a little apprehensive. Clearly, he and Métis had no relationship at all, so what was this feeling of meeting a father-in-law? Métis, he won't break my legs, will he? Actually, Zeus wasn't afraid of broken legs. After all, the physique of the god race was quite strong. But no matter how strong the body was, ruining his manhood was a pain no man could tolerate. It's okay, father seems to have something to discuss with you. He said he knows what you want. What I want. Wait, could it be? Okay, I'll go right now. Zeus was immediately overjoyed. Was the thing he wanted most right now to retrieve his so-called true form? No, this was just a trump card to give Zeus a certain ability to protect himself. His real goal was still to have Cronis recruit him. As long as the misunderstanding between him and Cronis could be resolved, then his life ahead could be said to be worry-free. And as one of the 12 titans, Oceanus must have a good relationship with Cronis. The curse left by the previous king of gods might not be clear to others, but he must be clear about it. In the prophecy of the previous king of gods, he would overthrow Cronis's rule. This was the contradiction between father and son. Now Oceanus seemed to think that he and Métis had a thing going on. Seeing how much he doted on Métis, he certainly wouldn't want to make Métis sad. As long as Oceanus was willing to mediate, the probability of reconciliation between him and Cronis would increase significantly. You're here. Zeus arrived at the side hall, where Oceanus had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Zeus arrive late, he simply spoke in a measured tone. I've come. You shouldn't have come. Shouldn't have come. Zeus thought about it and understood the meaning behind those words. His father-in-law felt that by getting involved with Métis, Zeus would cause Cronis's wrath to spill over onto her. In that case. But I came anyway. Zeus held his head high and gave his answer. Since he had already made a connection with Métis, and since Oceanus didn't want Métis to suffer, then Oceanus should act as a bridge to get Zeus recruited as soon as possible. Zeus had been a corporate slave in his previous life and had no grand ambitions in this one. Now that Métis was interested in him, and he thought she was a good person. Wouldn't it be wonderful to settle down early with a wife and kids on a warm hearth? Fighting, killing, and rebelling really didn't suit him. I see. Since you've come, I should also put in some effort. Zeus, tell me, what are your plans for the future? Oceanus frowned. Zeus's phrase, but I came anyway, revealed too much determination. This man was a natural-born hero. He didn't deign to hide his ambition from anyone. This absolute confidence made Oceanus wonder, just what were his trump cards? What are the plans for the future? This seemingly simple question was actually fraught with hidden dangers. It was a father's test for his son-in-law. On what basis could he give his daughter happiness, and what were his plans for the future? Although Zeus had never been in love, let alone married, he had seen too many of these little tricks on certain short video platforms. In the future, I plan to settle down. Settle down. Oceanus frowned. His intuition told him this brat was definitely an ambitious hero. How could such a person settle down? Wait, could it be? In the future, I intend to take up residence on Mount Olympus. After all, I am a child of Cronis. My siblings and I have the right to reside on Mount Olympus, don't we? Exactly. To his father-in-law's question, Zeus immediately brought out his ultimate trump card, the property deed. Even though this was the primordial era, a house in a prime location like Mount Olympus was worth more than a traditional courtyard house next to the Forbidden City. Zeus then pointed out his relationship with Cronis. On one hand, this proved he wasn't just talking nonsense. On the other, it mentioned his many siblings, implying they could look out for each other if anything happened. As long as you, father-in-law, step forward to mediate with Cronis. I can definitely give Métis a happy future. At the thought of soon having a god as a backer, no matter how calm Zeus tried to be, the corners of his mouth still curled upward. He hadn't received professional training, he couldn't hold back his smile. This boy is so ruthless. Hearing the first half of Zeus's sentence, Oceanus was still confused, but the second half confirmed his suspicions. This boy wants to live on Mount Olympus, but does he not know who the current master of Olympus is? Zeus and Cronis were mortal enemies in the prophecy. Based on Oceanus's understanding of Cronis, the latter would never step down and yield his position. A scene of father dies, son smiles was bound to play out between this father and son. At the same time, he remembered the siblings Zeus mentioned. If he remembered correctly, there were 6 in total, including Zeus. Oceanus naturally didn't think the other 5 were monsters like Zeus, but this was also a bargaining chip Zeus was tossing to him. There are 5 more as powerful as me. Are you getting on board or not? Normally, Oceanus would stay as far away as possible from a monster like Zeus, but Métis. Settling on Olympus is not simple. Your father sighed. I know, which is why I need your help. Zeus's words made Oceanus's face turn pale. The implication was for him to be Zeus's inside man. Cronis is not easily persuaded. Oceanus wanted Zeus to back down, but when he said this, the joy on Zeus's face grew even more intense. This sent a chill through Oceanus's heart. Had he fallen for the little guy's scheme again? Cronis is not easily persuaded. When Oceanus said this, Zeus felt another wave of unexpected ecstasy. Saying this meant the other party was making a concession. Whether gods or humans, their nature is to seek compromise. In Zeus's view, although Oceanus refused to directly speak up for him, saying this meant he was not unwilling to talk. I am well aware of my father's stubbornness, but he is not the only one living on Mount Olympus. The 12 titans are of one spirit, surely they have some say in the family estate. If a few more uncles and elders support their nephew, my father will surely consider it. Back then, Cronis's successful sneak attack on the first-generation god-king was only possible with the help of the 12 titans, so Mount Olympus didn't belong to him alone. If he could persuade the other titan gods to vouch for him, then Uranus wouldn't dare act rashly. Zeus knew he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Although he wanted to kowtow to Cronis, what if the other party didn't accept it? By then, if he had pulled several titans to back him up, even in the worst-case scenario, Cronis would have to hold his nose and acknowledge him as his son. This Zeus, what a sharp and vicious gaze. If not for fear of raising the ocean's temperature, Oceanus would have loved to take a few sharp breaths to soothe his mood. If the previous words were somewhat cryptic, this latest statement was a direct declaration of intent to form a faction. Oceanus had helped Ria hide the bodies of the 3 male gods back then, which in a way showed he was also a bit dissatisfied with Cronis. After all, this brother of his had become a bit arrogant after becoming the god king. If the 12 of them hadn't joined forces back then, how could they have defeated the father god? This guy took all the credit for himself. In fact, many people felt this way. The god of light and the goddess of light rays were even too lazy to look at him, hiding in the east and ignoring Olympian affairs for many years. Zeus's meaning was for him to win over the other titan gods, or at least keep them neutral. Wait, could it be that this guy approached Leto and Asteria just to ensure their parents remained neutral? Good heavens, this Zeus really is as deep as the sea, he had already made up his mind long ago. To think Métis was so naive as to be fooled by Zeus. How could a man with such deep schemes not know how to swim? Even Métis' itinerary at that time was likely calculated by Zeus. But this is not out of the question. Indeed, Oceanus was already unhappy with Cronis. Besides, every generation has its talents, their generation had always held power and suppressed the younger ones. How was such a method different from the father gods? Since Ria could give birth to a monster like Zeus, the other children might not be as good as Zeus, but they wouldn't be too bad either. On this basis, if we gain the support of some titans and isolate others, then Zeus's victory is basically a foregone conclusion. More importantly, there's the Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia. To this day, no one in the Greek pantheon knows how many trump cards the Mother Goddess has. Even Cronis must admit that his success back then was only possible because Gaia created the opportunity. Thank you, uncle. Seeing Oceanus agree, Zeus naturally expressed his thanks respectfully. Seeing this, Oceanus had to admit that the young man before him would surely achieve great things. Don't think I can do that much. Whether you can get the support of the other titans depends on your own efforts. Oceanus left the palace after saying that. He understood Zeus's caliber, such a person was indeed worthy of Métis. Oceanus left. Watching his departing figure, Zeus's heart immediately felt half at ease. Ha 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 tilde tilde my luck is turning. Originally, Zeus was just a hapless transmigrator who, having done nothing, was prophesied to be a great rebel and had lived like a fugitive since birth. But now his luck had changed. Not only did he meet a girl who liked him, but he also had a powerful father-in-law. With his father-in-law mediating, his identity would soon be cleared. As for the myths changing, Zeus didn't care about that at all. If the myths changed, they changed. It wasn't like he was changing any vital history anyway. Besides, the Greek gods in this world were silicon-based lifeforms. This clearly wasn't a normal world. Just going with the flow was probably the right thing to do. Zeus, my father didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Seeing Oceanus leave, Métis poked her head out. She knew how much anger her father had been harboring. She had been outside the door just in case Oceanus suddenly turned violent and tried to kill him. If it came to that, Métis was prepared to rescue Zeus and flee. It's fine. Uncle is naturally gentle-tempered, how could he do anything to a junior like me? By the way, I have a new game here. Want to play together? A new game? Yes, I want to play. Although Métis wasn't very bright, she had known her father for many years. While he appeared gentle, if someone truly crossed his bottom line, he would still kill. And that bottom line was his children. Yet Zeus had not only touched that line but had practically danced all over it, and after such a death-defying feat, he could still calmly play games with Métis. In Métis' heart, Zeus suddenly gained a mysterious filter that made her want to investigate him further. By the way, is the new game more fun than Monopoly? Of course. The king's game won't go out of style even after thousands of years. Zeus naturally had his own calculations for playing the king's game. This girl Métis was so easy to fool. No, she was kind. If he didn't seize the chance with such a kind girl, what if someone else snatched her away? The king's game was a way to quickly heat up their relationship. How could Zeus let this opportunity pass? Yay. Then let Leto and Asteria join too. Although Métis didn't know how to play the king's game, her creed was that good things should be shared with sisters. Together. I guess that works. The king's game wasn't meant for just two people anyway, so letting the sisters Leto and Asteria join wasn't a problem, it's just. What is this feeling of danger? If there were a sound effect of water boiling right now, Zeus wouldn't doubt that he'd be stabbed through by a blade the moment he turned around. I'm still pure and innocent, so why am I starting to worry about things only Makoto Ito would worry about? Oceanus, why do you suddenly have the whim to invite the two of us? And if you were truly in a hurry, you could have just gone to Mount Olympus. Inside the sea god's palace, two rare visitors had arrived. One was the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, and the other was the one who just spoke, the goddess of justice, Themis. The goddess of justice, who held the scales, advocated for fairness most of all. Since Oceanus was looking for her, he should have come to her personally, yet he asked them to come to the sea god's temple instead. Calm down, Themis. Oceanus likely wants to say something that Cronis shouldn't hear. Mnemosyne's long black hair trailed on the ground, but she didn't care. Her power over memory kept everything that happened fresh in her mind, which also made her very calm in all matters. Unlike her hot-tempered sister, Mnemosyne had already sorted everything out in her mind. Cronis went out to sea and nearly drowned, and then he began preparing to attack Crete, where the mother goddess resided. In Greece, the only thing that could make Cronis so wary is that prophecy. If I'm not mistaken, the child Cronis swallowed has already escaped, and you're involved as well. Although Mnemosyne lacked sufficient wisdom, by constantly scrutinizing the key information within her memories, she was able to glimpse most of the truth. This revelation gave Themis a start. Oceanus, are you planning to rebel? It's not that I want to rebel. Right now, isn't it you who has the biggest grievance against him in all of Olympus? Themis. After Cronis became the god king, he didn't make any changes. Except for a new group of people in power, the rest of Greece remained a stagnant pool. Themis had the strongest objections to this, because Cronis's autocracy meant her justice could not be voiced at all. After all, justice cannot put a god king on trial. The one who made Cronis stumble this time is Zeus, Cronis's youngest child. Oceanus then revealed what he knew. After all, without his secret help, how could Ria have sent Zeus to Crete? Without his help, Cronis would have been rescued from the sea by him long ago. Without his help, where would the true bodies of Zeus and the others be hidden? Oceanus's words basically confirmed Mnemosyne's suspicions. Regardless of which side Oceanus had been on before, he was now one of Zeus's people. I'm very curious, a mere Zeus could actually make you serve him. Does he possess combat power no less than that of Cronis? Themis understood the strength of the 12 of them. To have them serve someone of the nephew generation was basically a fantasy. But it had only been a few days since Cronis's accident, and Oceanus was already so wholeheartedly convinced. What was so magical about this Zeus that he could persuade a Titan god to turn against Cronis? No, it's not power, but sufficient wisdom. Zeus's true body has been with me all these years, so no one knows exactly how much power he has, but his wisdom made Cronis suffer a great loss. Wisdom. This was beyond the expectations of the two goddesses. After all, Métis held the divine authority of wisdom. When she was serious, she was definitely one of the smartest people in the world. Could Zeus's wisdom be even higher than Métis'? Interesting, let's go meet him. Both goddesses began to take an interest in Zeus. Led by Oceanus, the three of them arrived at the place where Zeus and the three goddesses were playing a game, and then, I'll kill you. As soon as the door opened, Oceanus saw Leto and Zeus in a woman on top position. How long has it been since I left, and you already have so many tricks? If left alone, would they already be having children? Why did it turn out like this? Having a father-in-law for the first time, and having a girl I like for the first time, these were supposed to be two happy things, so why did it end up like this? Zeus looked at the blushing Leto sitting on him, then glanced at Asteria, who was purely there for the fun, while his designated girlfriend, Métis, watched with a face full of curiosity. Métis, why are you just watching, Métis? You're about to be cuckolded so hard you could raise horses on your head. Of course, that wasn't the most critical part. The more critical part was that his father-in-law had brought two people into the room. This was truly a public embarrassment. His father-in-law's face right now was barely any different from the color of pig liver. I'm the king this round, so number 1, tell number 3 a secret that only you know. Zeus had drawn the king card and immediately began giving orders. His ultimate goal was naturally to deepen his relationship with Métis, but he couldn't make it too obvious. Let's start with a little game. Why should I listen to you? Upon hearing the command to reveal a secret, Leto immediately couldn't sit still. This flustered appearance made it obvious at a glance that she was number 1. Are you really going to refuse? If you refuse, this game can't continue, and you'll miss the chance to potentially order me around. Leto naturally found Zeus unpleasant. After all, this guy was too frivolous, she had to use the king's privilege to expose his true nature. This secret only needs to be told to number 3, right? You can't eavesdrop. I know. Can't we just have number 2 watch me? Zeus had no interest in prying into Leto's little secrets. He was a well-educated youth, since he had decided on Métis, he would absolutely not be interested in other women before that relationship ended. Finally, I'm the king this time. Leto looked at the identity she had drawn. The word, king, on it made her breathe a long sigh of relief. Recalling the shameful feeling when she told her little secret to Métis earlier, she was determined to make Zeus experience it too. Now I command. Number 1, reveal when you gave away your first kiss. Leto looked at Zeus with a wicked grin. Although she wasn't sure which number Zeus was, she and Asteria were twins and shared a mental connection. In other words, although this was a 4-person game, Leto already knew the identities of half the players. Even if she guessed randomly, there was a 50% chance of hitting Zeus. In Leto's mind, Zeus was a cunning and frivolous youth. Someone so frivolous must have lost his first kiss at a very young age. Today, Leto was going to strip away Zeus's playboy mask completely and let her good sister see exactly what kind of beast in human clothing Zeus really was. I'm number 1. My first kiss was today. Métis spoke of her first kiss with a trembling voice, which nearly caused her brain to short-circuit. Leto, however, secretly lamented her bad luck for failing the 50-50 chance. Today, Zeus was taken aback. He wasn't bothered by Métis losing her first kiss. After all, in the era he came from, finding a completely unopened wife was harder than climbing to heaven. So Zeus didn't value that point much, but the fact it was today made him a bit curious. Métis had been out of his sight for very little time today. Could it be that besides being interested in him, she was also keeping some pretty boy on the side? Wait, Métis' definition of a first kiss might be different from an ordinary person's, so now was not the time to doubt others. Even though Zeus wasn't the one chosen, the turmoil in his heart was not small. A potential love rival was nearby and he didn't know where they were. Wait, why did his love rival have to be a man? Zeus looked up at Leto. This brat had intended to break him and Métis up from the start, and she got anxious the moment she saw Métis and him getting intimate. In other words, this girl is a lesbian. Zeus cursed inwardly. Although he had no issue with people of that orientation, when they became a love rival, he had a very big issue. There is no future between two women. I must stop you from leading a child like Métis astray, you lesbian who stole Métis' first kiss. Zeus's gaze became sharp. This undisguised, provocative gaze fell into Leto's eyes, and it was clearly a declaration of war against her. Fine, Zeus, you actually understood my plan in an instant. Are you declaring war on me now? I'm sorry, but this will definitely be my victory. Asteria is on my side, which means our side has a 50% chance of becoming the king. Go to hell, Zeus. Oh tilde, it seems I'm the king this time. In a new round of the game, without any external interference, everything proceeded according to Leto's thoughts. For example, the king of this round was Asteria. Hey, Zeus, you're finished. Leto's smile was almost impossible to suppress, but when she looked at Asteria, her heart sank halfway. The two sisters' hearts were connected, so when Asteria showed a wicked grin, things often exceeded her expectations. My command. Number 1 and number 2, kiss. What? After Asteria finished speaking, Leto predictably jumped up again, and Zeus's face also turned sour when he saw Leto's reaction. Number 1 and number 2 were the two of them. Oh. Is sister going to refuse? But then the game will be over. Asteria, the fun seeker, had a wicked grin. After playing a few rounds of this game, she had understood the key to it, she had already marked the numbers during the draw. To her, everyone's identity was laid out right before her eyes. As for why she did this, naturally, because she thought it would be very interesting. Asteria was the goddess of falling stars. When running at full power, she was definitely the fastest in Greece. She relied on this divine authority of speed to constantly pull pranks, and no one could catch her. Sister, are you still playing? I'll play. Leto clearly hadn't expected to be backstabbed by her own younger sister. She now walked toward Zeus as if she had made a great resolution. In order to expose the wolfish ambitions of the guy in front of her, a mere first kiss, she'd just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Zeus expressed his repentance. He had to admit he had seen many NTR-type doujinshi, but that didn't mean he liked being the one watched while doing it. No, maybe now it's wife watching husband cheat. Wait, Leto, we don't need to go this far, do we? That's right, Zeus was a 10-lifetime virgin. Faced with this kind of benefit delivered to his door, he clearly shrunk back. No way. What do you mean? I finally made up my mind, I absolutely cannot give up halfway. Zeus wanted to retreat, but for Leto, who had made up her mind, giving up halfway was absolutely impossible. If she were rejected, wouldn't that mean she, the goddess of nursing, was unwanted? I just cherish myself, it's definitely not that no one wants me. Yumero tilde tilde. Zeus was certain that Métis was his girlfriend. He absolutely could not do anything to betray his girlfriend, at least not where Métis could see. Let me see. Compared to Zeus, whose divine power was still weak, Leto controlled a divine authority and, as a mature deity, stood firm in her position. Although she knew all about those matters between men and women because of her authority, it was precisely because she saw them too clearly that she was now fully mature but still unwanted. This was also a first kiss for Leto. Asteria, are Leto and Zeus going to kiss? Métis, on the side, was clearly still out of it. In her impression, kissing was a very important thing and couldn't be done so carelessly. Métis, are you feeling uncomfortable? As the instigator of everything, the pure fun seeker Asteria looked at Métis. Naturally, she had her own considerations in this. A little bit, indeed. A strange feeling. Then remember this feeling. This time it's just our game and you're already this upset, so next time if Zeus does such a thing with another woman, you must never be soft-hearted. Asteria hugged Métis from behind. This was both to restrain her actions and to give her a bit of comfort. Soft-hearted. Yes. If a man is unfaithful, just decisively confiscate his tools of the trade, otherwise it's the woman who suffers. I know you're very kind, so in order for you to be able to make up your mind in the future, you must properly remember this unpleasant feeling now. Asteria dared to play such a game because of the trust she had in her sister. She believed her sister would never do anything more out of line because of such a simple kiss. And so, Asteria and Métis watched the battle from the sidelines, and the situation had indeed reached a fever pitch. Leto, you're at an age where a kiss isn't a big deal, but I'm only 18. This is still my first kiss. Zeus didn't know that his first kiss had long since been stolen by a deep blue female voice. Now, for the sake of his non-existent first kiss, he fought to the death. At an age. I'm only a few hundred years old, and this is my first kiss too. As expected, for any woman, age was an untouchable taboo, especially for a young goddess like Leto, who was only a mere few hundred years old. How did a few hundred years turn into being a BBA in Zeus's mouth? At this moment, a passing purple-haired old hag looked at Zeus's divinity and decided to give him a bow.jpg. What to do? I'm about to be raped. Just as Zeus was in despair, the door was pushed open. Zeus thought someone had come to stop Leto, but when he saw a blue-haired muscular old man, he went numb. Isn't this my father-in-law? I'll kill you. Wait, father-in-law, are you really going to commit such an act of extermination? Who is your father-in-law? Today, I must sever your young peak. Looking at this furious muscular old man, even if Zeus's constitution wasn't bad, his little brother couldn't withstand a few hits from someone else. As things stood, there was only one way to survive. Métis, save me. Father, we are just playing a game. Playing a game. Playing a game to the point of gnawing on each other's lips. Métis, you've been tricked by a scumbag. Oceanis watched with heartbreak. He hadn't expected his daughter to be completely handled by Zeus in such a short time. He was already like this. If this brat had a harem in the future, how could his innocent and kind daughter handle the palace intrigue? This is Zeus. We are your aunts, Mnemosyne and Themis. Nice to meet you, I am Zeus. With the arrival of the two goddesses, Leto had no choice but to get off Zeus, giving him a chance to speak with them. At such a young age, you are quite similar to your father. Even after Cronis had your mother, he never gave up pursuing us. Should I say, like father, like son? The two aunts might have misunderstood. I was just playing around with them. Zeus tried his best to explain the situation just now, but the two goddesses had seen many great storms. How could they believe such a petty trick? They simply saw through it without calling it out. Mnemosyne and Themis exchanged a glance. They had actually seen through Zeus's intentions the moment they entered the room. What a lad. Right from the start, he set his sights on Métis, Leto, and Asteria. This was clearly an attempt to interfere with the Titan gods behind them through these children. Now Métis was already infatuated by Zeus's sweet talk, and Oceanis, who doted on his daughter, was now running errands for Zeus. If he succeeded with one more person, 2 more Titans would defect. If Zeus's plan succeeded, 5 of the 12 Titans would defect in an instant. Adding the 2 who had already fled to the east, Cronis's combat strength would immediately drop to only 5 people. How clever the 2 goddesses were. They saw through Zeus's plan in an instant and looked at this young man with such deep schemes with new respect. No, considering that among the 12 Titans, the 2 of them were still without partners, Zeus's hunting targets might even include them. Interesting. Themis looked at the junior before her. She hadn't expected him to have such bold ideas, but they sisters weren't people just anyone could get with. Zeus, Oceanis has already told us your goal, and we perfectly understand the meaning behind your words. The moment Themis spoke, Zeus felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, the father-in-law is the reliable one. Can that trash father Cronis just get lost? However, before we help you, shouldn't you show us something? Show them. Zeus was stunned for a moment, then realized. These aunts and uncles still didn't trust his relationship with Cronis. But it didn't matter. Zeus letting Cronis go before was a foreshadowing for this moment, and it could finally be used. Aunts, please rest assured. The misunderstanding between my father and me only needs one meeting to be resolved. Please introduce me. Zeus's confident look stunned the 3 Titan gods, including Oceanus. Zeus was going to find Cronis now. Was he tired of living? We just wanted you to prove yourself, and you want to play it this big. Has he thought it through, or has he lived long enough? Zeus, are you sure you want to go find Cronis? You should know he is in a fit of rage. Oceanus had personally witnessed Cronis's pathetic state those few days. Putting himself in those shoes, if he had been humiliated like that, he would want to chop the other party alive. Where would he have the leisure to negotiate with the other party? It's fine. I have a condition the other party absolutely won't refuse. Zeus had high confidence that he wouldn't die. After all, Oceanus wouldn't stand by and watch him die. No matter what, he had to give it a try. If it really didn't work, selling out his teammates wasn't out of the question. The three Titan gods looked at each other. Seeing Zeus so confident, they understood that this was his chance to prove himself. It was just such a big gamble. The three Titan gods exchanged glances and then saw Oceanis's helpless eyes. Clearly, although this old father shouted fiercely, if Zeus really died, Métis would certainly be heartbroken. Oceanus would still do his best to protect Zeus. We understand. We will arrange an opportunity for you to meet Cronis. Good. Then when are we going to Olympus? Zeus let out a long sigh. Finally, he could resolve the misunderstanding between father and son. Then Cronis could continue being the god king, and Zeus would be his second-generation god. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? No, Cronis is no longer at Olympus, he is near Crete. Crete. Isn't that my hometown? I've only been out for a few days, and I've already missed my dad. That's right. He went to suppress the bandits. These little fools are more troublesome than the last. In the night, Cronis looked at Crete in the distance. Clearly, those little fools were on the island, yet he couldn't enter even a single step. Fool Gaia, fool Prometheus. Do you want to see me fall that badly? Although only three goddesses were clashing with Cronis on the surface, in reality, he also had to guard against Gaia's sneak attacks, plus the defensive works Prometheus had prepared beforehand. This left all of Cronis's offensive intentions completely exposed. This was the difficulty of fighting against an EX rank clairvoyance holder. It seems you are troubled by something. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in Cronis's ear, a voice he would never forget in his life. Zeus, why are you here? Cronis looked at Zeus walking out from the ocean. Immediately thinking of the previous stomach-pumping humiliation, Cronis forced down his rage. He understood now was not the time to kill them. Father, we are father and son. Why do you need to be so guarded against me? Is the great god king afraid of a weakling like me? Hey, father and son, my good son, the first time you met me, you pumped my stomach for 3 days. You're truly filial enough to kill me. Although Cronis was getting on in years, he wouldn't forget what happened a few days ago. This humiliation, he would never forget it. Father, that is a baseless accusation. Baseless accusation. Cronis didn't even know what to say to this thick-skinned fellow. Looking at his innocent expression, if it hadn't been him vomiting for 3 days and 3 nights, Cronis might have actually believed him. Father ate my 5 siblings, it was only reasonable for me to save them. Fine, I'll count that as reasonable. But what about the humiliation that followed? Humiliation. I did that to save father's life. Otherwise, wouldn't father's human form have certainly died there? If I hadn't kicked you into the sea, what would have happened to you, father? Zeus's words made Cronis freeze. If there was a huge disparity in strength and one couldn't defeat the opponent, then the best way was to seal them. Although Cronis didn't think these few juniors had the ability to seal his human form, Gaia could do it. As long as the connection between the human form and the true body was cut off, his skills could not be used. By the time they moved into Mount Olympus, there would be nothing left for Cronis. That's terrifyingly sinister. Cronis's back broke into a cold sweat. If Gaia really struck that hard, she could completely make Cronis wish he were dead, and then Cronis would have zero chance of a comeback. Cronis only then realized he had walked past the gates of hell. His back went cold, and the way he looked at Zeus became strange. Then why didn't you take that opportunity? I see. You were worried your strength was insufficient and you couldn't suppress your brothers to become the god king, right? Cronis didn't understand Zeus's reason for letting him go, but he made a logical inference. Only this could explain why Zeus would let him go. Zeus, you want a place in Olympus, right? As long as you lead the way for me, everything is negotiable. Cronis now understood Zeus's purpose for coming here. Since the other party sought wealth and status, he could completely give a verbal promise. Once Cronis eliminated all enemies, it would be easy to take back everything he promised Zeus. Naturally. Not only will I lead the way for father, but I will also offer up the true bodies of Hades and Poseidon. Zeus took out the 2 figures from his robe. Cronis was stunned at first, but the aura on these figures was indeed the aura of their Greek pantheon. These must be the true bodies of those 2 rebellious sons. Ha ha ha. Good, Zeus, you've done well. For Cronis, it wasn't hard to destroy their true bodies, but to ensure his own safety, his true body was still at Olympus. Even if their true bodies were shrunk by Zeus, it would be difficult for Cronis to destroy them from here. With this as a gift, does father believe me now? Cronis beamed with joy. This originally difficult situation had a chance of a quick resolution because of Zeus's appearance. Since Zeus was so sensible, it wasn't impossible to pass the position of God King to him in the future. Anyway, he just needed someone to face the white giant god. As for how that person took the throne, it didn't matter at all. Moreover, a peaceful transition would allow Cronis to stay in a relatively safe position. Next, please follow me to Crete, Father. I know a hidden landing port. I can take Father to see it first. Zeus and Cronis smiled at each other, as if everything was understood without being said. Zeus, I'm going to foolish kill you. At the hidden landing point on Crete, Zeus brought Cronis to scout the area, but not long after they landed, Zeus's brothers popped out of the grass like Viet Cong. Immediately after, they summoned their true bodies and gave Cronis a brutal beating. At that moment, Zeus realized his grand plan for recruitment was completely dead. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Just as Zeus was scratching his head in confusion, a delighted-looking Prometheus walked over. Before Zeus could even speak, he said, Zeus, our plan was indeed flawless. Cronis really fell for it. Prometheus's words naturally provoked Cronis's rage, leading to that first sentence. So, what exactly is my plan? If he could, Zeus would love to give Prometheus a kick in the crotch right now. A few hours ago. Cronis is really troublesome. Hera looked at the scratches on her true body. Although it wasn't a major injury, a woman's nature is to love beauty. What woman would want to be struck several times? Sorry, Poseidon and I couldn't provide much help. Hades felt a bit self-reproachful. Without his true body, he could only clear out some small fry with Poseidon. The main battlefield was still the three sisters fighting Cronis. It's meaningless. Cronis can contend with the true bodies of his three using just his human form. If his true body were to come, Hestia was a bit uneasy. They knew Cronis was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Now it seemed Zeus leaving alone was the most correct choice. Because Zeus, who had traumatized Cronis psychologically, never appeared on the front lines, Cronis was always wary. Combined with the mother goddess Gaia being right there, he was feeling constrained. Everyone, you seem to be worried about Cronis. Prometheus walked out with a beaming smile. Obviously, in such a heavy atmosphere, Prometheus's nonchalant appearance naturally drew everyone's dissatisfaction. Prometheus, while we were all fighting Cronis, you were just slacking off in the back. Why don't you actually do something useful? Everyone, a wise man's role isn't to charge into battle. Now, I can finally tell you the plan Zeus and I have. Prometheus and Zeus's plan. Although after several days of cooperation, everyone already understood that Prometheus was a seeker of amusement. Or rather, those who hold EX rank clairvoyance are all more or less a bit mentally ill. However, everyone still had an excellent impression of Zeus. If this plan involved Zeus's scheming, then it was worth listening to. According to my clairvoyance, Zeus has already met Métis, Leto, and Asteria, and has an ambiguous relationship with two of them. Is he a natural-born scumbag? Poseidon expressed a bit of envy. That's not the key point. Zeus has already won over Oceanis through Métis, and through Oceanis, he's connected with Mnemosyne and Themis. But there is a prerequisite for these two goddesses to join. A prerequisite. Everyone also understood that no matter how capable Zeus was, it was impossible to persuade two goddesses with just a few words, unless he was well endowed and skilled enough to persuade them in bed. But considering Zeus had been with three goddesses before these two. At the thought of this, Hades and Poseidon's kidneys suddenly ached. If Zeus really had this ability, the two of them would be willing to acknowledge Zeus as their big brother, as long as Zeus handed over the secret recipe. What is the condition? Naturally, it's for you to demonstrate sufficient combat power. During this time, although Prometheus spent most of his time slacking off, he would also take time to observe Zeus with his clairvoyance. He watched Zeus maneuver among several Titan gods, while also putting himself in Zeus's shoes. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Zeus's operations. Today, Zeus will feign surrender to Cronis and bring him alone to Crete. When the time comes to deal with such a wicked person, there's no need for any code of honor, we'll just gang up on him. Cronis is coming to Crete tonight. Everyone was startled at first, but then they remembered Zeus was leading the way, which immediately set their minds at ease. Since Zeus dared to adopt this plan, he must have found all our true bodies. When the time comes, the six of us joining forces will surely catch Cronis off guard. Hera had the best sense of the big picture. She naturally understood that Zeus wouldn't dare take such a risky move to face Cronis head-on without the confidence of having their true bodies. He wouldn't be so reckless. But when did you discuss this with Zeus? You've only met Zeus once. Hera looked at Prometheus with some suspicion. Long explanations are only for the foolish, for the wise, a single glance is often worth 1,000 words. Prometheus smiled confidently. How could just anyone understand this kind of communication that only the wise could engage in? It's a well-known fact that I have EX rank clairvoyance, and Zeus made use of this point. I have reasons why I must join you, at least when facing Cronis, I will never betray you. Since I've gained your trust, and the more a plan is spoken of, the easier it is to expose, he simply said nothing and let me use my clairvoyance to look into the future. I would naturally get the answer. That's right, when Zeus left overnight, Prometheus didn't quite understand it either, but the answer only required a look with clairvoyance to be clear. And that night, it was Prometheus who saw through Zeus's plan and marveled at the wisdom of this future god-king. Tonight, the reef to the southeast of Crete is where Cronis will land. Once they go a bit deeper, we can close the door and beat the dog. Brilliant. Zeus perfectly utilized Prometheus's clairvoyance to transmit information. Even if Cronis stared at him 24 hours a day, it would be useless. As long as Cronis had the intention of wiping them all out, he would have to take the bait. Tonight's goal is to destroy Cronis's human form. I want to use the most dominant victory possible to announce to those wavering Titan gods that our era has arrived. Hera made the decision and immediately began tonight's arrangements. And just as Prometheus predicted, when the night was thick, Zeus and Cronis landed on the island. The two were chatting and laughing happily, as if they were an ordinary father and son taking a stroll under the moon. But the moment Cronis stepped into the forest, the young gods finally bared their fangs. They were going to tell Cronis that kingship is not eternal. Zeus, I'm going to kill you. Cronis cried. He really felt like crying a little. Although his strength was undoubtedly number one in Greece, it was precisely because he was the undisputed number one that this kind of all-around humiliation of his intelligence was so hard to accept. Although it was only for a moment, there was a moment when Cronis didn't intend to kill Zeus. Putting him under house arrest wouldn't have been impossible, but he was too naive. Cronis once mocked Zeus for being naive, but he didn't expect the truly naive person to be himself. Over the past few days, Cronis had fought the three goddesses many times and naturally understood they were barely stalling him. So, before these women could stall him, he would kill Zeus. Zeus, for the humiliation you've given me, I will grind your bones to ash. Zeus heard Cronis's roar and saw the iron fist coming from this muscular old man. Am I going to die? This is my final struggle for survival. JPG. Zeus, who started struggling before even losing a single drop of health, is such a piece of trash. Zeus's brain worked at high speed. Facing this punch, if he didn't die, he'd end up in the ICU. Moreover, this would make his father-in-law look down on him, and then his business with Métis might fall through. Old fool, if you're going to be heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. The spark lens in Zeus's arms flashed, causing Cronis to stop in his tracks hurriedly. He was truly terrified of being tricked by Zeus, and Zeus's methods were eerie, already beyond his imagination. Wah! Cronis watched his abdomen swell wildly. Could it be that Zeus's ability was to make his opponent pregnant? What a heart-piercingly cruel ability. But Cronis was overthinking it. What was actually expanding wasn't his belly, but the things he had placed in his abdominal pocket, Hades's and Poseidon's true bodies. Two mecha several stories high restored their original forms, pinning Cronis directly to the ground. Under the immense pressure, Cronis almost had the shit squeezed out of him. I knew it, I knew Zeus handing over the two's true bodies to me was definitely out of malice. Cronis had wondered how such small things could be true bodies, but the aura on them was absolutely genuine. Originally, Cronis thought these were just true bodies with strange abilities, but he didn't expect Zeus had shrunk these true bodies. Now that these true bodies had revealed their original forms, they directly used the simplest and most direct gravity to pin him to the ground. Zeus, well done. Poseidon and Hades immediately arrived at the scene. At such a close distance, they naturally recognized their true bodies at a glance. With a flash of light, Poseidon and Hades turned into two beams of light and entered the multi-story mecha. The mecha's eyes glowed. At this moment, they were no longer inanimate objects. Cronis, sparing your life that day was to repay the debt of birth. Now, it's time to settle the score for the hatred of you devouring us. Hera stood in the middle of the three. Her true body was golden and brilliant, with a golden crown atop her head. When Zeus didn't speak, she was the leader of the siblings. You rebellious children. Even if you kill my human form, it won't be long before I return to the world. As long as Cronis's true body in Olympus remained, he wouldn't truly be dead. Moreover, he was now on guard and couldn't possibly be captured alive. We'll worry about the future later. Today, we want you dead. High concentration magical power was gathered in Hera's hands. Her chest armor receded to reveal a massive cannon port. The others also understood the intent in an instant and used similar moves. Die, Cronis. This time you've lost fair and square, with no possibility of a comeback. 5 magical light cannons slammed into Cronis. Facing the combined attack of his 5 rebellious children, even as the God King, Cronis began to falter. If my true body were here, I could surely use time stop. Cronis endured the light cannons. Just as he wanted to summon his true body, he saw Zeus still standing coldly to the side, and his heart instantly went cold. Not good. This guy Zeus hasn't used his true body yet, and this is the mother goddess Gaia's territory. If I summon my true body now, I'll fall completely into their trap. Zeus, is all of this within your calculations? Under the light of the cannons, Cronis couldn't see Zeus's face, but he knew the other must be staring at him with those hawk-like eyes. Once he had exhausted all his trump cards, this most vicious child would bare his fangs. Zeus, I'll count this round as your win. But don't think it's over. I will kill you in my lifetime. Endure for a moment to find peace, take a step back to see the broad ocean and sky. Cronis comforted himself this way. Once he fooled his death and Zeus was crushed by the white giant god, that would be the time to harvest the kill. Cronis withdrew his magical power, and the magical power of Hera and the others bombarded his body frantically. Before long, the human form of the Greek god king completely vanished into thin air. This boy is terrifyingly powerful. On a distant island, Oceanis, Mnemosyne, and Themis watched the development of the entire scheme. From Zeus's initial endurance of humiliation to Cronis's final defeat, they saw it all. Oceanis, with a son-in-law like this, your future won't be peaceful. So what? As long as my family is safe, what does it matter if he wants the authority of the god of the sea? Oceanis didn't care. The stronger Zeus was, the brighter Métis' future would be. The only thing to worry about was that Zeus was too much of a playboy. Of course, a powerful man would naturally have many female pursuers, and with Métis' personality, she would probably just accept it. This is probably a problem the wife of every successful man has to face. But what we need to discuss now isn't this. Have you two decided to join the fray? We will only remain neutral. The two goddesses looked at each other and then gave their answer. Although Cronis had gradually become tyrannical after becoming the god king, he was still their brother. They supported pulling Cronis down from the throne, but that didn't mean they would sit by and watch his death. Watching everything happen was already the greatest benevolence between siblings. You intend to give him a chance. Oceanis looked at the large crater where Cronis had vanished into thin air, and he couldn't help but recall the past. In the era before Cronis became the god king, he was the first to raise the banner of rebellion against Uranus. At that time, he was dazzling. Power, even gods cannot avoid being corrupted by it. Oceanis looked at Zeus. Could this young man, even more dazzling than Cronis, withstand the corruption of this power? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Greek mythology. Zeus doesn't want to be king of the gods. Part 2. Cheers. 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 Singing and dancing filled the air on Crete. Having been suppressed by Cronis for so long, the 6 siblings were exceptionally excited to have finally secured a rare and major victory. As soon as the great battle ended, they immediately set up a banquet to celebrate the victory and, of course, to welcome back Zeus. Naturally, there was a handsome young man at this banquet with a stiff expression, looking as if his father had just died. Who else could such a wet blanket be but Zeus? Wait, in a certain sense, his old man really did just die, though he could still be resurrected. Tonight's victory is a victory for everyone. Without any one of us, such a result would be impossible, but Hera loved being the center of attention most. She raised her wine cup as if she were the host of the banquet. Although her words were full of praise, once the word, but, came out, everyone knew it wouldn't be that simple. Someone was slacking off, but I won't say who it was. Slacking off. Zeus felt an arrow pierce his heart for no reason. Although he currently wore a somber face to make himself look profound and inscrutable, he was actually the most confused person in the entire venue. What on earth is going on? Why was Cronis suddenly besieged? Why did Cronis suddenly want to kill him when they were talking perfectly fine? Why was he credited with the primary contribution to this great victory? Why is seeking amnesty so hard? For some reason, Zeus momentarily found himself identifying with Lu Junyi being forced onto Mount Liang, while also having the illusion of being Song Jiang with no way to seek amnesty. Do not read Water Margin when young, do not read Three Kingdoms when old. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Ahem. The overall situation was already decided, so there was no need for me to take action. Besides, if Cronis had actually summoned his true body, I definitely wouldn't have sat idly by. How could Prometheus not know that Hera was using her words to needle him? However, this god of foresight had already foreseen such things and naturally left himself a way out. Then let us hear what brilliant insights you, the god of foresight, have. Hera naturally understood Prometheus's value, but after spending the last few days together, she fully realized that this Prometheus was exactly like a donkey, he wouldn't take a single step unless given a lash. First, we need to confirm the state of the war. Through Zeus's efforts, we have not only retrieved all our true bodies but have also recruited at least 6 titans to our side. Am I right? Prometheus gave Zeus a look that said, those who know, know. To him, this was a tacit understanding between wise men, but to Zeus, it was pure confusion. 6 titans. Zeus counted the titan gods he had met on his fingers. Cronis, Oceanis, Mnemosyne, Themis, wasn't that only 4 in total? And Cronis wouldn't exactly rebel against himself. But, I understand. Zeus knew he had to express agreement now. Even though he had absolutely no idea what Prometheus was talking about, Zeus understood that he had now vaguely become the lead brother of this rebel organization. As long as he pretended to understand, everyone would at least refrain from pointing anything out on the surface. Zeus could then take this opportunity to properly investigate what had actually happened. At the very least, he couldn't expose that he had once wanted to sell out his teammates in exchange for a life of ease and comfort. We don't intend to join you, we only plan to remain neutral. Oceanus walked over with Mnemosyne and Themis. Given their current neutral stance, Gaia wouldn't go so far as to shut her own children out. Although Zeus has a good relationship with several of the younger generation, the real reason we are remaining neutral is that he possesses sufficient strength. Themis articulated the opinion of the Titan gods. Now the 3 of them had explicitly declared neutrality, while Leto and Asteria's parents were left to them to persuade, ensuring their neutrality at the very least. Added to that were the god of light and the goddess of radiance, who didn't involve themselves in worldly affairs, as well as Ria, who would definitely remain neutral. Cronis's combat power had been reduced to the absolute minimum. Correct. Now, only Creus and my father, Iapetus, remain by Cronis's side. Prometheus showed no reaction when mentioning his father. After all, according to the excellent matchmaking mechanism of the Greek region, a son laughing at his father's death was just the norm here. In Greece, being a son was far more promising than being a father. Your neutrality is the best help you can give us. Our next step is not to attack Mount Olympus, but to make a trip to Tartarus. Tartarus. As soon as these words were spoken, even the Titan gods like Oceanus looked grim, let alone Hera and the other juniors. Of course, Zeus, who had no idea what Tartarus was still eating at the banquet. Anyway, when asked, he could just agree directly. Tartarus was the abyss, to use a more common term, it was hell. It would be one thing if only the environment were treacherous, but more importantly, it had birthed a will as ancient as Gaia herself. If one were targeted by it, even Cronis would lose a layer of skin. There is a reason why Mother Gaia placed her true body on Crete, she is suppressing the will of Tartarus with her presence. Therefore, while the battlefield is on Crete, Mother Gaia still has a chance to intervene. But if we go to Mount Olympus, Mother Gaia won't be of much help. That is indeed the case. However, your purpose in sending Zeus and the others to Tartarus is for this old one's other 6 children, isn't it? Since the topic had turned to her, Gaia also understood what Prometheus was trying to say. In fact, after Gaia gave birth to the 12 titans with Uranus, she independently conceived 6 more children. They were the 3 Cyclops, who were skilled in forging, and the 3 Hecatonies, who possessed formidable combat power. Exactly. The goal this time is to use the time gap while Cronis is remaking his human form to go to Tartarus and rescue the 6 of them. Zeus, can you personally undertake this mission? Actually, attacking their doorstep now wasn't impossible, but Cronis was too strong. Without additional combat power, the chances of winning weren't high. But Tartarus was too dangerous, so Prometheus's tone was very soft. It would be fine if Zeus was unwilling to go. I understand. Zeus agreed decisively. Although he couldn't figure out what Tartarus was, he was already on the rebel ship, and this seemed like a jailbreak operation. Considering his previous behavior of selling out his teammates, Zeus decided to do this well as a sort of pledge of loyalty. Zeus, brave and resourceful. Come, let's toast to Zeus. Everyone present knew the dangers of Tartarus, yet they hadn't expected Zeus to agree so readily. Brave and resourceful, such a young man was extremely rare in any era and was an object worth investing in. The three Titan gods looked at each other. Zeus truly gave them surprises time and time again. Zeus had originally thought Tartarus was just some place with harsh mountains and treacherous waters. It wasn't until he saw that bottomless pit on Crete that he realized his understanding seemed to have a slight problem. Are you sure this isn't? A real man goes down 100 floors. This is the entrance to Tartarus, which is to say, hell. Gaia had watched Zeus grow up since he was small. Although Zeus was her grandson, he was practically no different from a son. To prevent anything from happening to this youngest son of hers, Gaia had written down everything she knew to facilitate Zeus's journey to hell. Zeus, if you encounter any danger in Tartarus, you can rely on the strategy guide this old one gave you. It contains all the countermeasures. Gaia said this as she handed a thick book to Zeus. This made Zeus feel a little touched, but that touch vanished instantly when Zeus flipped open the strategy guide. You old hag, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what a strategy is? Zeus quickly flipped through the thick book, then clenched both fists and pressed his knuckles against Gaia's temples. Twist, 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 divine fist. It hurts. Zeus, you're biting the hand that feeds you. The sharp pain from her temples made Gaia jump 3 feet high. She completely didn't understand why she had to suffer such treatment after spending so much time and effort writing all this. Old hag, look clearly at what you wrote. This can't even be called a strategy guide anymore, it's just a brute force enumeration. Zeus spread open the so-called Tartarus strategy guide, which was densely packed with countermeasures for when encountering danger. Zeus couldn't sleep no matter how he tossed and turned. In the end, he only saw 2 big words between the lines: scamming people. You basically just wrote whatever came to mind. You didn't even make a classification or a table of contents. Am I supposed to flip through the book on the spot when I run into a problem? What kind of brute force strategist is this? Zeus felt like he was going to die of anger. More importantly, there's this. Zeus flipped the thick strategy guide to the very last page. In the bottom right corner of the book, the words, "to be continued," were written prominently. The key problem is, you haven't even finished writing the solutions. One day, when I have a blade in hand, I shall slay all those who cut off chapters mid-story. Blade, come. I've only written the first volume. There's still the middle and final volumes that haven't been written yet. Tartarus was fraught with peril. How could it be summarized in one small book? Gaia had originally intended to write 3 Tartarus strategy guides, divided into the first, middle, and final volumes, so that whenever Zeus encountered danger, he could flip through them at any time to check the strategy. When Zeus heard this, he felt half chilled. Other strategists offer 3 plans: top, middle, and bottom, but you're giving me 3 volumes to flip through myself. In other words, I don't have to go to Tartarus for the time being, right? Take a good look at this book first. Just memorize it before I finish writing the next one. Memorize it. Zeus looked at the thick book in front of him. Unless he returned to his peak combat state from preparing for the Gaokao, it would be absolutely impossible to master it. However, not having to go to hell immediately was, more or less, a good thing for Zeus. What should we do? Zeus is going to Tartarus. After Métis received this news on Crete, she was like an ant on a hot pan. Clearly, she also understood the dangers of Tartarus. But her understanding was one thing, whether she could do anything about it was another. Oceanis had privately told Métis about Zeus's plan. In fact, this old father wanted his daughter to better understand Zeus's true face, so she wouldn't be caught off guard if she was ever hurt by her feelings. But Métis didn't take it to heart because she could feel that love cannot be measured with wisdom. The current Métis was very happy being with Zeus, and she wanted this happiness to continue. If there truly came a day when the two of them had a falling out, she wanted to live happily and blissfully until that day arrived. Therefore, Métis hoped that Zeus's plan would succeed. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't stop Zeus. She knew the importance of a career to a man even without the divine authority of wisdom. Don't worry, Métis. This guy Zeus isn't as simple as you think. At the very least, in terms of speed, he's only slightly worse than me. Asteria suppressed her fun seeker, attribute and began to comfort Métis, and she wasn't just speaking without reason. Zeus commanded the power of lightning. If he fled with all his might, only Asteria in this world could say she was definitely superior in speed. At a time like this, you just need to help and support him. He is a man of his own mind and doesn't need us to interfere too much. Leto spoke with a complicated expression. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of Zeus, but a person's attitude in relationships couldn't completely negate their value. Facing Cronis, who could turn violent and kill at any moment, Zeus still dared to go alone to the meeting. One must realize that no matter how fast Zeus was, it was meaningless against Cronis, who could control time. Even if Leto disliked Zeus, she couldn't help but admire him at that moment. And now, Zeus was going to venture into Tartarus alone again. Sister, looking at you like this, has your heart been stirred? The two sisters' hearts were linked. Asteria looked at Leto, whose thoughts had drifted far away, and her suppressed fun-seeking soul began to itch. After all, she was her biological sister, teasing her came with zero pressure. Is that true? Of course it's true. Even if I, Leto, were to die, I wouldn't steal a good friend's man. Is that so? Then Métis, do you want to try and see how much Zeus loves you? Asteria completely gave up on suppressing her fun-seeking soul. Of course, she also understood that the current atmosphere was too somber and she needed to find some fun to lighten it. Test. Test how? As expected, mentioning Zeus piqued Métis' interest. After all, the divine authority of wisdom could not provide a reasonable answer for anything regarding love. For example, if Métis and Leto both fell into the water and Zeus could only save one person, who would he choose? Métis and Leto naturally wouldn't drown, but this question concerned Zeus's judgment as a man. Since Leto swore she wouldn't like Zeus, Asteria took the opportunity to nip any potential feelings in the bud. She wanted to avoid future sisterly conflicts that would leave everyone looking miserable. Wait, this is a completely meaningless question. And why am I being dragged into this? Leto got a little anxious, she was just sitting at home when trouble dropped from the sky. Isn't this just giving Zeus a chance to express his love? Sister, you won't like Zeus anyway, so why not just be a tool for a bit? Or do you have some inexplicable expectations? I am the goddess of nursing, I can't let you ruin my reputation. I don't care. Métis, let's go. Asteria grabbed Métis and started running, with Leto chasing closely behind. The sisters' cheerful banter spread across the island, diluting some of the heavy gloom. If Leto and I fell into the water, who would you choose to save? Naturally, when Métis asked this question, a tactless straight man would surely say, can't you two girls swim? However, Zeus understood that when a girl asks this, the point isn't whether she can swim, but rather wanting to know the man's attitude. At this point, a silver-tier scumbag would usually swear an oath, saying they would definitely save their girlfriend first. That's not necessarily wrong, but it undoubtedly hands the initiative to the other party and feels too forced and artificial, making it a low-tier move. Wait, why would you and Leto fall into the water together? Zeus looked at Métis with a face full of shock, his gaze as if the pure goddess he'd had a crush on for 10 years turned out to be a high-level manipulative slut. Wait, the current question is clearly. Asteria, you have no idea. Your sister Leto's orientation is problematic. Though she has a female exterior, she's actually a lecherous middle-aged man on the inside. She's been drooling over Métis for a long time. Zeus naturally knew the innocent Métis wouldn't ask such a question, but the pure chaos seeker Asteria was another story. She must be looking for a way to torment him. Whether it was Monopoly or the king's game, this girl was always persecuting him. This time, Zeus was determined to stage a desperate counterattack. Does Sister Leto like me? Exactly. Otherwise, why would she repeatedly interrupt our time alone? Métis, a girl must protect herself when out and about. Hearing Zeus's answer, Métis was stunned. She never imagined Leto would have such preferences. Because the news was so explosive, it immediately distracted Métis. The crisis that originally belonged to Zeus had been neutralized, but for Zeus, this wasn't quite a victory yet. But Métis, you haven't answered my question. What business do you have with Leto by the water? Don't tell me you bought a romantic swimsuit and instead of showing it to me, you're showing it to Leto. That's not the point at all. What could possibly happen between two women? Asteria was getting anxious. The trap was clearly dug, but the prey refused to step in. How could she stand it? How is it not the point? You should know that all women are supposedly bisexual. Heaven knows what might happen by the water. Nothing will happen. In the future, I'll definitely let Zeus be the first to see any swimsuit. Métis. Zeus hugged Métis tightly and then gave Asteria a contemptuous smile. Heh tilde handled with ease. Zeus almost laughed out loud seeing Asteria clenching her fists, her face turning from red to purple. Little girl, what kind of short videos hasn't Lord Zeus seen? Your little tricks might trouble a weakling, but you want to see your lord suffer. In your dreams. So frustrating tilde. Asteria gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tight like small erasers. The hunter had been outplayed by the prey. No, she had to find a way to get even. However, none of them noticed that Leto had been hiding in a nearby haystack, eavesdropping for a long time. When she heard Zeus seize control of the conversation through banter, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though her reputation had been insulted, Leto didn't understand why she felt so relieved. Perhaps it was because Zeus hadn't answered the question directly. Prometheus, since you're so idle, why don't you come over and help? As the god of foresight, your knowledge of Tartarus is no less than this old one's. Gaia looked at Prometheus, who was slacking off nearby, and thought of her own half-finished work, letting out a sigh. Tartarus was full of dangers, even Gaia didn't know what kind of hardships Zeus would encounter. It's meaningless. Zeus is the man of destiny. If he can't escape Tartarus, then facing that future crisis would just be throwing his life away for nothing. Prometheus didn't seem to care much about Zeus's life or death. It was unclear whether he had confidence in Zeus or was too despairing about the future. On the first day you came to defect, you privately stated your true intentions. Is that so-called white giant god really that strong? Regarding the white giant god Prometheus mentioned, Gaia was also half skeptical. After all, destroying every pantheon on Earth single-handedly was something even she found hard to imagine. Is the inhibitor dead? Do something. Of course it's that strong. The inhibitor even forged a star-sacred sword to oppose the white giant god, and the forgers were those paradise fairies. Paradise fairies. That group of selfish, lazy paradise fairies. Yes. At that time, all the combat power Earth could muster was deployed, otherwise, how could such an important task fall to those giant infants? At this point, both of them couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. Gaia also understood Prometheus's concerns. In trusting the future to the paradise fairies, one might as well find a hemp rope and hang themselves from a tree for a quicker end. In the future I've seen, if Cronis continues to serve as the god king, he will abandon everything at the final moment to save his own life. Such a person wouldn't even be able to delay the white giant god, let alone defeat it. Cronis had nothing he felt he must protect. He would do anything to survive, even temporarily giving up the throne of the god king if necessary. But the current Zeus. Gaia thought of Zeus's changes over the past few days. Now, Gaia didn't know if the laid-back attitude Zeus had shown for 18 years was just him hiding his true capabilities. Zeus may not necessarily be a better god king than Cronis in the future, but he is a person with a bottom line. When someone touches his bottom line, his shameless disguise will fall away, and the true Zeus will reveal himself. Are you saying the current Zeus is still a disguise? No, it's not a disguise. The coward is him, the shameless one is him, the hero is him, and the pervert is also him. But these are only parts. Only when his whole self is revealed will we know how massive the iceberg beneath the water truly is. Prometheus paused here. He still remembered the future he first saw through clairvoyance. Shattered earth, dried up rivers, corpses piled into mountains, mountains turned into deep valleys. Wherever the white shadow went, everything was reduced to ashes until someone blocked her path. That person's body was forged of steel, his head touched the heavens and his feet stood upon the earth, with magic particles gathering behind him like 12 wings. The heavens, lightning, the ocean, the underworld, the mountains, time, wisdom, justice, love, numerous divine authorities were gathered into one person. That was the final defense before the star-sacred sword, the almighty god Zeus. The god king stands upon the earth. Prometheus closed his eyes to rest. No matter how many times he watched that world-shaking battle, he never grew tired of it. On Crete, Zeus's siblings were adapting to their true forms and beginning to study how to coordinate in battle, while Zeus had to memorize the 3 volumes of the Tartarus Strategy Guide. Looking at those 3 thick books, even with Cronis's great power, the brothers didn't want to disturb Zeus. But in reality, study my ass. Zeus had given up on himself the moment he saw those 3 books. Back in the day, the great American sage and teacher Herman Lamb didn't have such a detailed plan when he robbed banks. He was just breaking someone out of prison. Was such exaggeration necessary? This is Crete and you are the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia, not some divine priestess of Watatsumi Island, right? Zeus's current rebellion was because he'd thought it through, not because he was tired of living. If there were a real life-threatening danger, he could use the spark lens to turn into light and escape at light speed, which was better than flipping through books at light speed to find a solution. You ask why I'd run. What else? Do you expect me to transform into Tiga? If I can pull off the jailbreak, I will, if not, I'll run. Zeus considered himself to have a very flexible moral bottom line. One shouldn't let themselves be cornered by a minor problem, right? Furthermore, Zeus really couldn't return to his peak state from the college entrance exam days. Facing the three thick books, he just kept them in his pocket and spent his time hanging out with Métis, Leto, and Asteria. If there weren't so many people on the island, Zeus even wanted to seal the deal with Métis, lest there be no time once the Great Rebellion began in the future. This period was probably Zeus's happiest time so far, but the happier the time, the shorter it lasted. The date for the trip to Tartarus arrived, and it was time for Zeus to put the key in the lock. It was time to start. Zeus, here are 2 golden apples. One is to save your life, the other is a spare. Zeus, you must find the Cyclops. They have plenty of weapons that can be a huge help to you. Zeus. Unlike when Zeus used to sneak away, Gaia now packed his bags over and over again, as if Zeus were a child going on a long journey for the first time. Don't worry, I'm a second-generation god after all. I won't die that easily. Zeus didn't mind. He just looked at the deep pit leading to Tartarus and silently calculated. Even in free fall, he didn't know when he'd reach the bottom, so. BBA, where's the elevator? Zeus didn't want to climb down, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the bottom of this bottomless pit. Elevator. Gaia clearly didn't understand what an elevator was, but based on her familiarity with Zeus, she understood he wanted a way down. There is a troublesome fellow inside Tartarus. This old one has exhausted all her strength to prevent that fellow from coming up, so the only way down now is to jump. Jump. Zeus picked his ear to confirm Gaia hadn't misspoke, then went to the edge of the pit and looked at the infinite darkness below. His legs went weak. Zeus was at the edge of the pit, there was no railing at the edge. Zeus leaned over to look into the abyss. Zeus's legs went weak. Zeus fell and Zeus began his free fall. Perfectly logical. In midair, Zeus wanted to scream to relieve his inner tension, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the gale blocked it. This prevented him from making a single sound. Is Zeus really that brave? Watching Zeus jump into the deep pit without a word greatly shocked Hera and the others. They had seen how bottomless the pit was. Yet Zeus, after being told there was only one way down, dove in without looking back. Although Zeus is the youngest, none of the 5 of us can match his decisiveness. Hades spoke up more than usual. He had originally thought that since Zeus could set up such a meticulous plan, he must be a person who acts only after careful deliberation. But the decisiveness Zeus showed at the critical moment made him offer praise. Both wise and brave, daring to fight and struggle. If the brothers could overthrow Cronis in the future, then the throne of the God King was basically internally decided for Zeus. Zeus, this old one's cub has finally grown up. Gaia watched as Zeus descended into the abyss without a word. She couldn't connect this with his usual banter at all. As expected, Prometheus was right. The real Zeus was an existence that surpassed everyone's imagination. Poseidon came to the edge of the pit. Looking down into the deep hole, he thought of the terrifying legends regarding Tartarus. Down there resided a deity as ancient as the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. If he were the one who had accepted the task, could he have been so decisive? Poseidon shook his head and stepped back, having already found the answer in his heart. Zeus. Hera's eyes sparkled as she watched Zeus leave without looking back. She loved men like this who were unpredictable to her. Moreover, she hadn't seen Zeus's true form until now. Clearly, it was a trump card that couldn't be easily used until a critical moment, leaving everyone with infinite room for imagination. Hera was no exception. Powerful men often have a hobby of seizing beautiful women, but powerful women naturally have a hobby of collecting mysterious men. In terms of beauty, Hera considered herself superior even to Métis, yet Zeus showed no interest or desire for this sister, making Hera understand the meaning of, the one you can't have is always the one you crave. Sister, didn't you hate Zeus? You look very nervous to me. Asteria was poking fun at her sister Leto again, but Leto was truly worried about Zeus right now and had no interest in playing along with Asteria. Asteria, aren't you worried yourself? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to an occasion like this. Leto's counter question made Asteria pause for a moment. She indeed had no interest in such matters, so why had she come? After some deep thought, Asteria could only offer a helpless smile. That guy is always impossible for me to prank, so I've always wanted to get him once. If he dies just like this, it would be a regret in my life. Asteria vanished in a flash, leaving behind these words, though it was unclear how much genuine emotion they contained. Wait for your return, Zeus. Métis prayed silently before the deep pit. Most of the gods of their generation had grown up listening to stories of Tartarus. Phrases like, if you don't behave, you'll be thrown into Tartarus were what they feared hearing most during their childhood. Métis was worried, but also happy. Because the person she liked would be the first among their peers to conquer Tartarus, of this, she was certain. When you are falling from a high place, what do? Scream at the top of your lungs. Zeus tried, but the gale stopped his shouts. What was even more despairing was that this pit seemed to have no end. Getting a bit hungry, let's eat something. Although still falling, Zeus adjusted his posture so his face was facing upward. This way, he could withstand the wind pressure with the back of his head, and his mouth was free to eat. Yes, this was the third time Zeus felt hungry, yet he still hadn't smashed into pieces because it was simply too deep. If the Zeus who had just fallen was like a courier, with his mind full of sending himself to death, then the current Zeus had returned to a Big Ben state, emphasizing, slacking, off. If there were enough time, Zeus might have researched a duality of sending and slacking, based on wave-particle duality, but unfortunately, his stomach was empty and he had no such refined interest. Right, my spark lens. Zeus pulled the spark lens out of his pocket. Although this thing couldn't turn him into a giant of light, it was truly his original body. After long-term contact, he had begun to gain some understanding of his original abilities. Streaks of golden lightning began to appear on Zeus's body. His tangible body began to turn illusory, finally transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot straight toward Tartarus. This wasn't because Zeus intended to stop slacking off, it was because free falling for such a long time was simply too boring. He would continue slacking once he reached Tartarus. After all, slacking off also required sustainable development. Tartarus, the land of the abyss. Barren hills, parched earth, and streams of lava occasionally erupting from cracks in the ground. Even the monsters that had lived here for years would be burned if they weren't careful. However, the birds had no such concerns. Screech tilde tilde. A divine eagle cut through the sky, looking down at the earth. The environment of Tartarus was not good, even high in the air, there were occasional cold winds and thunderstorms. But compared to the creatures on the ground who might be burned at any moment, it was indeed lucky enough. Screech tilde tilde. The divine eagle's proud cry echoed throughout the sky. Today's weather was good, with no clouds or signs of wind. It only needed to dive to snatch food from the ground. Surely a sudden bolt of lightning wouldn't strike it down. Boom! A brilliant golden bolt of lightning landed directly on the divine eagle, making its feathers stand on end. Its brain went numb, unable to control its muscles. Unable even to flap its wings, it could only watch as it fell into the valley. Even its wings were broken. If a majestic eagle flying high in the sky had its wings broken, it was basically a death sentence in this perilous Tartarus. Just who was it? The divine eagle finally managed to recover slightly. Since the opponent dared to break its wings, it would bite off a piece of their flesh even if it died, otherwise, it would never be at peace. Perfect score. As the lightning dissipated, a white-haired youth slowly stood up. When he landed, smoke had filled the air. His initial step into empty space almost made him fall, but he recovered in time and shamelessly gave himself a perfect score. With such thick skin, it was a pity he didn't participate in the Olympic Games. Wait, the Trojan War hasn't even started yet. Where would there be an Olympics? Surviving a fall off a cliff, that's a standard protagonist trope. If I could find some secret manual or divine technique. Zeus brushed the dust off himself. After all, those were just things from novels, how could falling off a cliff possibly? Zeus stopped. He turned around and saw the scarred figure. Although it looked pathetic now, it didn't stop Zeus from imagining how spirited it must have been before. A cliff fall plus a bird of prey, could it be? Brother Eagle. Gah! The divine eagle was stunned, then fury rose in its heart. It couldn't even tell a condor from an eagle. Where did this bumpkin come from? Did he come to Tartarus to beg for food? Enduring the pain, the divine eagle flapped its injured wings, kicking up clouds of yellow sand to attack Zeus. But the speed of wind could not compare to lightning. Brother Eagle, don't you recognize me? I'm Yang Guo. Zeus indeed couldn't tell the difference between a condor and an eagle, but that didn't stop him from making jokes. Having lived alone in another world for 18 years, if he didn't joke around, he feared he wouldn't find even a shadow of his past self. With a flash, Zeus appeared behind the divine eagle. This 2-meter-tall behemoth was directly shocked to the ground by Zeus's electricity. Brother Eagle, hand over your treasures. After I liquidate them, we'll split it 30-70. Gah, how come it's only 70%? 70% is mine. Whether you can get the full 30% depends on Gaia's mood. The divine eagle was enraged. Setting aside that it had no treasures, even if it did, it would only end up with less than 30%. Even a clay man has some temper. The divine eagle used struggle, attempting to get up. Zeus used thunderbolt. It was super effective. Got tilde tilde tilde. Lightning coursed through the divine eagle's body. Its originally sharp eagle cry gradually turned into a weak, cuckoo tilde tilde, sound. One might have mistaken it for a pigeon's call. Tisk tilde, you're not going to kick the bucket, are you? Zeus saw that the divine eagle was barely breathing. The environment here was too harsh. Lava would occasionally bubble up from the ground, and one could lose a leg if not careful. Fine, who told me I'm such a good person? Zeus pulled out his goat horn and rummaged through it for medicine that could heal injuries to give to the divine eagle. When it recovered its strength, the look it gave Zeus had changed. Darn it, what exactly do you mean? You won't kill me and you won't let me go, you're just keeping me here to torture me. Hee tilde, brother eagle, I see you're quite sentient. I'm new to Tartarus and don't know my way around. I'm just missing an interpreter, a guide like you. Zeus was actually quite surprised that he could understand the divine eagle's words. Perhaps it was related to the fact that in mythology, the eagle was a symbol of Zeus. Of course, Zeus could currently only understand eagle speak instinctively. For other animals, he would have to guess, and heaven knew if he'd be right. Now, take me to your home. Tell your family that following me means not only no worries about food and drink, but also plenty of gold bills. As soon as Zeus spoke, he sounded at least like a captain. In return, of course, he got a look of disdain from the divine eagle. Until Zeus pulled out countless delicacies from the goat horn. I want obamaisdog.jpg. The divine eagle dove into the delicacies and ate heartily. Having never tasted the food of the upper world, it was moved to tears. If it could, it would write a 1,000-word emotional post right now, but unfortunately, its mouth was already filled with food, and it had no time for such frivolous things. Now, can we get to work? Cuckoo tilde tilde. The divine eagle made a joyful sound. It lowered its body to let Zeus sit on its back, then, using its newly recovered wings, it took Zeus soaring through the sky, taking in all of Tartarus. I really want to be Mr. Zeus's dog, but Mr. Zeus likes condors. This could be said to be the most popular saying in the demonic beast world of Tartarus today. Legend has it that one day, a man named Zeus descended upon Tartarus amidst thunder and lightning. He possessed divine medicine that could heal any injury and endless delicacies. As long as one offered him loyalty, one would become a follower graced by his favor. At the very least, he provided meals, and it wasn't the dark cuisine, like spicy strips stir-fried with tomatoes found in a cafeteria, but fresh vegetables, fruits, and roasted meats never before seen in this barren world. Demonic beasts will never be slaves, unless room and board are included. So, have I opened a zoo? Zeus looked at these hungry demonic beasts. Since they had come to his door, there was no reason to drive them away. More importantly, with his small stature, fighting a group of demonic beasts was truly beyond his strength. Of course, Zeus was using items from Gaia's treasury, so he didn't feel bad about using them. But in the blink of an eye, he had to serve tens of thousands of mouths for their every need. In the end, how many bites would reach Zeus's own mouth? Just feeding these animals would tire Zeus to death. How would he have time to find the 3 Cyclops and the 3 Hecatonies? No, if this continues, I'll die of exhaustion here. Sand sculpture, get over here. Gah! The bald divine eagle heard Zeus's call and flapped its wings over. Clearly, it thought Zeus was going to feed it again. Sand sculpture, go tell these demonic beasts, those who do not work shall not eat. From now on, they must do as I say, or there will be no food. Gah! The bald divine eagle was called sand sculpture by Zeus because it could summon sandstorms to attack. Of course, being completely dominated by food, its brain indeed wasn't very sharp. Now, sand sculpture acted as an interpreter in Zeus's team, translating the great lords, translating Zeus's words for the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts naturally accepted Zeus's orders readily. After all, in Tartarus, being able to eat one's fill was the top priority. No demonic beast would argue with its own stomach. Sand sculpture, is there any water nearby? Zeus had figured it out. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If he found a piece of land that wasn't so barren, handled the greening himself, and created a few forests, he could completely make the magic beast self-sufficient. Of course, Zeus hadn't forgotten that there was still the great cause of rebellion on the surface requiring his participation. But Gaia was the Earth Mother Goddess. Wasn't it a simple matter to snatch a few treasures from her vault to create some forests? Tilde. Water, naturally, there was. Otherwise, how would the creatures of Tartarus survive? However, that water was generally monopolized by powerful magic beasts. Weaklings like them could only sneak a bit of water when those powerful beasts weren't home. Sand sculpture pointed the way for Zeus. That direction was where the river Styx was located. Countless magic beasts were entrenched there, and a god named Charon stood guard. However, sand sculpture recalled the scene of Zeus descending from the sky and figured that as a god, he shouldn't fear an old man like Charon. Good. You lead the way and have them all set out for the river Styx. One needs water to farm. Although the water of the river Styx sounded a bit unreliable, Zeus still believed in Gaia's treasures and their ability to grow greenery within Tartarus. The river Styx. Zeus was stunned. Wasn't the river Styx in hell? Why was it in Tartarus? Tartarus is calling me. Upon the river Styx, Charon felt the will of Tartarus. It seemed something had entered Tartarus from the outside. Tartarus seemed to be uneasy. Tartarus. No, he had to go see exactly what had happened. Although Charon looked frail and senile, he was actually of the same generation as the first god king, Uranus. He was a loyal lackey of Tartarus, though since Tartarus had taken control of those 6 giants, there were few matters that required his intervention. Since I'm being sent out directly, I cannot be careless. Charon flew into the air and, following the instructions of Tartarus, finally saw the source of danger, a white-haired youth and his army. That's right. Although it was messy, of varying quality, and lacked order in its movements, in this Tartarus where everyone lived hand to mouth and could only look out for themselves, being able to gather so many magical creatures constituted an army. Divine eagles, demonic bulls, Pegasus, chimeras, wyverns. The youth's food seemed inexhaustible, yet the greedy magic beasts did not swarm him for it. Instead, they lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their share. This was the only time the magic beasts showed discipline. Furthermore, there seemed to be many weak wandering souls among them. Since he even wanted those low-level magical creatures born from deceased humans, what exactly was this youth thinking? That direction is the upstream of the river Styx, which is Gaia's territory. If he goes there, even Tartarus won't be able to interfere. I must clarify his purpose as soon as possible. Looking at the chaotic procession, Charon devised a plan. Since the other party took in anyone regardless of their nature, he would disguise himself as a low-level wandering soul and blend in. Charon's form gradually became ethereal, turning translucent like those fragile wandering souls, and he easily blended into the group. After all, this was an enemy Tartarus was so concerned about, he absolutely could not be underestimated. Young man, why are so many people and magic beasts gathered together? Have you been conscripted? Charon casually found a young wandering soul to chat with. The other party seemed unfazed, suggesting that many wandering souls must have come to inquire about the situation along the way. Old gentleman, Lord Zeus is not that kind of person. Everyone came here voluntarily. Voluntarily. Charon couldn't understand. Gods themselves had their own selfish desires, and mortals were even worse than gods, they wouldn't do anything without benefit. What method did that youth named Zeus use to make them act voluntarily? Lord Zeus made us a promise. A promise. Yes. A promised land, a land with green grass, flowing water, fruits, and sunlight. What a joke. Charon scoffed when he heard this answer. This was the abyss, this was Tartarus, how could such a place exist here? Even Gaia. Wait, Gaia. You are heading to the upstream of the river Styx, could it be? That's right. Lord Zeus is going to build a city for us there, a city where magic beasts and the dead live together. Boom. Charon felt as if struck by lightning. Building a city. Here. Establishing civilization in this Tartarus dominated by destruction and void. Charon finally understood the reason for Tartarus's rage. Tartarus does not need civilization. What is that? Zeus sat on sand sculpture's back, watching human-shaped things appear on the ground. That's right, they could only be called things. Peach tilde. Magma surged from the earth and, in an instant, incinerated that human-shaped thing. Ga tilde. Wandering souls. Is that what humans look like after they die? Zeus listened to sand sculpture's explanation. After humans died, their souls would come to this hellish Tartarus. They were very fragile during life, and after death, without some special opportunity, they were the weakest category of magical creatures. They couldn't last a second in this purgatory's magma, and naturally, they had no power to resist sudden thunderstorms. Sigh tilde truly pitiful. As Zeus said this, he lay down on sand sculpture's back, wanting to sleep. After all, he was a god now, and he had the great cause of rebellion on his shoulders, plus the current jailbreak mission. It was really so annoying. Zeus transformed directly into a bolt of lightning and struck toward a wandering soul below, pulling it out just as it was about to be swallowed by magma. There's magma underground, and you don't even try to dodge. Zeus threw the wandering soul onto the ground. Towards someone who didn't even cherish their own life, Zeus didn't have much of a pleasant expression. It was already good enough that he didn't give him a direct slap. What's the use of dodging? In this Tartarus, even powerful magic beasts will die from natural disasters. For weak wandering souls like us, living is nothing but suffering. The Age of Gods, as the name implied, was an era belonging to the gods. Gods who wielded the great powers of nature unleashed their strength upon the world at will, but for mortals, it was an era akin to a nightmare. High and mighty gods, magic beasts entrenched in mountains and forests, unexpected natural disasters. We have had enough of those days of fear and trembling. We were so exhausted when we were alive, yet after death, there is no difference from being alive. Danger is beside us anytime, anywhere. So you don't want to strive to live on anymore. Zeus looked at the wandering soul before him with disappointment. If one can't live easily, one just stops living. We're humans truly such fragile creatures? We just can't live on. Then how about I give you a reason to live? Zeus pointed to the upstream of the river Styx. At the end of Gaia's Tartarus strategy guide, it was written that if one encountered an unsolvable problem, they should flee to the upstream of the river Styx. Gaia had written this at the very end, and this was the information Zeus associated with the term, river Styx, when he heard it. Presumably, it was a safe place where a pure land for magic beasts and wandering souls could be established. Saving magic beasts was saving, and saving wandering souls was saving too. As long as the person before him still had hope for life, Zeus was willing to lend a hand. Prometheus's clairvoyance had not been wrong. Zeus had his own bottom line. I will establish a city, a pure land, at the upstream of the river Styx. Those willing to come, follow me, those unwilling, get lost. A city. Wait, don't you know this is Tartarus? The young wandering soul couldn't believe it. Building a city and lighting the fire of civilization in Tartarus was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the will of Tartarus. I know, but I'm going to do it anyway. Zeus wasn't entirely clear on what Tartarus was, but if the river Styx was here, then this should be the predecessor of the underworld. So what if I establish a piece of the underworld here? Rumbled tilde. As if provoked by Zeus's words, dark clouds gathered in the gloomy sky, and muffled thunder rolled within them. This was like a warning from Tartarus to Zeus. However, this couldn't change Zeus's resolve one bit. After all, the lightning capable of striking Zeus to death hadn't even been born yet. Boom tilde. Sensing Zeus's disdain, the thunder in the sky crashed down toward Zeus like an enraged bull, with bolts of lightning pouring into his body. But for Zeus, this didn't cause any harm at all. Instead, it gave him a sensation of being charged. So, what is your decision? Whether you get lost or follow, you need to make a choice. Humans are creatures that cannot remain in one place. Zeus withstood the countless lightning strikes, yet his speech remained casual. No matter how deafening the thunder, it could not suppress Zeus's voice. This wasn't because of how much power Zeus had, but simply because he was Zeus. It was an established fact that lightning could not harm Zeus. So you've followed Zeus this far, all because of a single sentence like that. Charon listened to what the young wandering soul said, and now his back felt a bit chilled. Was a fellow like this, one who directly provoked Tartarus and remained unharmed after being hit by lightning sent by Tartarus, really someone he could deal with? Although Charon's strength wasn't weak, he also understood that to Tartarus, he was merely a useful dog. Now, he was being told to deal with Zeus, whom even Tartarus was having trouble handling. Wasn't this asking for his old life? What else can we do? This is probably the only hope in the abyss. Besides, we've encountered many natural disasters along the way. If what Lord Zeus said was a lie, then why would Tartarus frequently send down disasters? It was precisely because the disasters occurred that they verified Zeus's words as accurate. Zeus hadn't done anything, it was the rashly reacting Tartarus that was constantly stating a fact to others. Zeus might bring change, and Tartarus intended to nip it in the bud. It backfired. Charon lamented that Tartarus possessed power but lacked human-like tact. This was also why, despite not being weaker than Gaia, it was always suppressed by her. Has another newcomer joined? Zeus. Hearing this voice, Charon reflexively turned his head, only to see that Zeus had somehow appeared behind him at some unknown time. That's right, this is the recently joined old gentleman, Charon. Charon, is it? Sounds a bit familiar. Zeus seemed to be pondering something. This action directly scared Charon so much he didn't dare move. Although he had stayed in Tartarus for years and had little fame, what if? Of course, Zeus couldn't remember what this name represented. After all, his understanding of Greek mythology was only skin deep. Furthermore, since Charon was currently in a translucent state, Zeus couldn't see his expression clearly. He had no idea he had actually scared the other party half to death. By the way, Mr. Charon, have you lived here long? It's all right, a few hundred years. Charon wiped away non-existent sweat. In reality, he had been in Tartarus since he was born. Then, on the river Styx, is there a ferryman? Zeus looked at the river Styx. In mythology, there was always a ferryman of the Styx, but his name. Zeus couldn't quite recall it. And Charon, who had lived on the river Styx all his life, now just wanted to ask, is it too late to surrender? Charon, the son of the god of darkness and the goddess of night, belongs to the same generation as the first generation god king, Uranus. If he were anywhere else, he would be a major figure who commands respect from everyone he meets. Unfortunately, this is Greece, where the prevailing theme is, the father dies, the son smiles. He has to face a bunch of ruthless people who wouldn't hesitate to kill their own fathers. Charon. How many divine authorities does he have? Charon understood that this Zeus before him was definitely of a younger generation, but he didn't dare to flaunt his seniority or reveal his identity directly. Lord Zeus, there seems to be a deity upon this river Styx, but he does not hold the position of ferryman. Charon had unconsciously begun using honorifics. Is that so? Then, what is the name of the deity upon the river Styx? How would we wandering souls know the honored name of a god? Charon wiped away cold sweat. Luckily, he was usually a shut-in, drifting on the river Styx. He wouldn't come out unless Tartarus gave him a task. This was why he dared to communicate with wandering souls using his real name. What a pity. I was actually thinking of recruiting a ferryman for the river Styx. If I could get that deity to take the job, it would reduce future conflicts, wouldn't it? Conflicts. Charon's body involuntarily became a bit more transparent. What exactly did Zeus mean? Had he seen through his identity and was giving him a warning? If he didn't become that ferryman, was Zeus going to take him out? Lord Zeus, Tartarus is desolate and the river Styx is vast and difficult to cross. It wouldn't make a difference whether there's a ferryman or not. Charon didn't understand why Zeus was targeting him, but what use was a ferryman for the river Styx anyway? The river Styx doesn't need a ferryman right now, but I plan to establish a kingdom for the dead and magical beasts. The vastness of the river is inconvenient for future management. Establishing a ferryman will facilitate travel between both banks. Zeus truly intended to build the prototype of an underworld in Tartarus, and for this small underworld to develop, transportation had to be convenient. Zeus glanced at the boundless river Styx. He knew that building a cross-sea bridge was basically impossible in the short term, but appointing a ferryman first to establish transportation definitely couldn't be wrong. Starting from the upper reaches of the river Styx and pushing forward gradually, I'll strive to transform most of Tartarus's land to a relatively habitable degree. As we progress, establishing a ferryman to link the two banks is an absolute necessity. Seeing the wandering souls gathering around, Zeus unhesitatingly began painting a grand vision. He understood how decadent people could become without a goal, and, painting a cake to satisfy hunger, or, looking at plums to quench thirst, were the best ways to dispel such decadence. More importantly, Zeus wasn't just talking nonsense. His cornucopia was connected to Gaia's treasury. As the Earth Mother Goddess, making a piece of land regain its vitality was her specialty. In the city I build, you must obey the rules I set. As long as you follow the rules and participate in labor, I promise you find food and wine, peace and prosperity. Zeus spoke to the wandering souls about his vision for the underworld. Zeus had lived on Crete for 18 years and knew nothing of the hardships of mortals on the surface. It wasn't until he came to Tartarus that he learned about another world from the mouths of the wandering souls. Magical beasts, natural disasters, gods, diseases. Under these survival pressures, it wasn't surprising for an ordinary person to die at 30. But for Zeus, this was unacceptable. To Zeus, it wasn't a pity to live to 70 or 80 and die naturally, but 30 was the prime of one's life. Zeus also understood that this situation wasn't caused by just a few factors, it was simply the tragedy of this era. Zeus couldn't change the era, but he was at least willing to give the dead some peace, so those who suffered all their lives wouldn't still be living hand to mouth after death. Hardships can be overcome, and human power is not necessarily weaker than that of the gods. When people gather together and ignite the fire of civilization, that light will eventually make even the gods back away. Although it felt strange for Zeus to say such things, he was determined to continue. As the saying goes, if you lean on a mountain, it falls, if you lean on water, it dries up. Humanity's rise wasn't achieved by kneeling to the gods. Zeus continued describing his vision, but Charon, who was beside him, was trembling all over. Someone who didn't know better would think he was having an epileptic seizure. I finally know this guy's scheme. Charon slowly parted the crowd and hid in a dark corner. He looked at Zeus, who stood in the light and the adoration of the crowd. As a seasoned god, if he couldn't see Zeus's goal by now, he might as well jump into the river Styx and end it all. How did this kid's brain develop? Why is he so deep and calculating? Charon now finally understood that Zeus's goal was to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, by painting a cake, he gathered a large number of magical beasts and wandering souls, bringing these desperate people under his command with an illusory underworld. But that wasn't enough. Tartarus wouldn't just stand by and watch. So there was the second step, heading to the upper reaches of the river Styx to seek the protection of Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess. With Gaia's protection, relying on Zeus's own strength and his subordinates, he could ignite the spark of civilization on Gaia's territory and then gradually push outward, thus continuously weakening the will of Tartarus. Gaia and Tartarus had been at odds for years, so she naturally wouldn't ignore this proposal and would even contribute a lot to this construction process. And of course, there was the third step. Zeus wanted to condense a new divine authority in Tartarus, the master of the afterworld, the king of the underworld. With territory, subordinates, civilization, and faith, Zeus would only need to make a call to action to become the king of the underworld. Yes, absolutely right. Currently, the strongest divine authorities in Greece, earth, sky, and sea, all had masters. If Zeus wanted to stand on equal footing with them, he would either have to kill one of them to seize their authority or find another way to create an authority no less inferior to theirs. And the authority of the king of the underworld, the master of the afterworld, was definitely not inferior, for every living being has a day they must die. Not just within Tartarus, but even the creatures on the surface would have to bow to him, offer sacrifices, and believe in him. As for Zeus's promises, those wild claims that mortals could stand beside gods were, in Charon's view, nothing but pure rhetoric. Lying through one's teeth, that was a necessary skill for those destined for greatness. Charon's eyes were sharp. He felt that the unchanging Tartarus was about to undergo a massive upheaval. Tartarus was about to change. From Zeus's ambition and Tartarus's attitude, Charon saw that the future situation would shift drastically. As a native of Tartarus, Charon faced a choice: join the underworld Zeus wanted to build, or stick with Tartarus's camp. There was no such thing as loyalty among gods. Going wherever it was most beneficial was the norm. The will born of Tartarus hasn't personified yet. In its rigid state, it has maintained a balance with Gaia for so many years, but Zeus's arrival will affect that scale. Charon wasn't optimistic about Tartarus because Zeus's previous vision had one major prerequisite: the support of the Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia. If I help Tartarus, even if I survive the Great War, the personless Tartarus won't give me much of a reward. But helping Zeus succeed would make me a great hero. Charon thought back to the ferryman position Zeus mentioned. In the current Tartarus, where life was devastated, Charon's control over the river Styx meant nothing. But once Zeus's underworld was born, his help would be needed to travel between the banks. Though he would still just be controlling the river Styx, the treatment would be entirely different. Of course, Tartarus had no persona, so there was no one over his head. But after so many years without a shred of progress, Charon truly craved the power held by the gods on the surface. If Tartarus became like the world above, then he too could be revered by 10,000 people. HMPH tilde that Junior Cronis can be the god king on the surface, yet I, his uncle, have to stay all alone on the river Styx. This is unfair. It's not about the quality, but the comparison. Charon would also ask about surface matters from the wandering souls. His peers Uranus and Pontus had once been worshipped, and that Junior Cronis had even become the god king. It's not poverty that's the problem, but inequality. At least Charon's peers had once been revered, but Charon himself was unknown. Who in this life wants to be a ghost forever? However, Charon didn't immediately jump out to pledge his loyalty. He wasn't sure of Zeus's actual strength, and he also understood that adding flowers to a bouquet was not as good as providing charcoal in a blizzard. If he held back for a while, Tartarus would eventually send those 6 giants to attack Zeus. Zeus might be powerful, but he was too young. If he, as a senior, stepped in to help when the time came, wouldn't his impression points be maxed out? Having made up his mind, Charon blended into the crowd, quietly waiting for the crisis to arrive. The natural disasters have quieted down. Zeus looked at the sky in surprise. You should know that in a dump like Tartarus, lightning striking 3 times a minute was the norm, and they were the kind of lethal storms that killed on contact. Now, there hadn't been a storm for 3 days straight, and even the lava wasn't erupting as much. Perhaps Tartarus can't do anything about you anymore. Charon flattered Zeus from the side, but in reality, this was his plan to lull Zeus into a false sense of security. Tartarus had no persona, so it naturally wouldn't feel discouraged. The 6 giants were on their way. Because they were so large, if the disasters continued, they would probably all hit the giants instead. The day Zeus would encounter the 6 giants was very soon, as Zeus was not far from Gaia's territory. Boom tilde. The earth seemed to start vibrating. Though faint, to Charon and Zeus, it sounded like a thunderclap exploding in their ears. They're here. Charon beamed with joy, the giants had finally arrived. Back then, to oppose Uranus, Gaia gave birth to 3 Cyclops and 3 Hecatonies, but they were discovered by Uranus and cast into Tartarus. Trapped in Tartarus, the 6 giants were controlled by Tartarus itself, which was why Gaia and Tartarus had been struggling against each other for so many years. What is that? Zeus looked up and saw 3 things, as large as small mountains walking toward them. Shit, what are those? They look so cool. If seeing the true bodies of Poseidon and Hades earlier had given Zeus some psychological preparation, what he was seeing now was beyond his understanding. Caterpillar tracks, turrets, rivets, steam, 3 fortresses covered in cannons were marching toward Zeus. Zeus used to think Gundams and Zakus were a man's romance, but now that he saw these war fortresses constructed of countless turrets, he felt a strange, inexplicable excitement. However, when those giant cannons were pointed at him, Zeus could only suppress that excitement in his heart. Keep advancing along the river Styx. I'll try to hold them off. Zeus had sand sculpture lead the group toward the upper reaches of the river Styx, while he would try to stall these 3 war fortresses alone. Lightning flashed and vanished as Zeus turned into electricity and left his spot. In an instant, he arrived between the 3 war fortresses, and then, they reached a stalemate. That's right. Although Zeus's lightning had been recharged, it could do nothing against these behemoths, yet these war fortresses could do nothing against the incredibly mobile Zeus. But Zeus understood that if the stalemate lasted too long, these fortresses would definitely attack his group, forcing him to take the hits head-on. Can I use the spark lens to make them smaller? Zeus remembered using the spark lens to shrink Hades' true body. These things were also mechanical, so could it have the same effect? Zeus channeled magic into the spark lens, and a burst of light immediately shone upon the war fortresses. However, nothing happened. Insufficient permissions. This information suddenly appeared in Zeus's mind. It seemed something was fighting Zeus for control over these war fortresses, which was why he couldn't shrink them. Then how can I seize control? As this thought arose, information about a violent intrusion mode was transmitted from the spark lens into Zeus's mind. As long as the spark lens entered the opponent's body, he could start seizing control. It's that simple. Zeus was stunned, then he fixed his gaze on one of the war fortresses. His eyes grew sharp, as if he were a certain big brother Gaia, with his seals removed. Time for a violent intrusion into way. Watch me queuing into your mother's mouth. Zeus dove down, turning into a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the spark lens merged with Zeus and intruded directly into the war fortress's cannon barrel, beginning to invade its central database through the barrel. The war fortress suddenly froze, and then all its cannon barrels began to sway wildly, like a helpless young girl who, no matter how she adjusted her posture, couldn't stop Zeus's intrusion. Gradually, the waving of the barrels took on a different rhythm. The fortress's core began to overclock, and the temperature rose rapidly, like the final step before ultimate pleasure. Finally, boom tilde. The war fortress aimed all its gun barrels at its two companions, and in an instant, fired every single shell, dealing a heavy blow to its teammates. Zeus merged into this war fortress. Yes, he merged into it. His entire being lost its physical form and transformed into a long stream of information that entered it. The so-called lightning was merely the manifestation of this information stream. Using it as a simple means of attack would actually be inferior. I see, so I'm actually a hacker. Zeus appeared within a sea of information. At this moment, he was located within the war fortress, no, within the central database of the Hecatonies. So the name Hecatonies doesn't refer to 100 hands, but to 100 gun barrels. That's terrifying. Zeus finally understood why Prometheus wanted him to come. Facing 3 war machines completely controlled by Tartarus, anyone other than a hacker like Zeus would have no choice but to destroy them. Well then, let's get to work. Zeus naturally didn't have any formal hacking skills, but he wasn't human to begin with, he was a pure silicon-based lifeform. Combined with his inherent hacking specialization, breaking Tartarus's control over the Hecatonies was as easy as drinking water. Intel. What is that? Just as Zeus was methodically lifting Tartarus's restrictions, a black mist surrounded him from behind. My things. You. Get out. The voice coming from the black mist was indistinguishable in gender or age, but the intense killing intent and fury made Zeus not dare to be careless. Strands of black mist attacked. He felt a massive sense of crisis. If he were tainted by it, he would definitely be in for a world of hurt. Who are you? Tartarus. Tartarus. Isn't that a place name? However, Zeus had no mind to ponder such things now. For Zeus, survival was the most important thing, and since the other party was willing to answer him, it meant there was room for negotiation. Wait, we have no old grudges or recent enmity. You want to build a civilization. I hate that. Mentioning it only enraged Tartarus further. Coming from the void, it hated order and physical entities most of all. Thus, it was a natural enemy to Gaia, who symbolized the physical earth. This was also why it didn't strictly control Charon, yet death gripped the wills of the 6 giants born of Gaia. So there's no room for talk. If it were anything else, Zeus would have performed a kneeling slide on the spot to save his life. But for once, he actually wanted to do something for humanity. Was he really going to slide into a kneel just because the opponent threatened him a bit? If he did that, where would Zeus's pride go? But there are civilizations on the surface too, aren't there? Since you hate them so much, why don't you go destroy the civilizations up there? Gaia stops me. I will go up sooner or later. Well then, this BBA is actually somewhat useful. If this thing were to run up to the surface, the chaos would be immense. But haven't you failed to go up all these years? In that case, how about we make a deal? A deal. Tartarus's black mist stopped. Crushing Zeus wouldn't be very difficult for it, but it was very curious about what Zeus's deal actually was. That's right. The reason you can't get up is, in the end, a lack of strength. Look at the trash you have on hand. These Hecatonies can't even beat me. What do you want them for? Zeus spoke lies without blinking. He was still relying on his lightning transformation, which gave him movement speed comparable to a Hong Kong reporter. Otherwise, someone like Hades would have been smashed to bits by these tall, hard gun barrels long ago. Anyway, these 6 giants aren't strong enough. Why don't you give them all to me, and I'll trade you 3 Titan gods in return? 3 Titans. Tartarus began to calculate. The 3 Cyclops had pathetic combat power and could be ignored. The 3 Hecatonies were roughly equal to 1 Titan. A massive profit. You are no match for the Titans. Alone, I am indeed not, but I have many brothers, and I've also found the help of several Titans. Zeus briefly and concisely explained his grudge with Cronis and summarized the situation on the surface. You have 3 Titan enemies. I give you combat power. You defeat them. Then, give them to me. Tartarus understood Zeus's plan. Clearly, this filial son intended to sell his own father to Tartarus as a thug. However, considering this was Greece, where the father dies and the son laughs, such basic operations didn't surprise Tartarus much. Exactly. If there are any other stubborn holdouts, I'll hand them all over to you in one go. Perhaps because he was following local customs, Zeus didn't have much affection for this father who constantly wanted to kill him. Selling him was fine, and throwing in a few uncles he didn't know didn't matter either. Besides, this was just Zeus's big talk to Tartarus. Whether he would actually fulfill it later would have to be decided then. Very well. I agree to the pact. 6 giants to you, 3 titans to me. Trading 6 giants for 3 titans was a guaranteed win, Tartarus had no reason to refuse. Then the contract is hereby established. Following Tartarus's words, Zeus felt a mysterious sense of binding in the dark. Intuition told him that if he didn't throw 3 titans into Tartarus, he would surely suffer for it in the future. However, what an idiot. It didn't even set a time limit. Doesn't that mean it doesn't matter when I give it the 3 titans? This naturally wasn't an oversight by Tartarus. To it, time had no meaning, as long as the goal was achieved. A year or 10,000 years were but a blink of an eye. 3 giants for you now, the other 3 in a moment. By the way, we can't let these giants know about our plan, or I won't be able to reasonably hand the titans over to you. Fine. Although Tartarus didn't care about such things, since Zeus made the request, it accepted. Do not forget the pact. The black mist began to dissipate. Zeus took this opportunity to disperse the remaining mist in one go and awaken the consciousness of the Hecatonies. You are Zeus. I have come to rescue you by order of Gaia. Mother Goddess. I understand. We will follow your commands. The Hecatonies were essentially pure products of violence, somewhat lacking in intelligence, but they were absolutely loyal to Gaia. If it was Gaia's command, they would obey unconditionally. Mother Goddess is at the upper reaches of the Styx. Gaia is here. Isn't she on Crete? Zeus was taken aback, but then he remembered his original destination was the upper reaches of the Styx anyway. Since it was on the way, he might as well go up and take a look. However, Zeus didn't notice that after the black mist had completely cleared, a pink light drilled into his body and then vanished without a trace. Tartarus, do you really trust him like that? A stranger. Just before Tartarus withdrew, a pink light emitted a voice. She was an existence as ancient as Tartarus. The deity in charge of affection and love, Eros. The contract is set. As I thought, because you lack a persona, you can't understand the treachery of the human heart. As the deity of affection and love, Eros had no physical form and could only experience these things by possessing others. But Tartarus had no emotions at all. And with the struggle between Tartarus and Gaia, she had also lost the opportunity to go to the surface. But now, a rare opportunity had arisen. Zeus would definitely return to the surface, so she would attach herself to him. Of course, Eros wouldn't take a free ride from Zeus. During the time she possessed him, Zeus's luck with women would reach new heights. Any female entity who laid eyes on him would, in an instant, feel that primal desire. Consider this her repayment. So, what on earth is this thing? Zeus resolved the threat of the 3 Hecatonies and followed the Styx upward until he finally reached his destination. What met his eyes was a silver-white spaceship hovering in midair. Why would a space battleship like this appear underground? Yo tilde Zeus, you got here fast. A light rose from the silver-white vessel and landed beside Zeus. When the light faded, who else could it be but Gaia, whose appearance was tailor-made to appeal to people from the land of China? Mother Goddess, it's been a long time. Seeing Gaia's arrival, the gun barrels of the 3 Hecatonies swiveled happily. Zeus, how did you do it? This old one thought you'd come back crying after being bullied, but I didn't expect you to have already finished half the task. The Hecatonies had broken free from Tartarus's shackles. This indeed gave Gaia a massive shock. Of course, even more shocking was how Zeus had accomplished such a feat in such a short time. After all, that fellow Tartarus is not easy to deal with. These are all minor matters. What I want to know now is roughly how much time I have left. I plan to take some time to establish the underworld in Tartarus. The underworld. Gaia found the unfamiliar term somewhat nonsensical. Zeus then explained his goal, intending to leave a place of rest for souls after death. There's no great rush for that, there's still some time before the final battle. However, I don't know how much can be achieved in that time. Gaia answered Zeus's question somewhat distractedly. Despite not seeing him for only a few days, Gaia felt that Zeus had gained a mysterious sense of beauty. Every move he made seemed to pluck at her heartstrings, and an intermittent, faint itch welled up in her heart. Bold ideas and new positions appeared in Gaia's mind one after another, making her impatient to put them into practice. BBA. Why is your face so red? Ah, red, maybe the power reactor is overheating. Go on and do your business, I'll be fine once I cool down a bit. Gaia insisted she was fine, and Zeus didn't press further. After all, these past few days, let alone humans, even female magical beasts looked at him with strange eyes. Zeus was getting somewhat used to it. If there's really something wrong, you must tell me. You've raised me for so many years, the least I can do is help you out. Zeus patted Gaia's head, but this seemed to have the opposite effect. Gaia's face grew redder and redder, and even a faint hint of steam began to rise. All right, go do your thing. This old one will be fine after being alone for a while. Gaia shooed Zeus away before she could cross a certain line, and she herself felt baffled by the changes in her body. How did it come to this? I raised him for 18 years and nothing like this ever happened. Could it be because the one on Crete was just an avatar? Gaia felt like her whole self was out of sorts. Even though Zeus had only just left, she felt as if ants were crawling all over her. But before that, shouldn't you explain why you've appeared here? Karen. Zeus couldn't see through Karen's disguise, but how could Gaia ever forget this loyal lackey of Tartarus? Wait, Mother Goddess, don't attack. It's me. You're exactly the one I'm attacking. Karen was yanked out by Gaia. Seeing that Gaia was about to blow him away, Karen immediately went into a kneeling slide. Mother Goddess, my coming here this time is truly a case of forsaking darkness for light, to contribute to the great cause of Lord Zeus. Zeus's great cause. Unsure if she was influenced by what had just happened, Gaia slowed her movements upon hearing Zeus's name, giving Karen a moment to breathe. Lord Zeus came to Tartarus not just to save the Hecatonies, he wants to establish the underworld to consolidate the authority of the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld. Gaia immediately understood why Zeus was staying in a place as troublesome as Tartarus. Though Zeus possessed unfathomable strength at a young age, he could not afford even the slightest carelessness when facing Cronis, who sat firmly upon the throne of the god-king. Gaia understood exactly how powerful the authority of a king of the underworld was. It was a mighty power that was in no way inferior to that of the earth, sky, or sea. This undoubtedly added several more chips to Zeus's path of rebellion. Lord Zeus once envisioned establishing a ferryman on the river Styx to guide the wandering souls on both banks. He said this right in front of me, and that is why I have been secretly protecting him all this way. May the Mother Goddess see clearly. To save his life, Karen cast aside all dignity. He had almost forgotten his own jaw-dropping expression when Zeus handled the 3 Hecatonies alone. Especially after Zeus reached a covenant with Tartarus and everything went smoothly, Karen attributed all of it to his own credit. To stay alive, he dared to say anything. Since you are still useful to Zeus, then go to work for me tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. Guess how Tartarus will treat a traitor like you. I wouldn't dare. Karen truly wished he could slap himself. Back when Zeus mentioned the ferryman of the river Styx, he should have jumped out and revealed his identity. Thinking back, that was clearly an opportunity Zeus had given him. He had wanted to provide help when it was most needed, but Zeus had effortlessly dealt with the 3 Hecatonies on his own, and now Karen had no chance to interject. If Karen spoke up now, there was no way he could obtain the status Zeus had previously promised. This was the price he paid for underestimating Zeus. While holding out for a better price can maximize profits, putting on airs for too long only invites disgust. Now Karen was reaping the bitter fruit of his actions and could only hope to perform some merit quickly to secure his future position as the ferryman. You are the god of the river Styx. Zeus looked at Karen in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with the Greek gods, pretending to be mortals whenever they were bored. Karen was like this, and Cronis was the same. Yes. Karen was breaking out in a cold sweat, but he was relieved that Zeus acted completely ignorant. At least this allowed him to maintain some semblance of dignity in front of Mother Gaia. So, what can you do? Personnel management, architectural design, or something else? No, I only have authority over the river Styx and can cause life to die naturally. If you were even a little bit useful, you wouldn't be this useless. Zeus couldn't help but sigh. Although controlling the river Styx was indeed important, the underworld was currently in its infancy and in the middle of a massive infrastructure build. Karen's ability could only be described as having future potential. However, considering he was brought by Gaia, Zeus couldn't actually kick this well-connected person out the door. Well then, Mr. Karen, the foundation of the underworld is not yet stable. Once my underworld grows, I will leave the management of the river Styx to you. Thank you, Lord Zeus. Zeus clearly intended to give Karen a title in name only. Since he didn't have to pay him a salary anyway, it didn't matter if a few people were on the payroll doing nothing. And while Karen said, thank you, he actually sensed the warning in Zeus's words. I'm giving you an empty title now, whether it becomes real in the future depends on your performance. Karen understood that Zeus wanted him to prove his loyalty. If he couldn't do it, he would be a mere name for the rest of his life. Lord Zeus, this old man won't be of much use for a while. Why don't I capture the remaining 3 Cyclops for you? With your power, you will surely be able to free them from Tartarus's shackles. The 3 Cyclops were already part of the deal between Zeus and Tartarus, but Zeus knew that was an agreement that couldn't be brought to light. If Charon took action, then Zeus's rescue of them wouldn't arouse suspicion. Charon withdrew, his pace quickening with his eagerness to earn merit. When only Zeus and Gaia remained in the room, Zeus showed his worry. Establishing the underworld was more troublesome than he had imagined. It wasn't something that could be finished by just planting some flowers and grass. A complete civilization required a rational division of labor, which was knowledge Zeus did not possess. Are you troubled? Zeus, you must understand that by giving those people a stable environment, you have already shown them a great kindness. No one will blame you if you stop here. Gaia could see that Zeus was troubled by the establishment of the underworld, but she also had the habits of the Greek gods. They were originally extraterrestrial life forms and had little empathy for the natives of Earth. I made a promise to them, and I don't want to give up halfway so easily. Zeus was a man with principles. Gaia inexplicably thought of Prometheus's words. Only a person with principles could refuse to back down in the face of absolute power. This was also Prometheus's reason for betraying Cronis. In that case, this old one will recommend someone to you. She usually stays in her room and doesn't go out, but she is a very reliable assistant. Gaia hugged Zeus from behind, seemingly trying to soothe his emotions, but this close physical contact once again sparked countless bold ideas in her mind. Who is it? Hearing that there was a suitable candidate, Zeus clearly perked up. Since coming to this world, whether it was rebelling or falling in love, his motives had been more or less impure. Because of his hatred for Cronis, he was forced into rebellion. Because he wanted to hold on to a good girl like Métis, he thought about finalizing their relationship as soon as possible. Because he needed to secure his position in the rebel army, he had to go to Tartarus to rescue the 6 giants. But establishing the underworld to give the wandering souls a stable paradise was a choice Zeus made of his own volition. Her current name is Venus. Remember to call her by that name. Venus. Wasn't that the name of the goddess of beauty? But which mythology's goddess of beauty was it again? With Zeus's level of mythological knowledge, he naturally couldn't understand the relationship between so-called Greek and Roman mythology, nor did he know what this Venus's original name was. This old one established a garden in the north, that is her territory. When she was being hunted back then, it was this old one who gave her protection. When you go, mention this old one's name, and she will help you. Thank you, Gaia. Zeus thanked Gaia and then quickly left the room, leaving Gaia alone. Even after Zeus left, that strange feeling hadn't faded. She would probably have to spend the night clutching her blankets to barely get through it. Opening her eyes, it was another boring day. Aphrodite crawled out of her bed most reluctantly. She no longer remembered how many days she had been on the run. Even though this was Tartarus and she was under Mother Gaia's protection, she still didn't dare to wander around freely. Uranus, when will you finally give up? Back then, there were no females among Gaia's offspring, so the mateless Uranus set his sights on Gaia. Initially, Gaia was naturally very happy. After all, who doesn't like clapping for love? But with Uranus's insatiable demands, Gaia gradually began to tire of him. Later, Gaia gave birth to 12 children, the 12 Titans, 6 males and 6 females who could perfectly satisfy each other internally. This way, Gaia wouldn't repeat her mistakes. So now, the only problem to solve was Uranus. Gaia had prepared for this as well. Since you have such romantical urges, Gaia had no choice but to castrate for eternal peace. Gaia had the 12 Titans lie in wait. When Uranus was in the height of his passion, they struck with a blade, ending his lower body troubles forever. The severed root of all trouble transformed into a beautiful goddess and quickly fled, cutting off any possibility of Uranus retrieving it to restore his manhood. Aphrodite was the goddess transformed from that part of Uranus, and thus she was constantly hunted by him. His goal was to find a way to reattach Aphrodite and awaken the masculinity in Uranus's heart. As a part split off from Uranus, Aphrodite's human form was her everything. Without a so-called true body, she was no match for Uranus. In the end, she could only seek help from Gaia, which led to her current days of hiding in Tartarus. During these untold years, she had tasted the full extent of boredom. Had she not feared death, she would have ended her life long ago. But today was different. It seems someone is coming today. Aphrodite looked at the garden path. She had a premonition that her life would change because of the person about to arrive. Truly worthy of being the goddess of beauty. When Zeus crossed the path paved with roses, he saw Aphrodite. Although both she and Hera had long golden hair, unlike Hera's dazzling brilliance that sought to manifest itself, this goddess of beauty's gold was as soft as a thin veil. Who are you? Aphrodite looked at the white-haired youth before her. Being able to enter her garden meant he had Gaia's tacit permission, and it was even possible that Gaia had sent him. Aphrodite had a secret known only to her and Gaia. When she lost her chastity, she would become completely independent of Uranus. But on one hand, this would be irresponsible to herself, and on the other, it would invite Uranus's wrath. Uranus, having completely lost his chance to be a man, would kill Aphrodite and her lover. Therefore, Gaia was also looking for a man who could become her lover. Would the man before her be the one Gaia chose? I am Zeus. I heard from Gaia that Miss Venus could help me establish the underworld. The underworld. Aphrodite looked at Zeus. Establishing a civilization on Tartarus's turf, wasn't this just like a short man standing on his tiptoes to reach for trouble? Do you know what this means? Becoming an enemy of Tartarus, right? The land beneath Gaia's feet isn't recognized by him anyway. Since that's the case, why should we who have nothing to lose be afraid? Having faced the will of Tartarus directly, Zeus understood the other's power. But for Zeus, there wasn't much difference between Tartarus and Cronis. Both were existences he couldn't beat but who wanted to destroy him. Since that was the case, he might as well just let things slide. The current Zeus was like a person tied to the tracks. Seeing the train about to hit him, since he was going to be crushed anyway, he planned to try and crush the train before he died. The underworld was definitely being built today, and no one's advice would work. This is the first thing in my life I've decided to do for myself, so I want to see it through to the end. Something you decided for yourself. Aphrodite murmured to herself. Had there ever been anything in her life she had decided to do for herself? Her life had been nothing but flight after flight, yet this youth had such grand ambitions at such a young age. Truly worthy of being the one Gaia took a fancy to. So, what do you want to do? The word, underworld, is too hollow. Your decision shouldn't be so vast and empty. Aphrodite began to take an interest in the underworld Zeus spoke of. She was an individual split off from Uranus, and her knowledge was equal to his, but she also possessed a pride no less than his. To make a woman like her bow her head was no simple matter. I indeed haven't thought it through in such detail, but the two most basic functions have already taken shape, rewarding good and punishing evil. After people die, their souls enter the underworld to be judged for their life's sins. Based on the severity of their sins, they are given different punishments. Once their sentence is over, they are led into a pure land to enjoy the rest of their existence. Zeus spoke of his blueprint for the future. Though it was still hollow and perhaps too idealistic, he was the first person in Tartarus to propose such a suggestion. Does everyone have to undergo punishment? You know, there are many good people among humanity. But even good people make mistakes, don't they? If merits and demerits can cancel each other out, then if I do one good deed a day and then one evil deed, am I a good person or a bad person? Zeus's argument left Aphrodite unable to respond. If there truly were people who did good deeds just to commit evil, using those good deeds to alleviate their own inner guilt. No matter how many good deeds such a person did, it could not change their essence as an evil person. If someone is truly a good person, they will naturally accept the mistakes they've made. Generally, a good person's mistakes are few, so their punishment, whether in duration or pain, will be reduced. And it is precisely because there are good people whose punishments end quickly that those who commit evil will understand their own mistakes, isn't that right? Humans are creatures that fear comparison above all else. If everyone had to endure the same punishment for 10,000 years, but some finished in just a few days. Such psychological imbalance would force them to question the reason for the difference, making them realize that their evil acts were, in fact, bad things. Good and evil do not cancel each other out. That's a truly interesting thought. But do you know how much manpower and resources it would take to implement this? I've considered several methods. For example, establishing a faith and having believers work in the underworld after death, or allowing punished evildoers to work to reduce their sentences. Of course, all of this can only be decided after the underworld is established. So, Miss Venus, what is your decision? A beautiful idea, but nothing more than a skeleton without substance. Aphrodite understood why Zeus had come to find her. This youth was a talent who stood high and saw far. He could grasp the general direction of a matter, but when the plan reached the finer details, it was no longer his area of expertise. An interesting decision. Let me see how far you can take this. Zeus hadn't promised Aphrodite any kind of power, but even so, Aphrodite still chose to join. However, there is one thing I need to make clear beforehand. Please, go ahead. In the future, I might return to where I belong. When that time comes, do not come looking for me. Do not go looking for her. Zeus was stunned. This venture hadn't even started yet, and she was already planning for what would happen after they parted ways. I understand. If that day truly comes, I will give you my blessings. Seeing Aphrodite's confident appearance, and considering she was the candidate recommended by Gaia, Zeus naturally didn't doubt her abilities. Besides, ability is something that cannot be hidden. Whether one has talent or not, it will eventually show sooner or later. Then please head back, Mr. Zeus. I will head out after I've tidied myself up a bit. You wouldn't want to see me walking outside looking like this, would you? Aphrodite pointed at her loose, draped clothing. If a breeze were to blow, it might reveal quite a sight. Then, I'll take my leave. Zeus stood up and left. Only after he was far from her sight did he shake his head. He had been so focused on her face that he had forgotten about her attire. For a man with a girlfriend, this was already a form of mental infidelity. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything beastly like in the original myths. What Zeus didn't know was that after he left, Aphrodite also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment she saw Zeus, she felt those primal desires beginning to sprout. A mysterious and unknown sensation stirred within her heart. But Aphrodite suppressed her feelings. Just as she had sensed Zeus's arrival, she also felt that the problem she had been avoiding all her life would soon have to be faced head-on. Lord Zeus, I have captured the three Cyclops. Charon had a look of joy on his face. He hadn't expected to find these three Cyclops near the upper reaches of the river Styx. To him, it seemed Tartarus was at a loss regarding the threat Zeus posed and was acting out of desperation. I understand. Let me see them. Before the god of fire, Hephaestus, was born, the Cyclops were essentially the only wholesalers of divine artifacts. The divine artifacts for Zeus and the others would have to be handled by these old brothers, so he naturally couldn't neglect them. Roar tilde tilde. The bound Cyclops let out angry roars. For them, failing to execute Tartarus's mission was like a program running illegally, but Charon's restraints were not something they could break. In the end, they could only lapse into impotent rage. Why are you shouting so loudly? Zeus was instantly possessed by the presence of a heavenly emperor. His angry shout left the three Cyclops bewildered. After all, they were usually the ones doing the scolding, yet now the tables were turned. Zeus took this opportunity to transform into lightning and Q-ed right into their mouths. After Zeus violently flooded their bodies, it was just a matter of standard procedure. Combined with his previous negotiations with Tartarus, rescuing the three Cyclops was probably no more difficult than removing a hemorrhoid. Where is this? The three Cyclops regained consciousness and looked at their unfamiliar surroundings. They remembered being controlled by Tartarus. Why had they suddenly broken free? I am Zeus. I have come to rescue you by the order of Gaia. So it was Mother Goddess. Then thank you so. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. Do I look like the kind of person who would use a favor to demand a reward just for a few divine artifacts? Zeus unrolled the restraints on the three Cyclops. Seeing his enthusiastic manner, the three Cyclops couldn't help but feel relieved. The Mother Goddess hadn't forgotten them, it's just. Zeus couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning divine artifacts. Forget it. Since he saved their lives, they would forge a divine artifact for him as repayment. A divine artifact is easy. We will immediately. Oh my, this is so embarrassing. There are 6 of us brothers plus 1 girlfriend. By my count, that's 7 divine artifacts. I, Zeus, am surely not such a thick-skinned person. As soon as Zeus heard the Cyclops were going to forge him divine artifacts, he was immediately overjoyed. Since the Cyclops had been rescued, there was no reason not to get divine artifacts out of it. Of course, if these old fools were impervious to reason, then Zeus couldn't be blamed for trying other tricks. 7. The 3 Cyclops almost passed out. Wasn't this asking for their lives? Each of them forging 2 divine artifacts would already exhaust them to death. Was this extra one supposed to be paid for with their lives? But they were currently on the other's turf. One must bow when under another's roof. Besides, the other was the Mother Goddess's representative. Fine. 7. Not a single one more. The 3 Cyclops were practically grinding their teeth. If working under Tartarus only required labor, Then under Zeus, you not only had to sell your labor but also pay for the materials for the divine artifacts yourself. This method, which was comparable to paying for the privilege of working, was more malicious than any capitalist. If they could, the three Cyclops would definitely forge a streetlight divine artifact. Lord Zeus, is there anything else you need from me? Please, just give the order. Charon was eager to curry favor. To secure a place for himself in the future underworld, this old fellow was practically putting his life on the line. There's nothing combat related for now. However, some of the materials for building the underworld need to pass through the river Styx. You shall lead the management of the transport, consider it a foundation for your future role as the ferryman. Yes. Charon joyfully accepted the position of transport captain. He naturally understood it was a thankless task, but he also knew it was to pave the way for him to take over the river Styx in the future. During this time, Charon had also indirectly learned about Zeus's situation through Gaia. What he had to face was the god-king of the Greek pantheon in this era, but Cronis had become the god-king for a reason. Zeus's attempt to overthrow Cronis would surely be extremely difficult. Charon also understood that besides wanting the authority of the king of the underworld, Zeus also wanted a safe base of operations. The future underworld might house Zeus's brothers, and they would also need power allocated to them. Thus, there had to be a sufficient reason to hand over such an important transportation hub as the river Styx to an outsider, like Charon. In Charon's view, doing such dirty and tiring work was about building a solid popular support base to prepare for his rise to power. Just being a transport captain, is there really that much to be happy about? Zeus looked at the jubilant Charon. That old face with its loose skin and dense wrinkles was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. He had absolutely no idea what there was to be happy about. But considering the age gap between them, it was normal to have a generation gap, so Zeus just let him be. Besides, the most important person in the entire underworld right now wasn't him, but someone else. Not resting yet. I originally thought you were a lazy person. Zeus arrived at the bridge of Gaia's true body. At this moment, Aphrodite was processing documents one by one, ranging from the architectural planning of the underworld down to the postpartum care of Cerberus. This kind of day and night 996 high-intensity work made Zeus doubt himself. Was he some kind of rabbit spirit with donkey ears? Venus, there is still much work to be finished. You can't rest yet. This is a bit too much of a raw deal. Zeus rubbed his head to confirm he didn't have donkey ears before he felt at ease. If someone's ideals weren't so lofty, perhaps I wouldn't have to spend so much time and effort handling so many things. That's not some so-called ideal, it's just something I want to do. Is that your modesty? Or your arrogance? Aphrodite glanced at Zeus sitting opposite her. Although Zeus couldn't help with many things, he would look over every document that Aphrodite stamped and signed. Of course, as Party A, Zeus would naturally make many unrealistic demands. If any ordinary person were nitpicking like this, Aphrodite would have thrown in the towel long ago. But Zeus was different. Aphrodite could feel that Zeus truly wanted to establish an underworld. During this time, she had naturally heard many rumors about Zeus wanting to obtain the authority of the king of the underworld, but through their contact, she found that Zeus's interest in the underworld itself was far higher than his interest in the authority. They all say you're so dedicated because you want to establish a new divine authority in Tartarus. Have you heard about this? A new divine authority. The king of the underworld. Zeus had naturally heard such news, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, the business of rebellion was precarious. Thinking about dividing the spoils before everything had settled was a bit too early. The so-called authority of the king of the underworld doesn't have much meaning to me. What I want isn't just something so boring. For Zeus, if he could overthrow Cronis, it would be best to retire at the height of his career and take up a leisurely post on Mount Olympus. A Mount Olympus where the Great War had just ended would have no fewer things to handle than now. Unless Zeus had a masochistic hobby like 996, he'd be a fool to want to be the god king. If the authority of the king of the underworld can truly be condensed, your strength will increase rapidly. Or do you not even care about that? Aphrodite understood exactly what kind of immense power came with controlling a world of the dead. If used well, it might be only half a step below the god king. Could it be that Zeus's goal was the throne of the god king? Aphrodite had indeed come to understand Zeus's situation through Gaia. The conflict between the six of them and the current god king could be described as an absolute fight to the death. But was Zeus really that confident in defeating Cronis and coming out on top in the struggle between the six siblings? What kind of trump cards was this guy still hiding? It really made one a bit curious. When a surge of curiosity welled up from her heart, Aphrodite once again felt that impulse. She shook her head to drive the thought away. If something truly happened between her and Zeus, it would surely cause Uranus, who was already at odds with Cronis, to join forces with him. Dealing with one god king was already hard enough. If they had to face a former god king as well, there would basically be no need to fight. No, I don't have such great ambitions. I just want to spend my life in an era of prosperity. Zeus gave his slack-off behavior a bit of a makeover. Using a more elegant term, it was sustainable waiting for death while idling. But prosperity requires a lot of effort to achieve. And the more prosperous your environment is, the more people will covet it. How much power do you have to drive away the hungry wolves? There will always be some. Everything in this world has a price. When the critical moment truly comes, I naturally won't run away. At this moment, Zeus became unusually serious. Not letting someone slack off, isn't that just bullying an honest person? If such fools appeared, Zeus would deal with every single one of them thoroughly. It seems Gaia didn't misjudge you after all. Looking at the serious Zeus, Aphrodite had to admit that Gaia's eye for talent was indeed sharp, and the youth before her lived up to his status as the child of prophecy. He was someone who appeared to go with the flow, but was actually a ruthless character who feared nothing in heaven or earth. Before one stepped over his bottom line, anyone could talk to him and haggle over specific matters. But once his bottom line was crossed, he would not yield a single inch and would hold his ground firmly. Just where is your bottom line? Aphrodite was very curious. She understood that so-called power and wisdom both needed to be built upon a strong inner heart. Otherwise, everything was just a paper tiger that could be pierced with a single poke. A strong heart is the fulcrum of all powerful elements, and Zeus's fulcrum is his bottom line. Where exactly is your bottom line, Zeus? The bottom line, where is Zeus's bottom line? Aphrodite did not know, but Tartarus was not happy right now. The 6 giants had been delivered, but what was the meaning of Zeus shrinking back on Gaia's territory and not moving? Tartarus did not really care about the time. As long as Zeus delivered the 3 titans to it in the end, that would be fine. But no normal boss likes to see their employees slacking off, especially employees who have already been paid in advance. Tartarus was just rigid, not stupid. It set its gaze on Zeus, only to discover that this guy was clinging to Aphrodite all day long. So that was it, the bed of tenderness is the hero's grave. Zeus, I have wronged you. Aphrodite's origin was indeed mysterious to others, but this secret could not be hidden from Tartarus. It understood the relationship between Aphrodite and Uranus, and even more so, the beauty of this goddess, as well as the fact that Eros was possessing Zeus, which would cause the 2 gods to be vaguely attracted to each other. Eros, truly something that fails more often than it succeeds. In the eyes of Tartarus, even if Aphrodite would attract Zeus, if it weren't for Eros's interference, this pair of dogs would definitely not have hit it off so quickly. Unfortunately, this pair was in the heart of Gaia's territory, which prevented Tartarus from intervening, but that did not mean Tartarus had no way to deal with Zeus. Falling in love is meaningless. Tartarus began to strike at Gaia's restrictions on it. Gaia could hold it back, but relatively speaking, it could also delay Gaia. And this period of time was enough for that powerful god to take action and break up this pair. This aura. That guy Gaia is not having an easy time either. A huge black shadow circled above the sky. Pale magic particles floated behind him, and his shell cast from steel also indicated that he was not immortal. The sky god Uranus, the former king of the gods of Greece, because of a moment of carelessness, had his little brother cut off by his own filial son. Since then, he dared not walk the world in his human form, but instead merged with his mecha true body and never dared to separate again. Logically speaking, for a god of his level, if his little brother was gone, it was gone, it was not as if it could not grow back. But Gaia's sickle had dealt an irreversible true damage. One must know that so-called true damage is the most real damage. This not only caused him to lose his little brother, but even caused his little brother to transform into a goddess. Since then, the male nature within him was suppressed, and the female nature began to develop rapidly. All these years, besides hunting down Aphrodite, Uranus had been constantly seeking stimulation, trying to awaken the male nature within him by constantly challenging his limits. But it was useless. There is no such thing as a man without a little brother in this world. He searched bitterly for many years, and finally today. Very well, good for you Gaia, I said I searched all of Greece and could not find her, so it turns out you hid her in Tartarus. Uranus was furious. Even though Gaia was his wife and mother, the hatred of having his little brother cut off was irreconcilable. Unexpectedly, this guy even pushed her luck and hid his little brother away. Finally, I have found it. Gaia, after I take back my little brother and make myself whole again, I will first kill that rebellious son Cronis, and then come to deal with you properly. Uranus turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the place where the aura of Tartarus was transmitted, Crete. Boom tilde. A loud noise came, and a stream of light directly pierced through Gaia's seal that imprisoned Tartarus. Such a loud noise directly shocked all the living beings on the island, especially the several Titan gods led by Oceanis. They knew too well who the owner of that aura was. Uranus. Why? Why did he? Oceanus clenched his fists and trembled continuously, not knowing if it was anger or fear, while the two goddesses beside him, Mnemosyne and Themis, both looked very grim. In Uranus's prime, he could beat the 12 Titans with one hand. That absolute violence from patriarchal power was still an influence in their hearts even now. Aphrodite's location has been discovered. Gaia's avatar appeared around the three Titan gods. Her expression was not relaxed at all. All her energy was being kept in check by Tartarus, and when Tartarus rioted, she was simply unable to stop Uranus from entering Tartarus. Aphrodite was actually found by him. If he recovers to his prime state. For Themis, although Cronis was a tyrant, when his interests were not infringed upon, he was still willing to enforce the law impartially. But Uranus was different. That guy was a scoundrel who only knew how to vent his desires. Let the three of us go to Tartarus. In any case, we must absolutely not let Aphrodite be taken away. Mnemosyne saw the expressions of the two and understood that this matter was imperative. Let's go. The three made up their minds, and the ocean began to shake violently. Accompanied by earth-shattering waves, a sea-blue shadow rushed out of the ocean. That azure light rushed into Crete, and Oceanus also turned into light and merged into his mecha true body. Subsequently, two more rays of light descended on Crete from other directions. A golden mecha held a scale and a sharp sword, while a black mecha was in the mist, hazy and seemingly like an unrealistic fantasy. After Mnemosyne and Themis returned to their true bodies, the eyes of both mechas lit up. The three looked at each other and all understood the difficulty of this operation. The three Titans did not have the certainty of victory even against a castrated king of gods, but now there was simply no time to look for helpers. Gaia was entangled by Tartarus and had no time to deal with Uranus, so the only one who could deal with Uranus was Zeus alone. They had to arrive at the scene immediately. I'm counting on you. Gaia understood how much of a psychological shadow Uranus had caused her children. Even if they did not show up, Gaia would not blame them. The battle has reached this critical moment. Hera and the others must pay attention to Olympus's movements at all times. Moreover, this is all a matter of our previous generation. It is not convenient for the juniors to intervene. Oceanus knew well Aphrodite's beauty, such a stunner being with that punk Zeus. I'm afraid it is like lightning striking the ground fire. Seeing Uranus looking so anxious, I'm afraid Aphrodite is about to become Zeus's lookalike. Once such a thing happens, then Zeus will inevitably be on Uranus's kill list, and Zeus absolutely cannot have anything happen to him right now. Snap tilde. Aphrodite's water cup fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The uneasiness that had originally been hidden in her heart grew stronger. Can't your body take it anymore? You haven't rested for several days. Zeus naturally discovered Aphrodite's abnormality. As a capable assistant during his current startup period, Zeus hurried forward. His palm touched Aphrodite's forehead, and wisps of cold sweat emerged from Aphrodite's forehead. This state was clearly not right. Zeus, although our cooperation has not been long, it is about to end here. Aphrodite felt it. Uranus was on his way, and more importantly, facing such a powerful enemy, Tartarus would not make no moves at all. Gaia would be tied up by Tartarus, and a young god like Zeus was simply no match for Uranus. As for the Hecatonies, back then they were clearly dealt with by Cronis, and now they would not be of much use. Venus, has something happened? Zeus naturally could not bear to give up such a capable assistant. It was only with her that Zeus's underworld cause had a start. If she left, where would Zeus go to find a second tool, assistant that was this useful? Something has happened. All these years I have been avoiding the pursuit of a person. Pursuit. Did you commit a crime? Or did you offend someone? Zeus was taken aback, but it was not incomprehensible. In such a terrible environment as Tartarus, if there were not enemies outside, who would be willing to shrink here every day? If you committed a crime, I will find a way to help you make up for it. If you offended someone, I will find a way to mediate. Everything can be discussed, right? It cannot be discussed. The person hunting me is Uranus. Back then he had a part of his body cut off by his own son, and that part turned into me. If the other party does not take me back, then he cannot return to his peak to find his son for revenge. Aphrodite was, after all, a female, and really could not say vulgar words like little brother, but still used simple and easy to understand words to let Zeus understand the seriousness of the matter. Even if Uranus had fallen, how could anyone mixing in this area of Greece not know this first-generation king of gods? Uranus. Who the hell is that? Zeus did not take it to heart. He had even provoked Cronis, so he was not afraid of any Uranus. Although the other party wanted to take back a part of his own body, if a part of your body has given birth to self-awareness, isn't taking it back rashly a kind of alternative murder? Zeus did not want to discuss such philosophical matters. Besides, in the end, the other party just wanted to find his son for revenge. Since the teammate has a goal, then he could negotiate with the other party. Aphrodite did not necessarily have to follow the other party. You really don't know. Aphrodite looked at Zeus in surprise. Was this person a country bumpkin or just arrogant? Even if he was an outdated king of gods, he would not be worse than a dog. I don't care who he is. If he is willing to sit down and talk with me, I welcome it. If he kills people at the slightest disagreement, then I won't be afraid of trouble. The underworld was getting on the right track, and Zeus also understood that Cronis definitely had not been idle during this time. The time left for him was really not much. If Aphrodite was taken away at this time, and it was such a violent act that did not conform to her wishes, he would absolutely not be able to tolerate it. Without Aphrodite, then his underworld would take forever to be established. You simply don't know the power of Uranus. Then is that Uranus you mentioned stronger than the current Cronis? Zeus's answer left Aphrodite speechless for a moment. If it were Uranus in his prime, it would be another matter, but him now. Then that's it, there's always a way for everything. Anyway, I've already provoked Cronis, so I'm not afraid of having more debt. Zeus patted Aphrodite on the back, hoping to give the other party some comfort, and Aphrodite also hugged Zeus tightly. This was her last shelter in the storm. It was Aphrodite's aura. Once entering Tartarus, Uranus had already clearly sensed Aphrodite's location, right at the location of Gaia's true body upstream of the Styx. So now, Uranus had only one question left. Tartarus, why do you want to help me? Uranus understood that if not for Tartarus desperately attacking Gaia's seal, he would never have been able to detect Aphrodite's aura. And without Tartarus's guidance, even if Uranus knew Aphrodite was in Tartarus, he would not dare to rashly come down. She is very troublesome, seducing my people, take her away. Tartarus's will was transmitted into Uranus's mind, which made him feel an inexplicable nausea. Thinking of his little brother being intimate with someone else, Uranus wished he could just scatter that kid. In this world, only he is the one to penetrate others. How can there be any reason for being penetrated? You cannot hurt him. For the sake of its three titans, Tartarus naturally could not bear for Zeus to die just like that. If he does not know how to advance or retreat, then do not blame me. Uranus only verbally agreed. He was a person who took himself as the absolute center. He was too impatient to deal with Tartarus. At least he had to protect the chastity of his little brother, otherwise his little brother could not be reattached. Uranus piloted this true body mecha and rushed to the upper reaches of the Styx. Having mastered the authority of the sky, his flight speed naturally could not be slow. Before long, he saw Gaia's true body ship. Uranus, you are not welcome here. Gaia's voice rang out as the massive silver-white ship began to transform. Before long, a mountain-sized giant mecha appeared upon the earth. The true bodies of all the gods in Greece combined were not as massive as hers. Gaia, we will settle our accounts another day. I'll deal with you and that rebellious son once I've reclaimed all that is mine. For now, you should focus on playing with Tartarus. Uranus did not meet Gaia's interception head-on. Soon, a black mist symbolizing Tartarus's will entangled Gaia. The two had clashed for many years and knew each other inside out. It was impossible for either to decide the victor in a short time. Still hiding. Then I shall force you out. Pale magic power gathered on the mecha's arm. Even a god would be unwilling to take such a blow head-on, yet such an attack was effortless for Uranus. Boom. A massive explosion resounded, but the one caught in it wasn't the embryonic underworld, but Cronis. I truly didn't expect you rebellious children to have the courage to appear before me. As the dust cleared, Uranus's voice drifted out from the smoke. Though he tried his best to remain calm, his rage was like lava ready to erupt at any moment. even the wandering souls on the ground could feel it. Uranus, your era is over. Not killing you back then was our way of saying the debt between us was settled. Do you intend to cross the line again? Oceanis's azure mecha took the lead and arrived before Uranus, followed by two goddesses, flanking him in a triangular formation. I was wondering who it was. Back then, I could crush all 12 of you useless things with one hand. Out of the 12, only Cronis was worth my attention. The three of you are truly seeking death. Uranus looked at the three Titan gods before him. Had he truly become so weak that only 3 Titans could stand against him? Uranus clenched his fists. He never wanted to experience this feeling of powerlessness again. Uranus, we know what your goal is. But if you don't want to taste defeat once more, stopping here is your only way out. Mnemosyne's voice drifted over. She was attempting to use words to disturb Uranus's memories and draw out his internal negative emotions. Her goal was to drain Cronis's fighting spirit as much as possible, for she knew that even against an incomplete Cronis, the three of them would struggle greatly. Your tyranny shall surely be judged by justice. Themis held a golden longsword, pointing it at Uranus. She was a goddess who would never yield to evil, even being ground to dust would not change her mind. Very well. Let me see just how much skill my children have gained after all these years. Uranus understood the determination of these rebellious children. Since they had come in their true bodies, they were clearly prepared to succeed or die trying. Uranus considered himself a good father, and a good father should indulge his children's wishes, shouldn't he? If they wanted to die, he would send them on their way. He's here. Zeus, let me go, you'll be safe. Aphrodite felt that presence drawing near. Perhaps because of the pressure from Uranus, she felt a slight longing for Zeus's embrace. Venus, you'll only be safe if you stay here. Zeus felt Aphrodite trembling in his arms. No matter how dense a man was, he couldn't push away the beauty in his embrace. Why? You should prioritize establishing the underworld above all else. Accepting me means facing such a powerful enemy. Aphrodite believed herself to be a goddess useless for anything other than her beauty. As for management skills, in this era where strength was king, they weren't considered important talents at all. Exactly. Everything I do is for the sake of the underworld, and that is precisely why I cannot abandon you. Zeus took Aphrodite's trembling hands and led her out the door to face the unknown, powerful enemy. We are all gods here, so naturally we are civilized people. If we sit down and talk, I'm sure we can find a solution. Civilized people. Aphrodite gave a bitter smile, unsure if Zeus was being naive or devious to say such a thing. Uranus was anything but a civilized man. What if the other party isn't civilized? Then I'll help him become civilized. Zeus pushed open the gates and looked toward the surging magic. There, a white mecha stood tall against the sky, looking down at the living beings below as if they were ants. This included the 4 mechas on the ground. Oceanis, Mnemosyne, Themis, Charon. You injured 4 of our people the moment you arrived. So, you are Uranus. Zeus had thought he might shrink back after seeing the others' violence, but when he saw these unfamiliar friends and relatives injured, he didn't retreat. Instead, he felt anger. Zeus would never back down. The chance has come. Charon watched the 3, Oceanis and the others, locked in a bitter struggle in the sky. He knew his chance to make a name for himself had finally arrived. Uranus is of my generation. Though he was once the king of gods, he's been kicked off his throne and his strength is nothing like it used to be. Plus, I have allies here. Now is the best time to strike. Charon weighed the pros and cons and felt that even if he wasn't as strong as Uranus, he wouldn't be far off. No matter how he looked at it, the advantage was his. The vision of a vibrant, thriving underworld was already before his eyes. Could he, Charon, really fall right before victory? Uranus, stop now, or else all. Who the hell are you? Uranus was in the heat of battle when he suddenly felt a presence approaching. A pitch-black mecha wearing a hood and a cloak came flying toward him. Uranus had no illusions about himself. He had done nothing good and every evil deed imaginable in his life, so he had no friends. Anyone joining the fray at this moment was obviously an enemy. He raised his hand and fired a blast directly into Charon's face. Charon was careless and didn't dodge. One of his eyes was instantly blown out, and his head was nearly crushed. You, Uranus, do you know who I am? The less capable someone is, the more they talk. I'll blow you apart first. Uranus flickered and appeared before Charon, magic power gathering in his hand. He clearly intended to fire a point-blank blast at Charon. Boom! A massive plume of dust rose. Under this powerful magical impact, Charon was blasted so hard he didn't know which way was up. At this moment, he finally understood why his parents wanted him to stay in a godforsaken place like Tartarus. The guys on the surface, what kind of monsters were they? Now then, rebellious children, the warm-up should be over. Charon had lost his ability to fight, but Uranus didn't intend to pursue. He knew defeating the opponent was easy, but killing them completely was difficult. His most important task now was to capture Aphrodite. As long as he could make Aphrodite fuse with him, he would return to his peak and have plenty of time to do whatever he wanted. I didn't expect you to still have such strength. Oceanis and Themis engaged in close combat to tie Uranus down, while Mnemosyne, from a distance, constantly used her divine authority to muddle Uranus's memories, trying to create an opening. Back then, you caught me off guard and heavily injured me, and it took 12 of you working together to drive me back. Now, even though I'm not at full strength, just the three of you, you truly think too highly of yourselves. Uranus admitted that these rebellious children had indeed made significant progress compared to back then, but the three of them thought they could deal with him. Dream on. The white mecha's unparalleled mobility and immense magic power were no longer suppressed. Especially since Gaia still hadn't made a move after all this time, it meant she was completely pinned down by Tartarus. In that case, Uranus didn't have to worry about that old hag stabbing him in the back. When justice lacks power, it is merely empty talk. Uranus punched Themis's golden sword. The massive impact caused sparks to fly from her mecha body. That immense strength declared that this first-generation king of gods was still peerless in single combat. Themis. Worry about yourself instead. Themis's heavy injury caused a flaw to appear in their tight defense. Uranus accelerated to full speed, dodging Oceanus's entanglement and charging toward Mnemosyne. Your spirit relies on a physical entity, being too abstract is your weakness. The armor on Uranus's chest retracted, revealing a thick cannon barrel. A blast saturated with magic power then sent Mnemosyne flying, smashing through several mountaintops. For this former king of gods, who had already lost his symbol of manhood, using this method to deal with his daughter brought him a strange sense of pleasure rather than guilt. After all, for someone who couldn't even use his conduit anymore, he could only seek psychological comfort. Now, finally, it's you, Oceanus. This final son was indeed more troublesome than the two daughters before him, but only slightly. Uranus used absolute power to suppress him, accumulating his advantage into a snowball effect. Oceanus struggled to hold on, but the gap in strength was too great. Finally, unable to bear the burden, he was struck down to the ground. Truly pathetic. Uranus was about to go find Aphrodite when he felt her presence beginning to approach him. Instead of running, she's actually walking toward me. Uranus didn't think she was brave enough to face him head on. If Aphrodite had that kind of ability, why would she have been hiding all these years? Clearly, there was a trap he didn't know about. Uranus had intended to stay calm and see what skills Aphrodite had gained after hiding for so long, but when he saw Zeus walking out holding Aphrodite's hand, his blood pressure began to spike. You fool, that's my little brother. Let go of your filthy hand. Oceanus, Mnemosyne, Themis, Charon. You injured 4 of our people the moment you arrived. So, you are Uranus. Cronis didn't listen to Zeus's words. He just saw Aphrodite hiding behind Zeus, and this intimate sight made him absolutely livid. If he hadn't come today, these two would probably have already sealed the deal. Since you know I am Uranus, do you know what her relationship to me is? Of course I know, but what of it? Little brother, your tastes are pretty weird. Hearing Zeus's righteous tone, Uranus almost fainted. This white-haired brat knew Aphrodite was born from his little brother, yet he could still get it up for her. Could it be that this kid was a lust-driven maniac who would screw anything as long as it looked good? In this moment, Uranus could only feel that every generation has its talents. In that case, there's nothing to talk about. Uranus's magic power began to boil. He understood that when a man was completely controlled by his lower half, all possibility of negotiation was lost. I have always been willing to negotiate. As long as you stop hunting Venus, everything can be discussed. Zeus said this, yet the lightning in his hand never ceased for a moment. He felt Uranus's hostility, and a scepter entwined with lightning appeared in his hand, with his spark lens embedded at the top. This was the thunder scepter created by the Cyclops through their high-intensity, 007, work schedule. Today was its first time facing an enemy. And that first enemy was the former king of gods. Zeus held his divine artifact. Even when facing a true body of a mecha, he was not panicked in the slightest. Boom! Thunder roared, and lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, piercing straight through Uranus's mecha, and then, it dealt 0 damage. Is that it? You brat, surely you aren't unaware that I possess the divine authority of the sky. Lightning piercing the body would be a significant injury for an ordinary god, but for Uranus, who possessed the divine authority of the sky, it was nothing more than a scratch. Uranus mastered the divine authority of the sky before becoming the first god king. Zeus, your lightning has minimal effect on him. Aphrodite chimed in to remind him. Clearly, although Zeus's move had been grand in scale, using lightning to attack Uranus was primarily a test. To see how much strength this old god king still had left. I know. Zeus said calmly, but in reality, he didn't know jack. Zeus was panicking internally. Although he feigned composure and the previous strike seemed effortless, he had actually used every ounce of his strength. Calling someone brother while reaching for a knife is standard operating procedure. If that previous strike couldn't deal damage, then the rest of Zeus's attacks would basically just be tickling him. Unless he could hack into the opponent's system and seize control of the true body. But was this really a good idea? Zeus glanced at the people on the ground. He understood that if his ability failed against Uranus, so be it, but if it succeeded, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of Oceanis and the others. Now that his enterprise had barely begun, Zeus didn't want to die midway because of such a trivial matter. Follow me. Zeus grabbed Aphrodite and turned into lightning, fleeing into the distance. Since Uranus was after Aphrodite, he surely wouldn't wantonly destroy this yet-to-be-built underworld. Where do you think you're going? Uranus had finally found Aphrodite, how could he easily give up? He pursued relentlessly, but the speed Zeus displayed still surprised him. Although the human form was more flexible than the true body, it had no advantage in speed. If Zeus had such speed in human form, it was terrifying to imagine how fast his true body must be. Boom. Uranus increased his speed. Layers of sonic boom stacked into a single sound in an instant, shaking even the high mountains until they seemed on the verge of collapse. In Uranus's view, Zeus's escape this time was merely a strategic retreat. As long as the opponent summoned his true body, he would certainly be a force worth fighting. Then things would be simple. Before the opponent could rendezvous with his true body, he would crush Zeus's human form, then leave Tartarus with Aphrodite. Once Aphrodite returned to his side, he would fear no one in his prime state. Ignoring mana consumption, Uranus finally intercepted Zeus. A massive steel fist smashed toward Zeus, but Zeus dodged it. Kid, if you weren't carrying someone, I might not have caught up to you. To lose your life because of a woman, you are truly foolish. Uranus understood that if Zeus hadn't been carrying someone, he might not have really been able to catch him. Then, for becoming neither man nor woman because of a woman, you are truly a hero, Uranus. The nightmare of the past appeared before her. Whether Aphrodite had let go of it or because she had someone to rely on, she met Uranus's gaze directly and spoke vicious, mocking words. When hitting someone, aim for the face. When scolding someone, expose their shortcomings. Aphrodite's words dealt true damage, directly breaking through Uranus's defenses. What a vicious mouth. Wait until I tear your lover apart alive, and we'll see if you can still be so tough. The light in Uranus's true body eyes turned red. Clearly, he was one step away from going berserk. You really don't spare anyone with your words. But you brought me here to escape, didn't you do it because you had a way to deal with him? Besides, whether I said that or not, Uranus wouldn't change his mind. Aphrodite understood that if Zeus had really wanted to escape, there was no need to bring her along. Uranus's target was her, and taking her with him could only mean luring the enemy in. Yes, this is a secret that cannot be seen by others, but today I'll make an exception and show it to you. Lightning began to gather on Zeus's scepter again, but this time it didn't just envelop Zeus, it also included Aphrodite. The two gathered into a larger bolt of lightning and struck toward Cronis. Muda-da. The same move cannot be used against a god king twice. Seeing the incoming lightning, Uranus said it was useless, but his body was very honest and dodged it, because he felt a different aura within that lightning. It was the aura of danger. Uranus was prepared and dodged Zeus's lightning with a flash, but before he could rejoice, the lightning took a turn and hit Uranus directly in the back. Immediately, the lightning merged into Uranus's body. Wait, someone is trying to hack into my database, Zeus, Aphrodite. The thunderous light in Uranus's true body eyes flickered, as if it had fallen into chaos. One had to know that he was still a god king, and even though he was past his prime, hacking into his database wasn't something that could be done easily. Otherwise, Mnemosyne could have dealt with him easily. But Zeus's ability combined with Aphrodite was different. Aphrodite was originally a part of Uranus, which meant she had a portion of the true body's permissions. Now, with this guide leading the way for Zeus the hacker, Uranus's firewall system was as good as non-existent. It was broken through by Zeus like a bamboo shoot being split, just like a Trojan horse virus. That's enough. Uranus completely gave up control of his true body, and his consciousness began to sink into his own database. As long as he could absorb Aphrodite during this process, he would immediately be able to return to his peak state. This was a high-stakes gamble between Zeus and him. Coming faster than I thought. Zeus kept causing destruction in the ocean of data. He didn't know the relationship between Uranus and Aphrodite. Bringing Aphrodite in was just because he wanted another helper. But he didn't expect that Aphrodite would feel like she was back home here. She led Zeus to break through firewall after firewall, and without much effort, they arrived at Uranus's most vulnerable part. This also made Zeus realize that his ability was not invincible. This time, if not for Aphrodite leading the way, he wouldn't know how much time it would have taken. And now that Uranus didn't have that indestructible true body, and everyone was an consciousness entity, the gap began to narrow. Inside Uranus's central database, a battle of consciousness began. Unlike the hand-to-hand combat on the front line, any injury here was a drain on consciousness. Even worse, it could cause irreversible damage, leading to personality defects and other issues. At this moment, Uranus truly understood the terrifying aspect of this junior. If he lost on the front line, even if his true body was blown up, Uranus could still cut off his tail to survive, severing the connection between his human form and true body, allowing the human form to survive alone. But in this situation, even if the human form survived, it might leave behind severe sequelae. He had to finish this quickly. Uranus tried to rebuild the firewall, trapping Zeus and Aphrodite in one place to prevent this pair of scoundrels from causing too much damage. Zeus, this way. But Aphrodite also had considerable permissions here. Although it was difficult to contend with Uranus, it wasn't too hard to anticipate the opponent's intentions in advance and take Zeus to dodge. Under Uranus's pursuit and interception, the two kept heading toward the depths of Uranus's consciousness. Here, Zeus finally understood this person's origins. Is this guy my grandfather? You just realized. Aphrodite was surprised by Zeus's slow realization. Of course, she didn't know if Zeus really didn't know or if he was deliberately provoking Uranus on the side. Forget it, I've already performed filial piety a few times. Today, if one comes, I'll show one filial piety, if two come, I'll show two. Under Aphrodite's guidance, Zeus wantonly destroyed data. In this process, Zeus also understood that this guy was an even bigger fool than Cronis. Wantonly bringing down disasters, whether on his own children or on the native humans, he watched their pain, felt their worship, and vented his power. Earth, mountains, oceans, sky. Within the scope of his divine authority, he was using unsolvable violence to declare his authority as God King. Boom. Zeus threw lightning into the ocean of information, shattering this memory directly, which drew Uranus's fury. You actually want to destroy my glorious memories. Glorious. You view your brutality as glory. Brutality. That is God's manifesting power to the weak. As alien life forms, if we didn't show absolute power, how could these low-level natives worship us? Uranus completely failed to recognize his own mistakes. When they landed on Earth, the power they displayed had already made the native humans worship them. But it wasn't enough, still not enough. To demonstrate his authority, Uranus believed no woman was worthy of him, so he could only marry his own mother as his wife. To demonstrate his power, he constantly brought down natural disasters and divine punishments, abusing humans and feeling their fear. This was just one source of his pleasure. Abusing the 12 titans was his true source of fun. After all, the fun of crushing ants wasn't as enjoyable as abusing cats and dogs. Then, he was counter-killed by the cats and dogs in his eyes. On that night that should have been incomparably joyful, the 12 titans each unleashed their divine powers. Everything around Uranus was interfered with, and then Cronis raised his blade, performing a filial act. Although this strike didn't take Uranus's life, it took his life root. Blood gushed from Uranus's lower body like a spring. He felt that this strike didn't just make him lose the symbol of a man, but also, naturally, the throne of the God King. Not being recognized by the gods, losing the symbol of a man, and the massive drop in power all made his God King throne teeter. But there was still time, as long as he could reattach that thing. Uranus, like that Dio wanting to continuously approach the sewer manhole cover, struggled to crawl toward his most important part, but Cronis used the Joestar family's once-in-a-lifetime flash. With one kick, he sent Uranus's little brother into the sea. Just at this moment, the sea also changed. Waves wrapped around it, and a goddess was born from within. The first god of the sea, Pontus, had always dared to be angry but not speak out against his big brother Uranus, and now that he had finally caught the opportunity, he naturally beat the dog in the water. He imbued that part of the body with sentience, and that was how Aphrodite came to be. You actually came about like this. Zeus was a bit surprised. Although he had read manga in his past life about his own little brother turning into a beautiful girl, when this thing actually appeared in reality, Zeus didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. What? Are you disgusted by me? Aphrodite's expression turned cold. The person in this world who minded her origin the most might be herself. How could that be? Even if I were disgusted with myself, I couldn't be disgusted with you. Seeing Aphrodite's unhappy expression, Zeus was terrified. Not to mention that his underworld still needed this capable general. Just taking the current environment, if Aphrodite just quit and slacked off, he alone couldn't fight Uranus. I, Zeus, will never be disgusted with you in my life. To prove the credibility of his words and to soothe Aphrodite's little mood, Zeus pulled her into his arms, whispering the gentlest words in her ear. At least you still have a conscience. Aphrodite felt the sense of security Zeus brought her while helping Zeus dodge Uranus's pursuit and interception. Even though it was her first time dealing with this kind of information warfare, she became Zeus's capable assistant in an extremely short time, which showed Aphrodite's talent. If not for the lack of a true body, she wouldn't have had to live so stealthily. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.